Relevant to what? Not yet, no. It's a testimony anyway. Hmm? What? Open the hearing, the resume the adjourned hearing on House Bill 1369 relative to COVID-19 health and safety policies at New Hampshire performing arts venues. Substituting for Representative Wilhelm, who is prime sponsor, is a co-sponsor, Representative Knerk.
Okay. Yes, I got a phone call from the prime sponsor, Representative Matt Wilhelm, as I was driving down, that his youngest is sick and he's staying home with her, and asked me to pinch hit for him. I was planning to testify anyway. First off, I had a little moment of dyslexia with the number. What I passed around, if it still says 1639, that is an error. I tried to correct it by hand on all of yours to be 1369. And my testimony will be mine with some snippets of Representative Wilhelm's in as well. So and there's also an amendment which is being passed around at this moment as well, which I'll come to later on. I've just gotten an email from him, and so I'm doing a little bit of multitasking here. What 1639 does is it provides the performing arts venues in New Hampshire have the authority to establish their own COVID health and safety policies. It does not mandate these policies. It remains a choice of the business as to what policies they wish to have. Performing arts venues really operate on really thin margins, so they really cannot afford to significantly decrease their capacity to be able to maintain social distancing, or they just simply can't function. So utilization of other mitigation strategies, such as improved ventilation, masking, testing, and/or vaccination requirements will safely allow them to lessen social distancing and therefore increase capacity in order for them to survive financially. A November 26, 2021 article in Lancet demonstrated in a randomized controlled trial that participation in large indoor gatherings without physical distancing did not result in an increase of COVID transmission to the attendees when a multi-layered risk mitigation strategy of ventilation upgrades, mandatory medical mask grade wearing, medical grade mask wearing, and mandatory pre-admission antigen screening was used. So what HB 1639 does is it will allow New Hampshire performing arts venues as a business decision to implement protocols of masking, testing, and/or vaccination requirements for patrons in order to improve the safety of patrons and employees. They are businesses and should be allowed to implement protocols for employee and patron safety if desired. Again, this does not mandate they must do this. It gives them a choice as a business. Also, these protocols could really be a marketing opportunity for the venue. A venue may choose to advertise that they implement such protocols to set them apart as a venue which cares for the safety of patrons and employees. And many patrons may feel more comfortable attending a performance when they know their safety is being considered. Remember that about 68% of New Hampshire residents have been vaccinated. That means the majority would like to be safe. The venues should be allowed to market their commitment to safety to that majority of individuals who have demonstrated they care about their safety. And this mattered, certainly I know, to me and to some friends of mine going over to Stone Mountain Arts Center in Maine who did have mask requirements and then a vaccine mandate, that you'd feel more comfortable going there back when things were a little quieter. Now, it also suggests that you would review the testimony that was sent out back when this bill was originally scheduled. Do remember, this was scheduled before, which is why you may have 2 copies of my testimony, because I distributed it, but I did it again today because if you're like many of us, it might got lost in the shuffle. But Bill Marsh, about that time, had emailed his testimony. And remember, he served on the governor's economic reopening task force and worked on the protocols for performing arts venues, so he's got a unique view. Now, what the prime sponsor has conveyed to me is that after filing this bill, there was a great deal of concern about the language in lines 8 through 10, which says that any person acting in good faith to administer or enforce at performing venues COVID-19 health and safety policy shall be immune from civil liability arising from such conduct. The legislative intention of that was that a employee would not be sued because they ask a person to demonstrate proof of vaccination before being admitted. So as to protect them, not from medical issues or anything else, but simply to protect them from being sued for implementing the policy. But there was a lot of blowback, and there's apparently been no cases of any that have been brought in this. And as a result, the sponsor feels that the immunity language may have been a little bit too broad, might be able to be used as a general liability shield that had been expressed to him as after filing the bill. And therefore, for example, if a promoter, I'm reading from his email, and my apologies because I did not get a chance to process this. If a concert promoter asserted that its policy was that they don't require masks, they jam people into a venue unsafely and act negligently, and there are infections, might somebody try to use that language as a shield? Well, that doesn't make any sense either. So the bottom line is that he has given an amendment, which I did not have hands on until just a little while ago. It's been passed around, which is a replace all for Section 1, and what it does is it just removes the language of lines 8 through 10 about the liability. He's perfectly happy with that. Lastly, as he had a conversation with Abby Rogers of DHHS, and DHHS feels that this probably should not be placed in Statute 141C16 because it shouldn't be in the communicable disease statute, but instead in some statutory reference in commerce. But we all know in this committee we've dealt with multiple changes that need to be made for statutory home, and so we can certainly deal with that, but we'd have to figure out where it would belong. So with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Would you need to bring an amendment to us to change the statutory reference before we exec? Okay.
Yes, apparently this was, this conversation had occurred relatively recently, and we do not yet know. So although we do have this amendment, if we are going to change the location, and I do not know if DHHS plans to testify for clarity, but in any case, maybe they could, if they wish to do so. But in any case, we would then want to draft a new amendment to be able to take care of that.
To answer your question, Representative Knurk, the honorable gentleman behind you is armed with a pink card and looks like he's about ready to use it. So, yes. And since...
You're getting me nervous here.
I've got your back.
Yes, so does he.
But if the testimony goes that way, could you prepare that amendment to change the statutory reference soon so we can move this one along?
Of course.
Thank you. Any other questions for the presenter? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Peter Ramsey, who is in support of the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud to be here, members of the committee. I was a member of this legislature for 30 years, starting at age 21, and I know some of you, so it's good to be back. Even though I did not spend much time in this room, I spent a lot of time in appropriations, if you remember, before in the old days, and years and years in public works. So I will speak for 1 minute, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. I have the honor of running the Palace Theater in Manchester, New Hampshire, downtown Manchester, New Hampshire. And before the pandemic, we averaged 200,000 patrons a year, and brought in about $5 or $6 million, and was very, very busy. In March of was it 2019? We were in the middle of a sold-out run of 5 weeks of Mamma Mia, which is, if you haven't seen it, you need to go see it. It's a great show. And we had $400,000 in pre-sales, which is a good thing for us. And I got a call at 12 o'clock on a Friday afternoon from the mayor of the city of Manchester saying, Peter, there's a pandemic, and could you close? And I said, I don't want to close. And as everyone in this room knows, the palace was then closed after that for about 15 months. It cost us about $7.5 million. We laid off about 50 artists of all sorts of types. And so I had spoken to Representative Wilhelm, who's my representative now, and a bunch of us in the theater business across New Hampshire. There are 14 historic performing arts centers in New Hampshire, and there are about 50 performing arts centers, all sorts of, from 100 seats up to SNHU Arena, which had 10,000 seats. So about 60 total ones. Every one is different, and they're all run differently. And I think today you're going to hear from two operators, one in Concord, two in Concord, one in Claremont, and they will all tell you different stories. But the point of it is that every act that comes into the palace that we hire, for example, Wednesday night we have the famous, perhaps the most famous person in New Hampshire, Seth Meyers, is coming to the Palace Theater Wednesday night. We are sold out, and he has said to me, well, I'm proud to come, I'm proud to perform, but I would like everybody in the venue to have a mask. So I say, well, I'd love to have you come, and I will ask everyone to be there. The challenge, as you all know, is how do you enforce it? I do not want to be a police officer. So I go up to people and say, can you please put your mask on? And they say, go to hell, Ramsey. And I say, thank you very much. And if they're obnoxious, I'll call the police. But it's really been very difficult. But it's almost illogical to think that we as a society want performing arts centers in our state and not allow them to run the venues how they have to run them. And economically, it makes a tremendous difference. The Palace Theater generates about $10 million a year in economic activity downtown. It's real money that goes to salaries, to restaurants, to lawyers. There are 10 restaurants within 1 block of the Palace Theater. It's a tremendous economic activity. We need our performing arts centers to operate. The Capital Center for the Arts, it's a wonderful institution. We need it in Concord. And the new one in Nashua is going to change downtown Nashua immediately. And we need to let them run how they should run. So I could go on for hours. I will not. Thank you very much for serving the state of New Hampshire. I'm proud to be back with you again. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you had me until you said it was sold out. And then my follow-up would have been, is there a ticket for less than $24.99?
Yeah.
But that's moot. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes John Williams, who wishes to provide some information.
Chairman Pearson and members of the Health, Human Services, Elderly Affairs Committee, good morning. I'm John Williams, the Legislative Director for the Department of Health and Human Services, and here today on behalf of Ms. Abby Rogers, and I just wanted to provide you with the thought in terms of statutory placement. Currently, it is housed under 141C. Our recommendation would be to create and establish a new chapter, a chapter 359-uppercase T, to follow current existing chapter 359-SS, rather. Just have to do the alphabet a little more carefully on a Monday morning. And our suggestion is because that falls under the titles that deal with commerce, Clearly, performing arts centers do a wonderful job, but they should not be regulated by the Department of Health and Human Services, and our suggestion would be to placing it under the Commerce Statute in a more cleaner place if this bill were to go forward. That completes our commentary on the bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Laura Condon from Bedford.
Good morning, Chairman Pearson and committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I am Laura Condon. I'm from Bedford, New Hampshire. I'm a volunteer New Hampshire Director of Advocacy with the National Vaccine Information Center. We are a resource, educational, and advocacy nonprofit, and we serve to assist those who have concerns about vaccines or vaccine policies, including legislative matters. I'm here today to testify in opposition of this bill. I am pleased to hear Representative Knirk come forward with an amendment that would remove the provision for immunity from liability. Of course, that was one of my concerns. Anytime an employer who imposes a mandate on employees must be held accountable and liable for any and all harm that results from their mandate. They don't get to cause an injury or death to others without consequence. And so there should be liability, and there would be. And whether or not there is a provision in law to mandate these vaccines, we have seen some employers excuse me, take it upon themselves to mandate COVID shots. And indeed, they are not protected from immunity. They have no immunity from liability under the PrEP Act. And they have no immunity from liability under the 1986 National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act. When they impose vaccine mandates of their own volition, they do assume liability for that. And I urge any employees that are injured by such mandates to please file their workers' compensation claim and know that they would have civil liability. These vaccines are not without risk and harm. To look up in the vaccine safety database used by the CDC and the FDA, we see that there have been reported over 23,000 deaths following COVID shots, over 124 hospitalizations, over 116,000 urgent care. The list goes on and on. So we do know that people can be injured by these shots. I do note that this bill provides no provision for any exemptions for medical reasons, religious reasons, or personal reasons. In addition, there is no, and there could be, people such as, women that are pregnant that don't wish to be vaccinated, wish to protect their unborn baby from harm from vaccines. So there's a whole variety of reasons why someone might wish to assert an exemption. This bill makes no provision for that. And in that way, it is discriminatory against those who would choose to protect themselves from vaccines for whatever reason. And the bill also does not contain any provision for natural immunity against COVID-19, despite the overwhelming evidence of natural immunity being equal to or better than vaccination. So it makes no provision for that. And I will note that it recently came up in the news that, when you look at workplace mandates, it was an Indiana life insurance company that reported that deaths are up some 40% amongst working people ages 18 to 64. And they noted that these are not COVID deaths. Disabilities are also up in the short term and now long term. So we need to be aware that these vaccines are not without risk, and I urge you to please recommend this bill as inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you for taking my question. How is a requirement, it doesn't say you have to be vaccinated, it just says you have to have either a test, you have to have a mask or other things to do to protect the performers. How is this different than an employer saying, if you don't have a shirt or don't have shoes on, you can't come into my establishment? How is that different?
Oh, that's really easy. A shirt and shoes is something that you could put on and take off, and it has no adverse effect to wearing a shirt or shoes. So, you know, I don't see that there's any sort of shirt and shoes data safety program to monitor the adverse effects and the deaths of wearing shirt and shoes. Vaccines are quite different. We do know that vaccines do sicken, disable, and kill.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Ms. Condon, for taking my question. My question is, do you see the rights, just as you argue for the rights of those who choose not to be vaccinated, do you not concede that there are other people in this state who do not agree with you? And just as you should be able to choose not to get vaccinated, other people might want to choose to patronize events at which they feel safe, just as you feel unsafe with a vaccination. Shouldn't those who have a different choice made in their lives have the choice to choose to patronize an establishment that has established policies that they are comfortable with?
Thank you for the question. And I do recognize that there is a difference of opinions on this issue. I very much so recognize that. But I follow the science. And the science shows that COVID vaccines do carry risk. They carry risk of illness, disability, and death. The science also shows that these COVID shots were never designed to prevent infection or prevent spread to the patron sitting next to you at the theater. They were designed from the get-go, and I do attend the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice meetings. Those are live webinars. Anybody can watch those. And it was discussed from the get-go. And the manufacturers volunteered themselves, and you will find it on the manufacturer's fact sheet that they provide with these EUA shots, is that these vaccines are not designed to prevent infection. They're designed to reduce symptoms, similar to someone who might take, say, NyQuil for a cold. Someone taking a shot to reduce their illness symptoms in no way impacts the patron sitting next to them at the theater. Thank you very much for your question and the opportunity to address it.
I have a question. I'm a sometime performing artist. And if I chose to give an organ recital again, that would be my choice. If I set policies as to the people coming to my organ recital, or if the facility for which I'm giving an organ recital chose to do it, the sad truth is going to an organ recital is not a necessity of life. You know, that bothers me, but it's true. But there are places that are. And I think this conversation, in my opinion, would belong in those places that are necessities of life. If you want to go to an organ recital because of the terms the church or concert hall are setting, that's on you. If you don't want to go, that's on you. And I've had to wrestle with this because there's a possibility of me again giving a recital, and would I be comfortable doing that or not? It is sadly not a necessity of life. So my question is the testimony against this bill better directed towards only those places that are necessities of life?
Thank you for the question. And I agree that performing arts venues are not a necessity of life. And it strikes my heart the same way it does you. So, because I am a music fan as well. So, but, you know, those who wish to and feel they need to and believe it would keep them safe, there's no requirement that they attend those performances. So I do agree with you on that point. So your question is, if I can understand it correctly, is that you would seek to impose a vaccine requirement on other facilities that are a requirement to be there?
That is not my intent.
Okay,
My intent is simply to carve out non-necessities of life, and therefore, is it not the right for the people performing, for the performing venue people, and for the attenders to decide which they want to do?
well, I do believe in choice, and if you're asking if I believe people should be able to decide for themselves, yes. I guess I'm still unclear on your question, what you would be carving out. I'm not sure what an essential business is. I mean, I can assure you that everybody employed at the Palace Theater believes that their job is essential to them. It pays their bills, it puts a roof over their head, it puts food on their table, and provides for their children. So I think they would very much see that their job is essential.
Any other questions? Representative Gay.
Thank you for taking my question. It's kind of, I'm trying to boil it down. Would you have a problem with this bill if vaccine requirements were struck? Because that would still allow requiring the mask, requiring tests, but if, yes, I shouldn't give my opinion. I want to know what yours is. And that was a good point about it's pretty essential to the people who work there, and certainly I'm guessing that they would not want to put restrictions on that would reduce their audience.
Right. So your question is, you know, is this a bill I would still object to if they took out the provision of vaccines and you know, allowed employers to impose any other requirements? I suppose mask, distancing. I don't know what they, you know, hand washing. You know, hand washing is a good thing. I'm not going to object to that one. You know, whatever that else they might impose. You know, again, and I think it was Mr. Ramsey who spoke to this. There is no enforcement mechanism here. I still think it puts businesses in the same position, and I don't object to that. If a business would prefer that people wear masks and socially distance, I don't object to those signs that say, we recommend, we would like you to. That's a polite request, and I don't object to those. But I think, you know, to put it into law, I think still puts these business owners and patrons and employees still in an awkward position. Thank you for the question.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Rusin Chester.
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. On the good news is I feel our public arts, public performing places is an essential responsibility. If we look at what's happened to our society just with regards to depression and things like that, music fills the soul. Music makes you want to go wake up the next day. So I would argue that our performing arts centers are essential. They're essential to our health, mental health and well-being. That being said, I understand the intent of this bill and I respect it. However, the bottom line is this bill is a further form of discrimination against the citizens of the unvaccinated versus the vaccinated. Discrimination is discrimination regardless. I am unvaccinated because I am vaccine injured. I cannot take the vaccine at this time. So I may not be able to go someplace, and it's happened. It's happened more than once. So that's discrimination. With regards to testing, I have tested 4 times because of the job that I had. Every time within a 6-month period, I tested positive for COVID-19. These tests are not accurate. So the fact that you put a testing requirement in here, I may never be able to go to a performing arts venue again. You asked questions with regards to Seth Meyers coming to the Palace. The good news is there's still 27 seats available. The bad news is they don't come anywhere near under $30. And that being said, there are a number of people who have now been told that Seth Meyers is requesting a mask to be at his performance. To be at his performance, you must wear a mask. There are now on his website, there are now 152 complaints saying they want their money, they want to be refunded because they choose not to spend their money on an artist that is going to put those kind of implementations on them. So that is a perfect example right there. It's freedom of choice. I was one of those persons that spent $125 for a ticket to see Seth Meyers Wednesday night. I will choose to not go, even if I can't sell my ticket. And that's what freedom of choice is about. Now, the only other thing is, I do agree that private businesses should be able to make their own private decisions for what's best for their business and for what's best for their establishment. However, if they receive any kind of public funding whatsoever, they should not be able to put in special. So I am not 100% opposed to this, other than the vaccine issue. But I will choose not to attend any performance that requires masking, not social distance, probably not even masking. I will choose not to attend any event that requires vaccines or vaccine passports or vaccine testing, because I know ultimately I will fail. And I don't know if you folks are like me, but I don't like to fail. So I will just choose not to participate.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Would you choose to take away Seth Meyers' right to choose?
Absolutely not. And Seth Meyers, like I said, my issue is the fact that he's not taking public money to perform. He can choose.
Thank you.
But the Palace Theater, if they're taking public funding, they should not be able to put a policy in place. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. The chair recognizes Salvatore Prizio from the Capital Center for the Arts. I hope I got the name right.
You got it right. Good morning, Chairman Pearson and members of the committee. My name is Salvatore Prizio from the Capital Center for the Arts. I have been a citizen of New Hampshire now for 9 weeks. So, yes, and this is the first time I'm speaking in front of a committee, so forgive me for any faux pas that I do here. I do have some prepared remarks, but one of the things I do want to say at the outset is I want everybody to consider this from a macro standpoint as opposed to the micro standpoint of just what we're dealing with in this room. On a day-to-day basis, my colleagues and I deal with agents that are in California, New York, Nashville, Tennessee, I mean, all over the country. They have artists of varying degrees of restrictions and safety protocols that they put in place on us to a certain extent. Now, all of us at our performing arts centers try to do the best that we can do to protect the people that come into our spaces, but sometimes it is an outside force that is asking us to put restrictions in place. If we are not allowed to put any of the restrictions in place that the artists are ask us to do, essentially what you would have happen is an entertainment, I don't want to call it a boycott, but you would have a lot of artists avoiding the state of New Hampshire because we aren't allowed to put in place some of the safety protocols they're asking us to do. Do we agree with all of them? It depends. It depends on your performing arts center. It depends on the rates of infection in your area. It's the reason why we want to have the ability of ourselves to make the decisions. Look, none of us in the performing arts business want to be in the medical field. I didn't do this. I didn't get my MD degree or anything like that to, sit up here and have conversations about medical practices, but this is the reality of the position that we're in. And I can tell you, again, I've been on the job here 8 weeks. Our entire January got wiped out because of COVID, all right? So $0 in earned revenue over at the Capital Center for the Arts. So I have to deal with those realities on a day-to-day basis. So I'm having constant conversations with representatives in our membership committee, and the more safety protocols we put in place, the more people are feeling safe to come out. If there's things that I can do in a responsible manner, as much as possible to make people feel safe in their spaces, I'm going to do it, as long as it's legally viable. I also wanted to say, so like I said, we've lost 40% of that. I should say our ticket sales have been off 40% this year. So in the midst of a pandemic, we were trying to get back to doing the business of what we do best, which is entertaining the people of the Capitol here. And to that end, performing arts centers like the Capitol Center for the Arts were knocked to their knees, and we're desperately trying to get back on our feet. So if there's any tools that we can use at our disposal to allow us to get back up on our feet, we're struggling so hard to do so. And we just want the rights and the ability to put some of these safety protocols in place. Do we want them there forever? Absolutely not. Who wants to go to a comedy show with a mask on your face? It's not ideal, but we're trying to do things. We're trying to fit square pegs in round holes at the moment to get us through so we can get to a place where we can all take our masks off again and feel safe. I respect the rights of others and their decisions that they want to make, but I'm trying to do what's best for the crowds that come into our space. What was I going to say? So after that, and if we have those abilities, it allows us to kind of assess on a show-by-show basis per the artist's request for the safety of everybody that we have involved. Thank you in advance for voting ought to pass on HB 1369 and guaranteeing the arts businesses in the Granite State the ability to protect their artists, employees, and audiences as the way they see fit. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative King.
I'll ask the same question that was asked before, and that is, would you support this bill if we remove the vaccine requirement?
The problem with removing the vaccine requirement is any artist that comes into our space that has a vaccine requirement attached to it, now all of a sudden we lose that artist. We lose them to Massachusetts, we're going to lose them to Maine, Vermont, all these other places. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's a competitive market, and we need to do what we can do to be competitive within that market.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking these questions. So, I guess on a business sense, do you agree that this is, you're going after 68% of the market since 32% of the people won't come?
I would say this. I would say you're saying you're looking at that 68 and 32% as the entire total population. If I have to look at it as the people who regularly attend my performing arts center, those numbers are probably much bigger than a 68-32 split. Not to say that I would ever eliminate the 32%. And you also have to keep in mind too, this is on a show-by-show basis over at the Capitol Center for the Arts. We do have a mask mandate in place for all of our shows right now, but something like you said, like a vaccine mandate, again, on a show-by-show basis, there are shows that don't require a vaccine mandate, and those people who refuse to, or do not want to get the vaccine are more than welcome to come to those shows.
Thank you, that helps.
Yep. Any other questions?
Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are you going to advertise, or have you already advertised, the artist requirements?
Yeah, for every single show we have listed on our website, it has what that show's requirements are. We always put that out in advance, and the patron is aware of that in advance of purchasing their ticket.
Follow up.
Would you possibly just figure that as the policy goes, you will make decisions based on your audience?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the
Let's
question
see,
there?
how can I say it? You're a business as well as being an artist. You have to be a businessman and figure out how you can pay for everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm gonna guess, and you can. This is a question.
Yeah, of course.
Will you be flexible with your requirements as you see how the audience responds? If you see a drop in, your break-even number of attendees, then I'm going to guess that you
Well,
would
I mean, any,
reassess your requirements.
of course, over time, listen, as this pandemic, subsides, hopefully someday, obviously we'll go back and review our policies on things. And when I got here, it was a mask optional, and then we started getting into the Omicron variant, and I modified it to be mask required. As the numbers drop and we get to a place where we're safe for gatherings again, it'll go back to mask optional again, So it's like we have to have the ability to adapt to these things as we proceed.
Representative DeLamus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, sorry.
That's
Thank you
okay.
for taking my question.
Of course, thank you.
So if you're able to not mandate, but require a mask for whatever performance, say Seth Meyers comes in and says, hey, you've got to I want people vaccinated. Can't you, at this point, just as well as requiring masks for the performance, can't you just require, at this point, vaccines? And then the audience is, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused about that.
All right. So I think what you're saying is, should we just have a vaccine required for every single show that we do?
No.
Okay.
No,
So
just for your specific shows. So the example is Seth Meyers comes in and says, not only do I want masks, but I want people to be vaccinated.
Yeah.
So now you put that on your site and you say,
Yep.
okay, these are the requirements for this particular show.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do that now?
that's what we do. That's what we do now.
Then I don't. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you for answering that question.
Yeah, of course.
Where did you come here from?
Schenectady, New York.
So you're used to snow.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We actually have more sunny days here than upstate New York. So.
Put that on the website, too. Any other questions? Thank you so much, sir. and
Thank you all
welcome
for your
to
time.
New Hampshire. The chair recognizes Andrew Pinard from the Hatbox Theater and Claremont Opera House, handing out written testimony.
Little flair there, just for you. Thank you, Chairman Pearson and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm going to follow my colleague's lead in the fact that I have prepared testimony and previously submitted a video package of other performance arts venue operators who are not able to be here today. I have had the great pleasure of making New Hampshire my home essentially my entire life. I founded Hatbox Theater here in Concord in 2016, a little cooperative theater venue. And as a result of the pandemic, I had to leave my full-time performance career of 30 years and take a position as the executive director of the Claremont Opera House, a not-for-profit venue that is in a municipal owned building in Claremont. And I've had the great opportunity over the years to perform in over 1,000 venues throughout the Northeast, and I've never seen anything like this. It's a huge struggle for not only the venues, but the artists and their families, and the people who work in the venues that help to bring performances to their communities. Over the last 22 months, we've seen significant declines in revenue and even in operation at all. Some of our venues were closed for 7 months or more, and some of us have still operating with 70 to 90% earned revenue loss. The ability to make prudent safety choices as businesses is vital to our continued survival. One of the biggest things is the ability to be able to get people to come out to a venue. And while I am a firm believer of supporting the individual's right to choose, that choice is often influenced by the conditions on the ground, whether it's the transmission rates at the time or it's the safety procedures that are in whatever location they wish to go. If they wish to go to the grocery store, they may choose to go to a grocery store that requires masks as opposed to encourages masks, or that, God forbid, one that doesn't have any mask policy whatsoever. And I think it's important for the individual to be able to choose, and they do that with their feet. And I think that's important to note. That's why this is such an important aspect of running performing arts venues. And while I appreciate the argument or discussion about whether the performing arts are a necessity. I'm not really going to get into that because better points have been raised at this point. But one thing that a lot of people do not realize, and this is why we need your help, is that the public do not understand the business of running a performing arts venue. Most people think of a business that they go and attend as something like the grocery store, where they walk in, they spend 15 minutes loading their cart, or 47, as my wife does, loading their cart, and then they leave. It's a transactional experience where people come in, they do their business, and they leave. Performing arts venues, all we do, and in our letter here, is we share story, through experience. And we do that by sharing the same room and the same space for a duration of time that exceeds that of most normal transactions that people conduct business in their day-to-day lives. So we have been impacted far greater in lots of ways than many other commercial organizations. Whether you're a not-for-profit or for-profit organization, we've had significant impact. And as has been said, we were among the first to close, and we're going to be the last to reopen. We are open, but a lot of people think that we're open just like we were before, because the grocery store is open like they were before. The liquor store, you can go and get your liquor without a problem. Nothing has appeared to change. But the type of experience, when people come to experience the performing arts and have that cathartic experience to learn something, to feel something, and let's face it, to be exposed to the free exchange of ideas. We don't have the town square anymore that people walk into and they exchange their ideas. The performing arts are one way for people to be exposed to things that may change their lives and the lives of their families. So at any rate, I think I would ask that you vote ought to pass on House Bill 1369. I truly appreciate your interest, and we'll be happy to answer questions, any questions that may arise.
Representative Kelsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So just to clarify, you can already require all of these measures, correct?
Currently, we base our decisions on what happens on the ground in front of us. The biggest challenge, as I alluded to, is that we need governmental support in terms of suggesting that this is an important and necessity function of our business. If you say it is not, by not passing this, you're in essence telling our potential customers that we don't have the right to make these choices.
Follow up.
Okay, so basically you want this in statute as an enforcement mechanism then?
I would appreciate the support that we have the capability of doing this. Enforcement, as we experienced in the last 22 months, has been a sticky wicket. When we had regulations that were supposed to be enforced by the government, they were not. And individual businesses were left on their own to attempt to enforce regulations that were being given through emergency orders and things of that nature. And there was mixed messaging to the community about what we're allowed to do and what we were not allowed to do, which resulted in confrontation. People who chose to come out to a concert and use that as their independent opportunity to create a scene, when that was not the purpose of the event. But because there was no clear support from the government saying that this is well within the rights of their businesses, please let them conduct their businesses. I think that it's important. I would clarify that the language that's in the bill, however, does give some people the understanding that these requirements, all of these requirements, will be applied. And I think the language could be adjusted to include such safety protocols as, and that would leave it up to the business. It would not be a state mandate of all or nothing. I think that's a very important distinction that may help assuage some concerns of the public in terms of enforcement.
Thank you.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And I'm still hung up on the whole vaccine thing being in this bill. How would you police that, number one? And number two, what if somebody has natural immunity, which we have heard earlier before is sufficient?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. And I'd actually like to respond to one of your early questions as well. In terms of how we implement it now, our patrons are given different options. So if they choose not to be vaccinated, one of the options is they can show a test that they're not communicable when they arrive. And there are a number of different options that are provided. So it gives freedom of choice, and it gives a mechanism to ensure public confidence to attend any particular event. So I would advocate for as many options as we can provide the public to give them the confidence to make that choice to purchase their tickets. And then to follow up earlier on your question, as far as the vaccines go, again, there are lots of studies that will give you lots of different perspectives on all of these. We are, in some ways, living an experiment, and the numbers are bearing out the benefits and some of the challenges associated with it. But as my colleague stated, this is a macro level concern for a business and not one that we are interested in taking a stand on or becoming a source of contention when all we're trying to do is conduct our business.
Representative Gay, did you have your hand up? I thought so.
I'm impressed. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Have y'all ever attempted to put together CDC guidelines and inform your performers? Because some of these requests are totally refuted by CDC conclusions.
Well, I appreciate that opportunity to answer that. Yes, in fact, we do share on a regular basis what current CDC requirements or recommendations are with our audiences, with our employees, and with the outside contracted entertainment that come in, the performers. That being said, it's a difference between what individual responses are in terms of whether they are vaccinated and what is comfortable for a group to be able to make a decision to come together and then generate the appropriate amount of financial activity that justifies that business. So, it is not our role to educate every performer, although in the last 22 months I've worked very hard being involved behind the scenes advocating for how best to approach these safety concerns associated with operating the business. But the volume of material that's out there that can be used to refute or to support, it does not position us as administrators performing arts venues to be the experts in the field. So we do our best to be responsive to both the artists and to the audiences in front of us. I hope that answers your question.
Follow up.
You do realize that there's strong opinions on both sides, and if you want to get this bill through, it's probably going to have to undergo a compromise.
Oh, I respectfully appreciate that. I think compromise is very important. That's what we do every day in our business. Every day it's a compromise about whether we're going to contract with this particular performer, whether we're going to bring an individual in who has strong opinions in a personal area. The performing arts are a lightning rod for people who choose to refute individual opinions or beliefs. And so anything we program in our space can be interpreted as a political message, when in the reality is we're just trying to conduct business and bring the public something of that they'd like, something that they might need, and something they might not even know they want. And so we try to create a diverse program that supports that.
Representative Kelsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I waive off.
Anyone else? One thing from the chair, would you say that the last few years has put poignancy to the phrase struggling artist?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. And final card that I have.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, sir, sorry. Yes. Is from Representative Tim Lang. He asked to speak for 2 minutes, and here he is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Tim Lang. I'm a third-term rep here representing Belknap County 4. However, in my real job, when I'm not here at the State House wearing my name tag, I work in the entertainment industry. I work specifically as a regional IT manager for the largest concert promoter in the country. I cover 9 outdoor amphitheaters throughout all of New England, about 30 nightclubs through all of New England. I help manage the technology. Part of my reason for this, while I'm not representing them, I just want to validate some things that were said to make it clear that artists are a huge driver in this conversation, what artists require. I give you an example. Dave Matthews Band requires vaccines or testing for all of their concerts. I cover Saratoga Performing Arts Center, and we had 23,000 people show up for a concert there last summer for Dave Matthews Band, all of which was able to manage this requirement of either vaccination or testing. And the concert promoter had a process in place for validating that, including doing testing on site for real-time testing or the instant testing they have. But I will say the artists do drive a lot of this. And for New Hampshire, the reason as Belknap 4 I'm here is we have the Bank of New Hampshire Pavilion up in Guilford. That venue up there drives, I think last year we had 38 concerts, probably close to almost 500,000 people show up to do concerts throughout that venue, give or take. I can't remember the exact number. Actually, we had 52 concerts, almost 500,000 people. And again, I would say 80% of those concerts had some sort of requirement for testing or for vaccine requirement, either or. So it is an important aspect, especially for artists, right? The artists are concerned. I had an enhanced, when I do my job, I was before we had any accommodations or requirements or mandates, one of the mandates I had is I go backstage, I have to be tested every single day, whether I'm vaccinated or not. Every single person got tested if you went backstage. Because if you look at Dave Matthews Band, their average night's about $500,000 in revenue for them. Never mind what the venue itself makes, but what the artist makes. So me going backstage sick and getting that artist sick would have a multi-million-dollar rolling effect as they have to quarantine for 14 days if someone got sick on their tour. So there are some legitimate reasons for doing some of this, but I will say the one reason I really came up was in this conversation about mandates and requirements is the contractual obligation with the patron. And so we had a situation, I served on the Governor's Reopening Task Force. I actually wrote the guidance for the Performing Arts Center and worked with Andrew and a couple of other people to come up with a good set of draft guidelines for opening in the middle of this pandemic that would work for them so they could actually start getting some revenue coming in rather than zero revenue coming in. But the one thing we found out this last summer was we had some people put in vaccination requirements after ticket sales and then was refusing to refund money. And that's a major problem that needs to be addressed if you choose to move forward on this bill. Those kind of contractual obligations between the patron who bought the ticket thinking there was no vaccine requirement, no mask requirement, and then later comes out they set one, needs to have some sort of remedy for getting their money back because they're not going to attend. And that was the main reason I wanted to speak, was that contractual obligation between the patron and the venue itself to make sure that if a rule like this is put in place, that it's clear that venues have an obligation to refund money if they change the terms and conditions that the ticket was sold under. That's it.
I have a question for you. Would you see that being what we need to do to amend the bill, or while you're up, do you see anything else in it?
In looking at the bill, again, I'm not sure there's a necessity for this bill because businesses can already do everything that's in this bill. The theater companies already do. I know Andrew already does. I know Bank of New Hampshire already does. Almost everything in here they're already doing. I think Andrew's point to enforcement is probably they want to point to the big bad government, says we got to do this because the big bad government said so, and that's part of this is they're looking for a scapegoat. That's just my personal opinion.
You're not speaking for Fish and Game on that, are you?
I'm not speaking for Fish and Game on that, not at all, sir. So that's what I do think is going on. I think part of this is they want somebody to point to say, we have this policy and here's why. It's government said kind of thing. My opinion.
My second question, which is unrelated, I know in the 19th century the Chautauqua facility in upstate New York had an outdoor but very well covered pipe organ. Any of the facilities that you manage have the need for a classically trained pipe organist? Who would do it for far less than the band you referenced?
I can reach out to Dave Matthews Band, see if they have a chance for you, or Zach Brown Band, both of which I'm friends with, and see if they can do something for you, but I'm thinking not, Mr. Chairman,
A lighter shade
sorry.
of pale demands a Hammond organ. Okay, any other questions for the representative? Representative Gay.
So
No,
even-
I can't get you tickets.
Thank you, Representative.
Actually, I would like some replaced. Thank you. Thank you for taking, perhaps even if everybody, okay, this is one of those statements with question mark at the end. Perhaps if currently all the activities that are being asked to be made formally legal, even if we didn't need all that, your point sounds very, very reasonable, that patrons do need the protection that if the requirements are sprung on them after they've bought the tickets, that they deserve getting the money back. And this is really sort of related to the issue of people donating money to the truckers in Canada and then finding out they're not going to get it back and it's not going to the truckers. So, I mean, this oh, you didn't know about that. Okay, sorry. Ignore that. It wasn't part of this. So it does sound like there is a reasonable requirement for a bill that would protect people.
Doesn't it?
So
Doesn't
I
it?
think
Doesn't
she's,
it?
yeah, I got the question mark at the end.
Okay.
So again, I do think that if you pass a bill like this, there should be an additional requirement on the venues are looking for some protections, and the additional requirement should be that they value the patron's contract, that if it's a new requirement that's sprung on the patron after they purchase the ticket, then that should void the contract purchase of the ticket, and you get your ticket money back.
Okay, thank you.
Representative DeLamus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did. Thank you for taking my question. So if we did put this policy in, say the bill does move forward, and it's basically patrons who are surprised by policy can say, oh, I didn't know, and then they get their money back. I just don't see that might be a can of worms, you know? What do you
I
think?
agree it's ripe for abuse. You know, someone who just can't make it that night decides that it's the reason is after the ticket was purchased, they put a mask mandate and they don't want to do it. So it could open a giant can of worms. I agree. I will say again, we found out this summer through one of the local venues here in New Hampshire that refused to give money back. We had to get the Attorney General's office involved to get them to square it away with the venue, who ultimately ended up opening a 2-week window for reimbursement for people to get their money back. But it was a big, heavy load. So if you're going to open something like this to government, then you need to open all of it and clean it all up and deal with this fact of the patron-venue relationship when contract terms change.
Representative, would you agree with me that it should not be worded, oh, I didn't know, but it should be worded when it is posted on any site from which you buy tickets and going forward? Otherwise, anybody could claim ignorance. But if you can prove the date, this is when we put it on, you are without excuse if you later choose not to go for whatever reason, would you believe?
Buyer beware is always good policy. So
Yeah.
know what you're buying, know what you're getting into.
Anyone else? Representative Weber, did you have your hand up? Well, thank you.
Great minds that think alike.
We do. Thank you so much. And with that, I would like to close the hearing on House Bill 1639 and open an exec session on the same bill, 1639, for the purpose of discussing only and not voting what we just heard, to see if we can come to 1369. What I meant. I'm sure I do. There's a lot of dyslexia going around. Representative Knurk.
Thank you very much. The reason I got out of my chair was to run back to Representative Lang because he makes a very good point. I've already prepared an amendment which would change the statutory reference based upon the amendment which was distributed from Representative Wilhelm. And I was coming up with wording, but I want to know if this was acceptable, so I would have not burden OLS with multiple requests for amendments that we keep changing. That at the end of the current amendment, if you pull it out, Line 10 says, instead of a period at the end of the word investments, it would say, provided that refunds for tickets shall be offered if such policies are changed after the ticket is purchased. And given the question it was just asked, we could probably add something like, and the patient has,
Patient?
sorry, other hat.
There is therapeutic
I still-
value to music.
I still keep falling back into old habits.
Okay.
And the patron, same letter, the patron has been informed of the policies prior to purchase. I'm trying to figure out that wordsmithing. It'd be the usual thing, you know, when you make a reservation, it says, I understand the policies, the terms and agreement of the airline flight or the hotel reservation regarding cancellation policy, and you check a box. Since most of these sales are online, that'd be very easy for them to put in. You've checked it, and it's therefore clarified that you are aware of the policies. But if they change them, you get a refund. Would the committee feel that's appropriate and help me with the wording, and I'll get this submitted?
Representative Weber. Microphone, please.
My apologies.
Thank you.
I was going to say, provided that refunds for tickets be provided if policies relative to COVID-19, including mask requirements, vaccine requirements, testing requirements, or a combination thereof, using the same language that is on lines 6 and 7, change after the purchase is made.
How does that sound?
Question on that, do we need to still add some mechanism in which we document that the person was informed at the time of purchase? Because, again, they could say, well, I wasn't aware of that, but if you have a checkoff box.
Okay, then, provided that refunds for tickets be provided if policies posted at the time of purchase change.
For the audience, during an
After
exec session, we do not take further testimony, but we can ask, with the permission of the chair, different ones to answer a specific question. So my question to Mr. Pernard is, are you comfortable with this? Because it seems to be quite important to us.
I think the contract with the patron is a very important one, and I do not believe that most venues would have any concerns as long as it is specific to this topic. The concerns of illness, the concerns of people who just don't feel like showing up and then use this as an excuse, this has been a very real problem. But I know most of the venues in the state very specifically elaborate what their policies are ahead of time with that intent.
Representative Folsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Don't go away. I have a question for you. Sorry. What percentage of the ticket sales are online?
Nowadays, 100% of the ticket sales are available
So
online.
if there was a box that they had to check off saying, I understand that, blah, 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 are the requirements for this performance?
Two of
would
the
that-
venues I'm associated with do exactly that.
Okay.
They already check a box that state that I will wear a mask. That does not, however, reflect their reaction when they arrive. There are often people who purchase a ticket and forget they checked a box. Or some that perhaps a person purchased the tickets and gifted them to others. That is one of the particular challenges. That is why when we're doing ticketing, we're trying very hard to include the policy on the ticket so that people have access to that information.
Would there also be a form available at the box office should box offices suddenly reappear and someone comes and buys the ticket there, that here's the form, read it, check it, sign it?
Again, most venues that I'm aware of in New Hampshire currently have some sort of notice posted prior to the purchase, and there's also practice of the individuals who are selling the ticket to remind people of the policies prior to accepting payment.
Representative Weber.
The sentence here is getting very, very long. So if perhaps we left the period after financial investments and we started a whole new sentence, then we could say, if policies posted relative, if policies, sorry, that's got to go in another place. If policies relative to COVID-19 with all the added language, posted at the time of purchase, change after the purchase is completed, the venue shall refund the ticket price if the patron requests. I said if the patron requests.
I'm looking for nodding
Is that,
vertically or
would that work?
horizontally. You have to ask me. Representative Soloway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just point out to this committee that we're doing an awful lot of legislating, including the term COVID-19 in
Thank you.
statute. And I would simply like to point out that within the foreseeable future, COVID-19 is more than likely to disappear as our most immediate threat, and perhaps we ought to substitute verbiage such as infectious or communicable disease rather than COVID-19, so that we don't have to go back a few years from now and repeal all the statutes that we've passed with regard to COVID-19.
I was thinking the same. Thank you for articulating it. That would mean that line 3 of the bill would need to change. But while we're up, let's do that. Representative Weber.
Is the phrase that you would like if infectious or communicable disease, policies relating to, and we change it in 2 places at that point. Thank you.
Let's speak to that issue. Anybody have a point? Representative Folsom? Think out loud.
Okay, I'll try and think out loud with this one. You heard me groan.
I mean, think out loud.
Yeah.
Of course you're speaking out loud.
I would have grave concerns to make it too broad. It would have to be, I would want it to be tied to the fact that emergency orders had been put in place regarding some disease, because the flu can be rampant and communicable. So, that and infectious. So, I think that's a little bit broad for me to have that.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would propose to the committee that we go back to looking at line 6 on the amendment proposed by Representative Wilhelm. And 2 things. One is we would strike the RSA 141 and substitute that for the recommendation from Department of Health and Human Services to, I think it's 359T.
We've got that.
Okay, and then the other side of the coin would be on line 6, to be consistent with what Representative Soloway is presenting, which I think is logical, is that at the end of the sentence where it says, in response to be a communicable disease pandemic, which is going back to declared by the emergency powers of the governor. So it does follow Representative Folsom's argument about it has to be something declared by the governor as a true emergency, and therefore it doesn't apply strictly to COVID, but it applies to all the pandemic that the governor so declared.
Representative Weber.
I'm very concerned about tying it into the emergency declaration, because when the governor declares an emergency, the governor can then declare whatever policies the governor thinks fit. This is not about what the governor does. This is about what private businesses do. And I think that private businesses ought to have the authorization to set policies that provide them with the maximum amount of revenue and whatever else they as a business value in the world in terms of artistic satisfaction and service to the public. And that should not be tied to a state of emergency. It seems to me that the business ought to set out their policies and their requirements very clearly, and you decide if you want to buy your ticket or not, and if you change, they're going to give your money back. But that doesn't have to do with a state of emergency. That just has to do with fair business practices.
Representative Kelsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we not already allow private businesses to do what private businesses want to do? I mean,
Well,
I
that's
guess I'm
coming
just
up for
stuck on
question.
why put this in statute when private businesses are already allowed to implement all of these things. I've gone to concerts, you know, in the last 2 years, and I have worn a mask and I have satisfied the other requirements, the multi-layer mitigation. That was my choice, you know, as a patron to do that. And I respected the private business that they wanted me to do that. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out why we have to put this in statute when we already allow private businesses to do what private businesses want to do.
May I suggest that's not necessarily the case, and we will have legislation before us that will further go in the opposite direction. Representative Shapiro.
That is exactly what I wanted to say.
Representative Knurk.
Yes, one thing is I would actually avoid use of the word pandemic and other things like this. The point is, it has to be nimble. Public health response should be flexible, and it's difficult to have it in statute because it's hard to anticipate. None of us would have anticipated what went on the last 2 years. A pandemic means around the world. You could have a localized epidemic of some kind of disorder, for example, measles, something else, where a venue would want to do something because they'd like to be able to stay open. So I don't think we should have any specific comments about pandemics or diseases. It could just be flexible in terms of communicable diseases. And leaving it at communicable, I think, rather than infectious and communicable, because anything would be, you know. So I would lean toward that with the other language you're talking about.
Representative Weber.
Thank you. The reason we need the statute is because, as Mr. Ramsey, the Honorable Mr. Ramsey, testified, right now, if somebody shows up despite his policies that do not comport with his policies, there's nothing he can do about it. If we pass something like this, the patron shows up, will not comply with the policies, and at least the owners, the managers of the venue can say, here's your $125 back, hit the road, Jack, as opposed to coming in and violating the venue's contract with every single other person who's in the place. I think that's a really great balance, but that's just me. Thank you.
Representative Folsom.
One of the other things that I had about the bill was, yes, I think the private businesses have the right to set their policies, and then we have the right to say whether we want to go there or not. We've already done a couple bills where we said we were trying to carve out migraines, or we were trying to carve out a specific disease, and it almost seems like we're carving out for the performing arts. Should we, you know, are we going to then have a bill next session carving out some other kinds of venues or things? So I'm not sure. I'm just sharing my thoughts. I'm not.
My response to that, Representative, would be that taking out the word COVID-19 is similar to our not going along with migraines. It's moving in that direction. Representative Weber, I think, had hand up.
I was just going to say that historically there is nothing we can do that will stop people bringing in new bills that do things that are odd, or that we think are inappropriate, or that we think get us farther down a slippery slope, and the remedy for that is moving ITL and passing it.
Representative Folsom.
I want to explain to our guests that my asking questions are not because I don't think this is a good thing for you to be able to do. I am just trying to parse out any possible ramifications of the bill. It's not that I'm putting up a big red flag or something.
This seems to be, to me, consistent with improv theater. I think I'll take a couple more, then we've got to move on, but this is to help what will be an amendment writing twosome or threesome. Just two more, Representative Merchant and then King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other side of the equation, too, is that I think there's value to this because if you have an artist who wants to come to New Hampshire, being able to go to a policy or a law saying the theater does have the authority to do this would be helpful for them to secure the artist, because if we don't have an artist, we don't have a performance, regardless of what you could think about the vaccine status. So we're trying to make the artist feel more comfortable. There is, in fact, something on the books to allow the theater to have a policy like this. I think it would be helpful to the artist to be here.
Representative King.
Just for the record, I'm struggling with a lot of different things here. One is that we don't, even though we have some bills that are coming through that may eventually not allow people to mandate, we don't. And so I think we're talking about this prematurely, or at least it seems that way to me. The other thing is, as far as communicable diseases, there's a lot of communicable diseases that really don't need, and my heartburn really is going to land on the vaccine itself. As time goes on, it's proving that it's not what it was advertised to be. There's no returning once it's in your body, and I just have a hard time with that. I would go to a concert or something if I had to wear a mask, but I'm not going to vaccinate.
Which is your choice? All right, I'd like to name an amendment committee of 2 or 3 people to work on everything. Somebody from either side of both sides of the playground, if possible. Who do we have over here? Representative Knurk. Anybody over? What's that? Before the middle of March. There's somebody else? All right, Representative Acton has the benefit of not being here in the room when it was all discussed, so you can come with fresh eyes. All right, Representative Knurk and Representative Acton will be the committee of 2, and I'm not sure when we'll be done. It may be we have a couple of weeks off before crossover, in which case could you come back as soon as you can with this? Thank you so much.
I'm already drafting it.
That's soon, and let Representative Acton in on it too. He's good, yes. Yeah, even though he calls patrons patients sometimes, yeah. Okay, that closes the exec session on 1639. 1369, pardon my less Dixia. All right, and here we go. I'm going to fill out a pink card.
Gary hasn't signed this yet. I did. I'll sign it better.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Okay. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
This opens the hearing on House Bill 1045, an act requiring legislative oversight over the emergency powers of the Department of Health and Human Services. And I recognize Chairman Mark Pearson, the prime sponsor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This bill is a very simple little housekeeping thing to put into a place in the laws that the Ethics Oversight Advisory Committee has a say to the Department of Health and Human Services where issues are a matter of ethics. Ethics are very important. Technical people may and should ask the question, how do we do it? Ethical thinkers ask the question, should we? And so often, and it's not just by bad actors, it's by people responding to an emergency, will say, we've got to get this done. And sometimes the voice of saying, should we, or should we do it this way, is not heard for any number of reasons. The Ethics Oversight Advisory Committee is made up of numbers of stakeholders, the medical people of which will have had some training along the way in ethics. The Speaker's office asked me, as it often does, to recommend some people to be appointed from the House. I looked around. I've gotten to know most of the House members, and I recommended that a Republican who in his Master of Divinity training to be a Protestant pastor studied ethics. I also found a Democrat who has a master's degree in ethics and recommended them both, and they were duly appointed. As the section of the law that defines what this Ethics Oversight Committee does says, it's a two-way direction. The committee may speak to the department either in the department's anticipation of doing something, saying something, or after it's done so. And the commissioner may initiate by asking whoever is in the chair of the ethical committee, would you take a look at this to see if this passes ethical muster? That's what this does. It puts it in what I am told is the right place. And over the weekend, I sent everybody 3 pages of single-spaced analysis. I ask your forgiveness for the brevity of it. It spells out the different places in the law. We see numbers, RSA, this and that. So in that written testimony I gave you over the weekend, it spells it all out, and I've printed hard copy, which I'll pass out to help you further if you wish. So, Madam Chair, that's basically this. It's a little housekeeping thing.
Thank you very much. I'll take questions. I'll recognize Representative Weber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I hope a series is okay, but I'll ask after each one. My first question is, because the words in front of us, rather than all of the intent behind it, says subject to legislative oversight, how do we know that this is limited only to oversight for ethical issues rather than for whatever the whim of whatever legislature is in power at the time when it is needed?
That's a very good question. Okay. And I would be amenable to an amendment that would insert the word ethics, so that paragraph 5 or 6 shall be subject to legislative ethical oversight, or oversight in the matter of ethics. I'd be very amenable to that. In fact, I would encourage it.
And a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for taking my follow-up. My follow-up is it a matter of concern that if I look on the General Court website, this is a committee that was established in 2008 that currently appears to have never had any meetings whatsoever, and it has currently only 2 named representatives, both being from the House, for which we thank you. But is it not really worrying and troublesome to delegate that much authority to a committee that has no track record and apparently only 2 members?
I would say it has the authority to speak. It is advisory. And secondly, one of the many committees I now chair hadn't met for quite a while until somebody said, "Why isn't it?" And they wangled me in, not as a legislator, but as a private citizen under one category. So I would say, okay, we're going to meet, so start making the appointments. I think this is an important matter. We know in history of times when scientists or technical people said, here's how you do it, and the voices of ethics were not heard. And so I think this is very important. And with this, I would be happy to raise the hue and cry that this gets named.
One more follow-up?
One final follow-up. Would you be open to further amendment? I know it says that the Ethics Oversight Advisory Committee, so that sounds like the committee's meant to be advisory, but it says an emergency order shall be subject to legislative oversight, which kind of means to me that the legislature gets to say, not going to do that. And I think we need, would you agree that if the intent is to make this an advisory opinion, we need to make it clearer that the opinion of this committee is merely advisory, in which case some of us who had real concerns about the language when we read it the first time might have far less concerns, knowing that this was a review simply of the ethical issues involved and in an advisory capacity, which is not at all how I read it to begin with.
I would hope that as we work on this, you would have fewer concerns.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Soloway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question, Honorable Dr. Cannon, Representative Pearson.
Representative will do fine, thank you. You forgot Air Force Major, but that's okay.
It occurs to me that we have a Department of Health and Human Services Oversight Committee,
We
which
do.
I believe is amply chaired.
Thank you.
We're dealing here with a suggested ethics committee function, but also there are structural imperatives that go along with this. Would we not be better off dealing with the ethical issues under the umbrella of the Department of Health and Human Services Oversight Committee?
I would not, for the reason that probably other than you and me, I can't think of anyone else on oversight who has had training in ethics. And while not everyone to be appointed to the Ethical Advisory Committee will have, many of them will have. Secondly, I think that while oversight has a very general purpose, this says that ethics is so important that we want to have a special group, even if it lies dormant for periods of time when it's not necessarily needed, although it is needed now.
Representative Gay?
Thank you very much. I really approve of such few words holding so much information.
It's a miracle.
Yes. But I would really appreciate having you expound the nuts and bolts of how to do this. Whose authority, how binding is the opinion of the, because I mean, it says advisory committee, it says shall, it says ethics oversight. Exactly what kind of authority does the maybe just 2 members of the Ethics Committee have? How much authority? Because it says shall be subject to legislative oversight.
I would say the authority is moral suasion, in that with at least 2 people with training in ethics and the medical people having studied ethics, I don't think it would, anything that this group would say would not be considered lightly. It would have in itself some authority. One would hope then that the Department of Health and Human Services would recognize that. As a parallel, very much in my own person, at the relatively early stages of the pandemic, I spoke to one of the section heads of DHHS on behalf of churches. And being a legislator, also running a medical center, and being clergy, I hit the trifecta. So that what I said was, I hope, because it was well considered, was accepted. So I think the moral suasion of this Ethics Advisory Committee would carry the day. And should it not, we always have Oversight Committee.
Follow-up?
I'm not negating anything you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to understand exactly who do you advise? The legislature, the emergency order
The
giver?
Commissioner of Health and Human Services.
Okay, could we put that in there?
Oh, it's in there somewhere already. Oh, all right, RSA, as it exists. There is hereby established an Ethics Oversight Advisory Committee to offer advice to the Commissioner relative to the ethical issues that may be identified in the course of planning for, et cetera, et cetera. And it speaks of communicable diseases, because COVID-19 won't be the last of them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in there. This you
I
know,
don't see it in here.
it's not in there, because this is being added to something that's already there.
Okay.
Representative Knirk?
Thank you. There are sort of 2 questions that are the same. Because the concern about limiting it to limiting it not being anything and everything that they'd want to rule on, that I would presume is already there, since it says it's pursuant to RSA 141C27(2)B. Would not you agree that since this has to do with ethical issues in the course of responding to and planning to outbreaks of communicable disease, that it already is limited? And also, since that is precisely what RSA 141C27(2)B reads, why do we need this bill at all? Because it's already there that we have this committee to give advice. So how is this actually changing anything?
It underlines, it underscores, it makes more obvious. I wish I could find my notes when I was approached by important people telling me do this, because I'll tell you who they were. I agree, and as we periodically hear in various bills, such as the last one, a lot of this stuff's already there. But sometimes it's nice to put it in a couple of places.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Well, the last one wasn't in law, it was in practice. This already exists in law, because 141C27(2)B already states that this is established and this is what its job is to offer advice. So unless it's altering that, I'm just still not quite sure why we would need to reinforce it in law.
I wish I could remember why I was asked to do it, because I don't.
Representative Merchant?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the question. When I looked back at the RSA, which is referred to on the committee, this talks about a legislative oversight committee. I was under the assumption a legislative oversight committee was comprised of legislators. What this has in this bill, it refers back to RSA 141C 2B, if you look at the list of members, there's 15. Of the 15, there's only 3 legislators on that advisory committee.
That is correct.
So therefore, is this really a legislative committee, or is this really kind of an oversight committee? Because I think legislator or legislative committee is sort of a misnomer.
I'd defer to somebody who's been in the House longer. To me, it's a semantic issue, not a content issue. I know there are some committees that don't have legislators appointed to them, but the legislature nevertheless established that committee, and I hear them referred to as a legislative committee, even though there's no that's probably incorrect speaking. This Ethics Advisory Committee, as you rightly point out, has 2 reps, 1 senator, and a bunch of other people. Would it be helpful, Madam Chair, if the written copy of what I emailed was handed out now, because it has things that are spelled out that would benefit those who aren't researching them on their computers?
Yes, I think
Okay.
that'd be very helpful. Okay. I'm trying to keep a list and get people recognized as I see the hands. Hopefully that's an all right situation.
Can I just give a point of information while it's being passed out? Just a point of information, just to clarify, actually, what will be coming out, if it's the same as the email, discussed what is stated in 141C27-2B. That's actually what's stated in 141C27-1. So just so we have the proper statutory reference. And that is in the bottom of the first page.
Sorry, you're saying that it has not just the 2B, but also.
No,
Oh,
what it is, what's quoted there in italics is actually 141C27, Roman numeral 1. In other words, what I'm saying is it's confusing. It says 127C27-2B reads, and then it says 1. It's actually, what you mean, I think, Chairman, was that 141C27-1 reads. This is the paragraph at the bottom.
Oh, sorry.
Bottom of the first page.
This, let's make sure that doesn't become a discussion, but yes, this, the point was raised that at the bottom of the first page, the reference is apparently to RSA 141-C27-1, because there's the Roman numeral 1 there in that language.
Yes, and that's what the chair has actually put in, but he has above it in the introduction before the semicolon, before the colon, 2B, it's actually 1. Because 2B is reading, review at least annually report of investigations, blah, blah, blah. That's just a minor error, but I want to make sure we all knew, so we're talking the same language.
Okay, and,
May I approach them and show them?
Yeah, thanks. Oh, so is this 2B here, or
No,
is this
that is
one up
1.
there?
This, you're quoting 1.
1, okay, all right, sorry. Thank you very much.
It's called the Ethics Oversight
Appreciate that,
Advisory
thank you.
Committee.
no. Sorry, I think I'm being a little too permissive here. This is sounding more like an executive session, so I'll bring it back in.
I'm letting him know where his error is, so we can make progress.
I appreciate that. There were other voices that were starting to come up as well, so I wanted to pull the reins back in there. I guess I'm going to recognize, I have a list here of people as their names came up. I was going to ask one question as chair. Thank you for taking the question. I've heard the term with great power comes great responsibility. While I recognize you don't remember the specific people who asked you to do this, were they perhaps some who realized just how broad the powers could be in other hands that might not be quite as restrained?
The people who asked me to do this said, it is very important we have people who respond thinking ethically, and that this advice is given not just as a bunch of people who are chuffed off at something, but people who have been trained to think ethically about questions.
Thank you. Representative Weber?
do you believe that the list of people trained to think ethically about questions include necessarily include, it may include, but doesn't necessarily, the 3 legislative members of the committee, the director of the Department of Health, the state epidemiologist, all of which I firmly hope are thinking ethically to begin with, the Attorney General, representative of Public Health Network, representative college or university, police chief, fire department, physician, commissioner of the Department of Safety, member of a fire department EMTB, representative of a hospital, the commissioner of labor or designee, a member of the Disability Rights Center. My concern is, are we delegating the right decision to the right group of people? And my further question is, aren't you really sorry that you started this discussion by saying this is a simple housekeeping bill?
To the first question.
Which is always the kiss of death.
To the first question, no. To the second question, absolutely.
Yeah.
I do not believe necessarily, and I'm going to dare to say I do not believe in fact. Everyone mentioned there has any idea what ethics is. I'm not saying they're unethical people. That's not what I'm saying.
Exactly.
The scientific or the academic study of ethics is not probably something they have ever had. And you know, the question of how do you do it versus should you do it, I should have asked of myself. Because I probably should have rewritten what this ethics advisory group is about. Not that these aren't fine people, but their opinions, their stakeholder subgroups' opinions can be heard in other venues than an ethical advisory committee.
Thank you.
Representative Gay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I look at what's different between the current law and what is proposed, what's missing in the current law is what you've just really defined.
Thank you so much.
The emergency order and the advisory of the ethics, I mean, if that's the Ethics Oversight Advisory Committee, the people that Madam Weber, Representative Weber just read, those certainly seem to be, you know, important people for input on dealing with, but they don't really satisfy the requirements of being an expert at ethics. So somehow it seemed like it would be nice if you could rewrite this so that, once again, you have an ethics, this is not Ethics Oversight Committee, I'm saying, whatever you want to call the committee of 2 right now and possibly more, but people skilled in the study of ethics, somehow to be more advisory to this group, because that list of people just isn't really an ethics advisory committee. So I want to see the ethics advisory to supersede and advise the people in that long list of people.
It's not my place when I sit on this end of the room to ask any one of you questions, but let me make the statement. Should the question be asked of me, would I be well advised to rewrite the list of participants to make sure that an ethics advisory committee is a committee of people trained in ethics, given the fact that these other wonderful groups of people have an opportunity to have their voices heard in other ways? Well, this is not a housekeeping bill, is it?
Sorry, one follow-up.
Because the emergency order is what's in your bill, and it's nowhere near what's already in the law. I didn't find that anywhere. So I would want that combined.
With the pleasure of the chair, I'd be very happy to stop talking, which is, again, a miracle. with the understanding that I will go off and rewrite an amendment and be well advised by anyone who wishes to speak to me, and many of you have already well spoken to me. May I withdraw?
Yes, you may
Thank
withdraw.
you.
Oh, sorry. And now the chair recognizes Roseanne Chester from Bedford, representing herself.
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. Just a quick aside. Some of those individuals that you identified, like the Disabilities Rights Center, they have quite a bit of experience with regards to ethics. I wasn't able to write all of the folks down, but the bottom line is the reason why this bill exists for we the people is because in the most recent round of executive orders, this exists, but it's not, there's no teeth to it. So although we the people brought it forward and said, this is not okay, that this executive order is, you're doing this, we need to file an ethics complaint, or we need to have the ethics committee bring it forward, because we truly believe that the executive order violated ethics, bottom line. And so that's why we asked for it, and basically we were told, well, we don't have to do it, so we're not going to. That's why this bill needs to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further speakers, I will close the hearing on 10:45.
Okay, Daddy back in the chair. Thank you so much, and thank you for chairing that, and thank you for ripping my bill to shreds so that a new one can emerge in a much better way. Thank you, folks. All right, don't run away. The Honorable Lady and I have spoken over the weekend as to some bills that are not urgent, but they will be in about 3 or 4 weeks that we could profitably exec at this time. Okay. That's good. That's fine. Nope. Please take out House Bill 1384, establishing a committee to study the need for childcare and ways to supplement and fund it in New Hampshire. We heard this on the 24th of January. If you filed your bills in a calendar fashion, we heard it Monday morning, the 24th of January. And 1384. And we heard it on the 24th of January. And you may know that the Speaker's office has promulgated, with agreement of many from the opposite party, an 11th commandment, thou shalt not commit E.
Committee.
Don't make committees. Do not commit E. Okay. It's all right. I spoke with Representative Fenton, and we discussed the fact that if this bill were to pass and work its way through the system and then be signed by the governor into law, that would be summer. And then the committee would take a few months to get together and start thinking about what would be good ideas, and now we're into September next year, or this year. Wouldn't it be a good idea instead that this wonderful, needed thought, he grabs some people, grabs a few reps who are interested in this, grabs daycare people, grabs parents, grabs people who are involved and think this is an important issue, and come up with an ad hoc group. We do this sometimes with the deaf and hard of hearing community of the state. And that Representative Fenton would pull together this ad hoc group And they'd come up with some specifics that could turn into an LSR, and we would have a bill. In fact, this might get it done even faster. And it would involve us not having to name a committee. And as 3 members of the Senate, good luck. Not that they're hardworking, but because they are. And I know in trying to fulfill the Speaker's office's request to find a couple of people who could serve on this or on that, those who are able and are willing are not all of the reps. And many of the reps who you would really want are already serving on 3 or 4 committees and will not serve on another one. I cannot blame them. And so Representative Fenton thought that this would be a good idea, and he thought that a motion from us to ITL would be appropriate, because it would not speak negatively to the need, it would speak to the process. Any questions? Yes, Representative Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can second that, because when we did our study committee in 2019, there's a very committed and vocal group of child daycare owners who are just waiting to be heard. And so I can give him a list of people to call, and he can pull together an ad hoc committee. In about an hour of phone calls, he can have it all nailed. And these people will come, they'll meet, they can do Zooms, and he can have a very productive time, I think, just doing that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Snow.
Yes, there is an active group that has been working for some time. It's called the Children's Caucus. And I don't know that they focused on this issue in particular, but they might also have given some thought to how you'd accomplish the same goal. And I know that Representative Cornell was the chair, and she's recently stepped down, and I'm trying to remember who took over. Cassandra. Levesque, okay, yes, that's correct. So maybe at least we ought to give her a chat to see if there's a role that caucus could play, and maybe they've already gathered some of that same information.
I'll certainly pass all of these good ideas along to Representative Fenton. Representative Shapiro. When he and I discussed this, this was something he articulated. I didn't suggest it to him. He knew it already, so, but thank you. Chair entertains a motion. ITL. Who would wish to make the motion?
I'll make the motion to ITL.
Thank you, Representative King. And Representative Snow. The motion before us is on House Bill 1384, establishing a committee to study the need for childcare and ways to supplement and fund it in New Hampshire. Moved by Representative King. ITL is the motion. Moved by Representative King and seconded by Representative Snow. Would the clerk please call the roll? The motion is ITL.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Gay.
Yes.
Representative Cushman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Kelsey.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Cagney.
Gagny?
Gagny.
Yes.
Representative DeLemus.
Yes.
Representative Weber. Representative McKay absent. Representative Snow.
Yes.
Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway. Representative Cannon. Representative Nutter Upham.
Yes.
Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
20 zip.
any
Consent? Oh, sorry.
objection to consent?
I won't jump the gun, I apologize.
You know? Nope, seeing none, it goes on consent, 20-0. And Representative King, if you could write a very appreciative committee report on this. Some people don't allow the blurb writers to leave the room until the blurb is finished. I'm much more sloppy or tolerant, whichever, on that, but to a point. So if you could get that to me sometime in the next day or so. Thank you so much. All right.
Mr. Chair, I just got notified that the amendment on 1659 regarding the background checks is now available. I've asked them to make the copy. I can run up and get that right now if you wish.
Let's take a 5-minute break so you can, I'm sorry?
Well, unless you have another one to start, and I can run up and down while you're starting the other one.
Okay, that's fine. Representative Weber, you're suggesting which? Can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I was going to suggest House Bill 1409, that's the mental health services for minors. Unless you'd rather wait on that one?
I think I would for the moment.
Okay. I'll pass it back to the chair for your pleasure.
I would like to look at 1139. I know our caucus, the Republican caucus, discussed it this morning, and I have a note here indicating the Democrat caucus was to do the same. 1139, ophthalmic prescription requirements. We heard it on the 18th of January at 1:30, House Bill 1139. And did you, in fact, discuss this morning? Should have. Well, anyway. No? We have two amendments on it. One is by Representative Rung, which is Amendment 2022-0133H. We also have an amendment from Representative Verlier. Representative's amendment is 2022-0014H. And for the life of me, I cannot see how the amendment is different from what the bill is. And I've read it 3 times, so if any of you can see that, I'd appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, there's just a comma. On line 16, following cylinder, there's a comma.
Oh.
And that separates, so it's not cylinder axis, it's cylinder, comma, axis.
Oh, there it is. That's why we're a committee. Okay.
It's the hand surgeon sticking out.
So Representative Knurk, if you would keep those in your person and not pass them out lest we get confused. We're looking at 1139. It is on the bill, page 1, line 14. The first word is cylinder, and there should be a comma after that, before the word axis. Make sure everybody's got a chance to take a look at this. The Rung amendment.
It actually happens twice.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Who's Mr. Chairing me?
Me.
You.
I did not realize this was supposed to be done. I had worked with the ophthalmologist. I sent them an email last week saying that I had to concentrate on the early bills, and I would get back to them this week to go over their concerns, because they've emailed me with some concerns about the language, including in the amendment.
Okay.
is there any way we could recess the executive session on this particular bill and go back to it?
Yeah, I brought this forward because I have a note that said it was the hope that the Democratic caucus would look at this morning, but your nods are telling me you didn't, which is perfectly fine. So, yeah, without objection, I would like to recess this then so that we can come back with that additional information. Representative Weber.
I'm very sorry. I think I was misunderstood, or I was not at all clear, which is perfectly possible given my day yesterday. We did, in fact, have a caucus last night, but we discussed the early bills that were set for hearing tomorrow, and we did have some conversation about bills that might be ready to go. This was not one of them.
Representative Weber, since you were only one half of that conversation with me, it is quite possible that you were misunderstood by this half of that conversation. And so I am going to adjourn the very brief exec session, having dealt with the problem of the comma on House Bill 1139. Representative Knirk, what is the bill number you would like us to consider?
The amendment that I just went up to pick up,
Yep.
which did take less than 5 minutes, is on 1659.
And when was that heard?
On January 24th.
Okay, could you pass that around slowly while I look for that file?
It's one of the ones you had pulled to do today.
Oh, I did?
Yes,
Oh, I did?
yes,
16 what number?
59.
Stuff here.
15?
Haven't
Oh,
had a check.
yeah, wow, wonderful, I'm ahead of myself.
Yes. You're welcome. I'm a good assistant.
Yes. $16.59.
Did you grab one from? No, I didn't. Okay, that's just fine. Have these gone this way yet?
Not yet.
Oh, here. Get you one back. I thought you were handing it to me. So
I did, and I put it here. Anyway. All right, Jerry, what do you want to do?
Representative Knirk, would you, oh, wait a minute. I open what's this? An executive session on House Bill 1659 relative to criminal history background checks for certain healthcare workers. Chair recognizes Representative Knirk to speak to your amendment, which we just received, 2022-0532H.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, basically, there was some concern in this. When I ask a question during the hearing, if you go back to the bill for just a moment, on page 1, line 13, it says that the individual shall submit a public criminal history record, period. Which means I would give you my criminal history record when I'm going to be applying. And I thought that was odd, and I asked the question about how do we confirm authenticity of that. That actually evolved into a discussion of who does the credentialing, which we learned was done by outside agencies. It's other than just the state police, because the current statute has it only going through state police. So what we end up doing is, number one, if you look at the wording on the amendment on line 5, it goes back in, not that the person shall give the record, which would mean their criminal background check, but they give the authorization, which authorizes the release of their public criminal history record to the facility. So they're now, again, giving authorization, not providing the actual record. That's point number one. The reason that the word form was still deleted, which is on line 5, is because that form is referring to the state police form, and there are a number of different forms. This gives the facility the choice to use their own form. The second concern was in the original bill on line 29 on page 1 when it said the direct supervision.
Yeah.
And in a organizational flow chart, you may be a direct report to your supervisor, but you may never ever see them. And this was something where we wanted a little bit closer supervision. We had debated the word visual, but that would really be untenable. Nurses often work alone. If you ask the LNA to go run around and take the vital signs of all the people, somebody has to tag along with them directly into every room, and that would just not be workable. So we changed it to direct on-site supervision so that that person knows that at all times somebody could pop in and see what they're currently doing. And we also have to remember that this is a person who will have also, just within the prior 12 months, already passed a criminal history, background history check. So it's not a totally unknown individual. 12 months ago, they were already vetted and passed. They are now working conditionally with a conditional license for 90 days while waiting for their new criminal history background check to go through. And it just means that there has to be somebody on site that supervises them, not visually, but not just a direct report. So those are the changes.
Any questions of the representative on this? Or any statements? This is an exec session. You can make a statement. Yeah, I was one of those who was quite concerned about direct supervision not just being a name on a flow chart. So thank you for this. Representative Snow.
I just wonder, when we're talking about this applies to anybody that has any direct contact with a client. And what about contracted employees? Where I live, we have somebody from Catholic Medical Center comes in once a week to draw blood. It's never the same person. Does that mean each person that may be asked to come? We also have servers in the dining room who have a lot of direct contact with patients. They tend to change frequently, but the kind of conversation they have is not anything that would ever involve any real clinical or legal problems that I can think of. So how far do you want to go with this? It seems to me you could suddenly be gathering criminal investigations on a whole lot of people. We have landscapers who come in and, you know, they're kind of a rough-hewn group, but a lot of the clients other residents where I live will go out and ask them questions about what they're planting and how they're doing it. What's the best kind of fertilizer to use for this kind of plant? Do they have to have that, submit to that, or do they have to say, no, I'm not going to talk to you because I haven't done it? I mean, I think it's very confusing.
I
That
think if you-
language, I think we need to refine the language, any direct contact, and try to refine it a little bit more.
How would you understand then lines 11 and following of the bill? For the durations of licensure or certification, every individual selected for employment with any facility or entity required to be licensed or certified under this chapter. Then we go into the criminal record thing. So it already seems to be a restrictor. Line 15 picks up any employee, including volunteers, whose scope of employment is direct contact with a client. Client records, client tissue, bodily fluids, biological material. It seems to define the scope. Representative Weber.
And I too just wanted to emphasize that those words are already in statute. That's not what we're modifying. We're only modifying what the application process rather than who it covers. They're all already covered. We're trying to make it easier to fulfill the requirements.
Yeah, I know. I don't need to be reminded. I do not need to be reminded. Thank you. Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We need to remind everybody that this bill is just to help nursing homes and similar facilities that are desperate to get employees, and because it takes a while to get a criminal background check, this just says that they don't have to have they can employ people right away as long as they have the authorization to request the criminal background check. And like Representative Weber is saying, we're not changing any of the requirements. Any of the people, I think the bill really says, that the license, you're talking about people just the people who have to be licensed. I don't know if that means the person who's cutting the grass. You think it's more extensive?
Point of information, can I clarify this? Because
Yes, please.
No, the original statute applies to anybody who comes in contact with the residents or clients.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Representative Knirk, want to
yes,
pick up
the
on
issue
that?
is, when we're talking, this is what was really confusing and came up, and I spoke with Paula Minahan about this just last night. This is discussing institutional licensure. This is not licensure of the individual person. It's that the applicant for a license to operate a facility has to have in place a screening for employment that involves a background check. That's what this is about. So we were talking about licensing of facilities. That's what's being done. And again, as you stated, it's just to streamline the process so they don't have to go through the state police. They can go through other means. That's all.
Representative Snow, has that been helpful? Not enough, okay.
No.
Representative Knirk?
No,
No,
that
it doesn't.
Section 1 does. Section 2 is for duration of licensure or certification. That means of the facility. Every individual selected for employment with the any facility or entity required to be licensed, that means, again, the licensed entity shall have a criminal background check. So it's not just the operators. It means anybody who works there, any individual selected for employment. It's all employees.
But this is, and there's a phrase I'm not going to use, because the poor guy who did the last bill regrets it very much that he used it, but were we not in that position of regret? That's kind of what this bill is. I mean, it does not redefine categories of persons or anything like that.
Actually, it's more than just a housekeeping bill. What it's
Don't-
allowing is
don't
it's allowing them
say the
to
word.
use, it's allowing them to not have to use the state police. It's to streamline the process. So it does fundamentally change the process, but we're not changing who and everything else. As Representative Weber pointed out, that's all in statute already. We're only changing what's struck through or what's bold.
You okay with that, Representative Snow? Push the button. The button makes it go.
Individual, oh,
Yeah, well, you're good, Leave it alone. No late touch.
the only one in this room that has trouble with these microphones.
Because we all have our own troubles,
Oh,
sir.
you do?
Yes, we
Okay.
do.
Well, I'm glad mine is restricted to microphones.
We are too.
Does this, how, do people feel this also covers a lot of these contracted licensed employees, lab assistants, both Elliott and CMC send different lab assistants in each time they come. VNA sends people in to perform certain duties within the facility. Do they have to get a criminal background check on every one that the hospital's going to send or not?
The point is off the point.
It is.
It's not the
that
point of
happens
what
to
we're
me a
doing.
lot.
That's another subject.
The what?
This changes how, not who. Okay, that's all.
I think I can clarify.
Representative Folsom, to clarify.
Thank you. When they hire a contractor to fill those positions, it's usually that company you're contracting with that has done the background checks.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a question came up during the testimony. When we talk about going through the Division of State Police, they do a comparison, particularly at the federal level, sometimes with fingerprinting and so forth, to be sure that what's coming across at the federal is matching up with what's on the state level. my concern here, the way this is written, I don't oppose the way it's written per se, but there's nothing in here to say where you can go to get a public criminal back. I don't know enough about this and saying, could anyone give a public criminal history background? Or, because at least with state police, you know, you go into a state agency that's acting as a clearinghouse to ensure that the public is getting a criminal background check. When we delete the state police because of the backlog we hear about, my concern is that we don't have something as a clearinghouse at a federal or state agency to be acting in that capacity.
Representative Knurk.
I'll try to answer them. I'm frantically looking for some notes from my discussion with Paula Manahan last night. I'm not able to find them right now, but basically, for example, if you are going to be a licensed provider, you still go through that check as a separate thing. That is your own check that you're going through, like when you apply for a medical license and so on. This, it's important to understand that the apparently from State Police, Muzzy, was actually new to that position, and he was confusing those couple of different things. This is an employment check. What would happen is remember, this has to do with licensure. So the licensing for the facility could set those standards of who they would accept for doing the background check. That would be something they would do in rules. Remember, we don't have to write every little detail in legislation. Rules will then implement it, and part of that implementation would be they'd say, here are the authorized background check people that you, facility, can use to do your background checks. But we do not need to clarify that here. That was clarified that we do need to make sure it's adequate. That would be their job. And they have agreed to do that.
Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the actual bill, line 25, starting line 25, agrees profoundly with the purpose of the bill, which says it establishes the provisions for temporary employment, not meaning forever temporary, in a residential care facility or as a licensed nursing assistant by people waiting for the result of a criminal history background check. The problem was you need to hire people very quickly now because the need is so great. So I think, excuse me, I'm sure all the issues that we're discussing and the terms are important, but the purpose of this bill is to mean they can employ people while they are waiting for whatever background check they have employed. So all the person has to do, the old form, the old RSA says they have to give their criminal background check. They have to prove it. And this says they can just give authorization for it. They can start working. And then on lines, starting with 25, it gives the employer up to 90 days, hoping that that criminal background check comes, but it allows them to employ people before they get the background check. And that's why there's all this careful addition in the amendment on line 17 of how they're being watched to make sure that it's safe to have them there. So as we've been discussing, it seemed like we were getting away from the purpose of the bill.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also, in regards to the entity that can provide the criminal background check, I do support the fact that it's probably best in rules, but I would like to have something, it would say, organization as approved by the Department of Health and Human Services. That way there, we're sure that some state agency is approving the entity that which they can contract with to provide the information. We're basically got the state police at this point in time, which is a state agency, and we're not putting something back in to say it has to go through another agency somehow to be allowed to approve and say, okay, these companies have been approved by us, you can do it. That's all. So you have some sort of oversight to be sure that what does come back, in fact, is coming from an organization that has been reviewed by the state to be sure that at that point in time what's coming back is in fact what the state's looking for.
Question?
Anybody wish to speak to that question?
Well,
Is
may
it to that?
May I respond to that?
Yes,
Because
please.
Just simply, this was agreed upon by, including Doreen Shockley, who's in charge of the licensing, so I think this is what their intention would be. She was here for the testimony and worked with the state police on the amendment with Minahan to make sure that that was all there. I do not know if we need to go to that level of information. There are people with more seniority than I that could answer that question.
Representative Gay.
Thank you. Yes, if we already have we already have in other RSA who is permitted to grant that, to do the background check, we don't have to address it. Or, I mean, we're used to using the state police, but is anybody else already authorized to do that? To do the criminal?
You may answer that, Representative Knirk.
I would assume that they have not, because currently it's for the Department of Safety, so new rules would have to be promulgated by the licensure, Department of Licensure, that would describe how the process would now work. That would be done at the rules level, because they would not have a rule of who else could do it when the other places were not currently allowed to do it.
Follow-up, Representative Gay.
Yes, because of the 90 days now being granted while you're waiting for that, does that really mean they don't want to use this, they don't want to use the state police anymore?
Representative Knirk, go ahead.
Many of them still will use the state police. The issue is they wanted the flexibility to use other credentialing agencies as well. That was the point of this, as you stated earlier, it's to give them more flexibility in how this process is done. That is correct.
And flexibility is best served by rule, not by statute, by law,
Correct.
right? Yes. Representative Shapiro.
If I remember correctly, which I may not, when we're talking about businesses doing background checks, I think it's on. Is it on? Yeah. We were talking about vendors who would then get the background checks done, not businesses or vendors that did the background checks. But evidently there are vendors that people can contract with to actually get, and I thought they were federal background checks done. And
Representative Knirk.
so it's not necessarily the businesses or vendors that are doing the background checks, they are just organizing it.
That is correct. It is, and I found the notes from my discussion last night. It's basically sets as a condition of employment that they have to do the background check, but you're right. It's not that the nursing home would actually do the background check. They would work with a vendor who does a background check. And as I say in rules, those new rules will need to be promulgated by the licensing authorities anyway as to how this process would work. And they would probably then state which vendors could do that.
Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my previous life in the financial world, I had to be background checked many, many times for the SEC, for FINRA, for all of them. My hands were almost always black from the fingerprintings. But those were all conducted with private businesses that had all of the clearances. In downtown Boston, the financial district, we basically went into a vault to do it. When I was up here working from New Hampshire, we'd get the fingerprints done at the local police and then sent in. So there already is a good framework for these background checks. I'd argue that these patients are more vulnerable than money, but without the money, they also can't stay and keep their freedom. So I do think that rules would be the best way to do this because it's already done in other industries, and there already probably are some in the state that can step into this role as well.
Representative Weber.
Not to beat a dead horse, but I'm just going to flog the poor nag one more time and say all we're doing is changing the choice of form and making it a little more broad. There are no rules to go along with it yet because up till now there was only one way of getting the background check, which was one of the barriers to getting people employed and working. So I'm fervently hoping that this very small change to the bill as it came to us would be approved and we could then move on to deal with the bill itself.
So I'm going to suggest that Representative Knirk makes a motion on his amendment 2022-0532H, the amendment to House Bill 1659FN. Representative Knirk.
I would be happy to do so. I move Amendment 2022-0532H, the amendment to House Bill 1659FN.
do we have a second?
I'll second. Or, sorry.
Representative Leon.
Sorry, I can defer.
Now, come on, fight nicely. You can't help it that you wore the same dress to the party.
Oh. Oh.
All right, would the
That's hard
clerk
to top.
call the roll, please, on Amendment 0532H to House Bill 1659? The motion is ought to pass, represented by, moved by Representative Knurk, and in a split-second tie, Representative Leon seconded it.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative McMahon. Yes. Representative Acton.
Yes.
Representative Gay. Representative Cushman.
Yes.
Representative Folsom, yes. Representative Kelsey.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative I'm sorry. Gagney.
Cagney with a G, Gagney. Yes.
Gagney, okay. I'm very sorry about that.
Pas de problème.
Gagné.
No, I'm not going French, sorry. Representative Gagney. Oh, he said
Oui,
yes.
oui, madame.
Okay. Representative DeLamus.
Yes.
Representative Weber. Representative McKay is absent. Representative Snow. Representative Knurk. Representative Soloway. Representative Gannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter-Upham. Representative Shapiro. Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
No.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
19 to 1.
That is the amendment. Now, Representative McMahon, you are a co-sponsor of this. Would you wish to move the bill? And someone from over this side would like to second it from the Democrat side?
Second.
The motion before us, and by the way, in the original hearing, 17 people signed in favor and 1 against. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1659 FN, amended by 2022-0532H. Representative McMahon moves ought to pass as amended with Representative Knurk seconding it. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative McMahon. Representative Acton. Representative Gay. Representative Cushman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Kelsey.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
Representative Gagney.
Yes.
Representative DeLamus.
Yes.
Representative Weber. Representative McKay absent. Representative Snow.
Yes.
Representative Knurk.
Yes.
Representative Soloway.
Yes.
Representative Gannon.
Yes.
Representative Nutter-Upham. Representative Shapiro.
Yes.
Representative Woods.
Yes.
Representative Merchant.
No.
Representative Pearson.
Yes. Representative, would you object to this going on consent?
Not at all.
Thank you. So it goes on consent. Thank you so much. And
What was the vote?
I'm sorry? 19 to 1. Representative McMahon, if you'd write the committee report for us. Thank you. And this closes the exec session on House Bill 1659, and it opens a 53-minute lunch hour. And by the way, that bill we just did, it was just a housekeeping thing. Yes, ma'am.
Could I ask my fellow Democrats to process across the hall for a couple of minutes before lunch for a discussion? Thank you. No, 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 no.
I am going to the bank.
If you're catering something over there, I think you should share.
appreciate that, by the way.
Opening the hearing on House Bill 1633 relative to requiring COVID-19 vaccination for school attendance. Let me give to everybody in the gallery the way this hearing is going to be conducted. We will have the prime sponsor of the bill testify first. We will have a physician who has been flown in from Texas testify for several minutes. We will hear from the Department of Health and Human Services. We have two different individuals representing two different nursing organizations, and they are on opposite sides of this. After this, I have a growing stack of pink cards. You will be allowed 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, or after about 1:45, the gavel will come down. Your opinion is very important. But when there's a lot of people, we have other bills we need to move on to. We've seen before in hearings like this that people can be incredibly articulate for their position in 2 minutes. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Dr. William Marsh.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. It's a pleasure to come back and see you again. For the record, I'm Representative William Marsh, Carroll County 8, representing 7 towns in southern Carroll County. And I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1633 relative to requiring COVID-19 vaccination for school attendance. I've emailed you all a copy of my testimony, as well as an AMA document showing how COVID-19 has become a childhood disease. I have one hard copy for the clerk, which I will pass up when I'm finished. Recently, a similar bill was filed in California. They titled it the Keep Schools Open and Safe Act. That really summarizes the intent here. We know vaccination is our best tool for reducing the transmission of COVID-19 in our schools. We know our kids really suffered for the last 2 years from remote learning, both their education and their mental health. We know that they are suffering this year as massive absenteeism among both students and staff is again disrupting their education. We know unvaccinated children with COVID have been filling pediatric ICUs across the country. COVID has caused long-lasting multi-system inflammatory syndrome in other children. We know historically we have never controlled any viral disease disrupting our schools without a vaccine mandate. The first 6 diseases where vaccination is required under RSA 141C20A are specific examples: diphtheria, mumps, pertussis, poliomyelitis, rubella, and rubeola. Historically, all were known to spread in our schools. And while the Omicron spike is waning, we know that the even more contagious BA2 variant is already present in half of U.S. states. This bill is really important to keep our schools open and safe. This bill is co-sponsored by every physician in the legislature. Originally, I planned to file it just from the physicians, as I had hoped we could pass this in a nonpartisan manner, but that doesn't seem to be possible right now. Let's look at the details of the bill. Section 1 expands the definition of schools in the communicable disease law to include post-secondary education. This is intended for 2 reasons. For most of the pandemic, we could see on DHHS's map of case counts that the towns in New Hampshire hosting universities were epicenters of infection. This is intended to mandate COVID vaccination for university attendance. Most private universities already require this of on-campus students, including Dartmouth College, St. Anselm's College, Colby Sawyer College, Franklin Pierce University, New England College, Rivier University, and Southern New Hampshire University. Section 1 also corrects an unintended consequence of last year's House Bill 220. I apologize to this committee because I failed to see this unintended consequence when we were working on this bill last year. In 2007, there was an outbreak of meningococcal meningitis on the UNH campus. As I am sure you all know, that is a rapidly fatal disease spread easily in the dormitories on college campuses. Public health controlled that outbreak by rapidly mandating meningococcal vaccination of all close contacts. And because of their swift action, only one student died. A recurrence today would be highly problematic, and I'm afraid we would see far more deaths. Section 2 adds COVID-19 to the mandated school vaccination list only when it becomes fully approved by the FDA. Right now, that means ages 16 and up. As further data becomes available and vaccinations become fully approved at younger ages, that age is likely to move downward without further action by the legislature. Sections 3 and 4 contingently repeal the section limiting the requirement to vaccines fully approved by the FDA once a vaccine exists without age restriction. I urge you to recommend this common sense measure ought to pass. I will be glad to take questions. I will tell you that I have to return to ED&A for an executive session fairly promptly. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative Marsh, and welcome back. Glad to see you. Any questions for the representative? Representative Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Marsh. Will there be any provisions in this for natural immunity? My daughter had COVID 2 weeks ago and was sick for about 12 hours, and then she's back to normal, but had to miss a considerable amount of school. Now that she has natural immunities, will there be any provisions in this for her to avoid being vaccinated?
We wrote this bill intending that the exact vaccination requirement, how many shots, when they'd be needed, what age they would be needed, could be expounded upon in the rules. As you all know, these things change, and usually this committee does not tell the medical professionals how to do their own job. My understanding of natural immunity is it does not occur in all cases, and it also tends to wane after 3 to 6 months. So I think that that would be pertinent. Mr. Chairman, I ask you to keep order in your committee. I think that would be highly pertinent, and of course, as further data comes forward, that would be rather pertinent as well.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Kelsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Do we have the data on the vaccine immunity, like what the vaccination immunity timeframe is?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I think that may be a better question posed to to DHHS and some of the other people who may testify after me.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Marsh, for taking the question. I see that you are indicating that only those vaccines that are fully approved by the FDA would be required. Would you intend this to wait until Comirnaty, which is the approved one, is actually available for use in the United States? Or are you willing to allow essentially the biosimilars to those to be used even though they don't have specific FDA approval?
I think that the rulemaking process would address your question.
Representative Soloway.
Thank you, Representative Marsh. On a local level, local school boards, local universities, rather than having statewide legislation.
I don't think that's ever been done in the state of New Hampshire. Generally, if vaccines are going to be required for school attendance, we add them to the list. You and I have both been on this committee long enough that we know other examples where that's been considered.
Follow up,
please, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. We're putting COVID-19 into the legislation. Is it possible that COVID-19 will in fact disappear as a threat?
You're the epidemiologist and I am not. I know that you're of the opinion that this will become endemic, which to my mind means a low level of chronic cases. My belief is that it's more likely to come in waves like other diseases have in the past, and we can have that debate another time. It's not pertinent to this bill.
Any further questions for the representative? Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a friendly committee. My other question was about applying this to schools like Dartmouth, as you mentioned. They actually predate our country, and so the rights of what Dartmouth does are carved out pretty well. I'm curious how you view the legislature having the authority to tell Dartmouth College what to do.
Thank you for that question. As you may know, I am an alumnus of Dartmouth College, and the Dartmouth College case was one of the early cases that defined the roles of the United States Supreme Court. I think that the exact rights that Dartmouth College has been very much been under debate since the founding of this country, and the passage of this bill will not change that.
Representative Folsom.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. Thank you for taking my question. I'm kind of rolling off of Representative Leon's question. Maybe I'm not reading it right, but are you also going to feel that this should be mandated for private schools?
I think that diseases can spread in private schools as well. I don't think that I'm the person to ask as to whether this specific statute applies to private schools. I think you should ask that question of DHHS.
Representative Marsh, on line 2, it says school means any facility. I think that question is answered here in your bill.
I think that that would be an appropriate answer to the question, but they can tell you how they are applying the law at present regarding other vaccines that are mandated by the state of New
I
Hampshire.
appreciate your answer. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you for your testimony, Representative Marsh. Say
Thank
hi
you.
to EDNA for us. The chair calls Representative Jerry Knirk from this committee, has written testimony, supports the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I distributed the written testimony prior to the hearing. So, yes, I'm, for the record, Representative Jerry Knirk, representing Carroll County District 3, and a retired surgeon. I agree with Representative Marsh that vaccination is our best tool for reducing the transmission of COVID-19 in our schools in order to minimize closure and absenteeism of teachers and pupils. A high level of vaccination is also very important to protect those vulnerable individuals who are medically unable to be vaccinated and those who are immunosuppressed and may not be able to mount a good response to the vaccine or to the infection. My job today is to concentrate on clarifying some of the misunderstandings of the science which have been prevalent and stated in our committee this year and the enormous number of emails that we have received. Because our policy decisions, even though we may disagree on that, must be based on facts and not disinformation. Some people have contended that vaccination does not work based upon the fact that if you have a breakthrough infection, you can still transmit the virus. Well, that's true at the individual level. It is not true in the aggregate or the whole population level. Since vaccination decreases the rate of infection, it decreases population-level transmission. The unvaccinated are far more likely to get infected in the first place. The data on this varies. Some data from January said a 7-fold increase in unvaccinated getting infected. Recent data from Washington State shows a 3-fold increase in the infection rate in vaccinated versus in the unvaccinated versus vaccinated in the age group 12 to 34, even with Omicron. So though the risk of transmission by an individual with breakthrough infection persists, the risk of transmission at the population level, which is what we're interested in, will still be lower because many fewer people will be infected and therefore able to transmit the virus. Additionally, vaccinated people who do have a breakthrough infection have an accelerated viral clearance. That means they get rid of it faster than those who are unvaccinated. That makes them infectious for a much shorter period of time, therefore decreasing further the population-level transmission. So you combine the decreased number of people who are infected with the acceleration of the viral clearance, and the bottom line is that COVID vaccination will decrease the chance of transmission on a population level, even though the individual person transmission may still occur. The next, you've heard it contended that the vaccine doesn't work. If we look at an early study of over 2,000 adolescents, it was the initial study, ages 12 to 15, it showed a remarkably high efficacy after 2 doses with regard to infection. Not talking about illness and so on, but just infection at 100%, which is a bit unusual, but that's because with only 2,000, that it can have that kind of a number, which is probably a little bit less with more. But no cases in the vaccinated group and 18 cases amongst the placebo and no deaths. A more recent study was done in response to the surge of Omicron, looking at 1,400 children ages 12 to 18. It was published just in January, and it demonstrated a 94% protection against hospitalization and a 98% protection against ICU admission, with all deaths occurring in the unvaccinated. Now, the big thing, you've heard it multiple times, including even today, incorrect statements about the number of deaths due to COVID vaccine from the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, VAERS. It is precisely that. It is a reporting system. It is not a causal system. It's important to note that all deaths following vaccine administration must be reported to VAERS, even if not related to the vaccine. If a child drowns a week after a vaccination, that has to be reported as an adverse event. There's a clear disclaimer on the VAERS data that shows that a report in VAERS does not imply causality. It is purely coincidence. Every adverse event is investigated in order to determine causality. That's how, for example, we found the link between thrombosis thrombocytopenia syndrome with the J&J vaccine. That was confirmed. It led to warnings for that age group and a recommendation to use the mRNA vaccines instead. The system works. So the fact that there may be a death reported does not mean it's causal. You all got an email, I think, 2 days ago, claiming that a 15-year-old here in the state, who was reportedly a nephew or something of Congressman Pappas, had his vaccine, and then while swimming, died a week later. And they even linked to the VAERS report. I'm not sure how many of you read the autopsy report. I did. The only relevant finding was thickening of the left ventricular wall. And if you've even gone to the gym, you'll find that in 1 week, you're not going to get bulging muscles. That takes a lot of time. That is not related to the vaccine. That person had hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is a well-known problem in young adolescent and young men with sports, which is one of the reasons why we think, one of the reasons why we often see sudden death in high-performance athletes. It's one of the postulated mechanisms. So there it is. The person's claiming it's a death from the vaccine because they died afterward. Jumped in the lake, he swam, he died. Nothing to do with the vaccine, period. Now, if we look at the original study of all the patients, 43,000, this is the initial EUA study, and you look at the adverse events, there are a lot. But there were, for example, life-threatening in the vaccine group, there were 21. There were 23 in the placebo group. Deaths, 2 in the vaccine group, 4 in the placebo group. So a report does not mean it's causal, because we saw actually more in the placebo group. That doesn't mean that the placebo caused them to die. It's just simply looking at the numbers, and you have to actually correlate and look for causality. The best full CDC data I can find for kids covers a period from December 20 to July 2021. And as of July 16, 2021, 8.9 million adolescents ages 12 to 17 had been vaccinated, and there were 14 reports of death to VAERS. But if you look at the pattern of reported deaths, it was not suggestive of a causal relationship, although the full data was still pending on a few. For example, 2 deaths were due to suicide. That's the 3rd leading cause of death in adolescents already, not related to vaccine. And if you look, and I've dug this up, if you look at the annual death rate in the group of ages 12 to 19, historically, nothing to do with COVID, nothing to do with vaccines, 50 kids in that age group per 100,000 will die per year. Therefore, if you took that 8.9 million kids, you looked over 7 months, you'd expect 2,595 deaths that would occur. That's the background noise. So when somebody dies in a week, 2 weeks, whatever, after a vaccine, it doesn't mean it came from the vaccine until you can actually look at the record, look at the autopsy, find out why that person really died. So when people keep spouting out numbers and VAERS, it means nothing. It is a reporting system to give us information, because that is how we do find the signal that there may be a problem, such as in TTP, thrombocytopenia, thrombosis syndrome, because indeed it was found that that was particularly in young people, and it did exceed the natural history of that disease. It's also been said that COVID doesn't affect kids, but that's not true. More than 700 kids under 18 have died of COVID, and as of October 2021, nearly 1,000, 100 deaths from COVID in the age group 5 to 11 have been reported. COVID actually ranks in the top 10 causes of death for kids ages 5 to 11. So it is not a non-problem. And the comment was just made about communarity. Communarity is precisely the same as the EUA formulation. It is simply, you would use up the old stuff in the vials before you start going to the new stuff that has a label with a different name. Several months ago, when I bought a box of Cheerios, it was called Cheery Oats. They were hearkening back to 40 years ago when that's what they used to call it. I didn't run right home and grab the Cheerios in my closet and throw them down the drain because they're now not labeled the same, because they're the exact same thing. This is the communarity and what was done for the EUA, which is in other vials with a different number, Pfizer, BNT, a bunch of numbers. It's the same stuff. You don't throw away a good vaccine, so you can just use the stuff that has a different label. So in summary, the vaccine is safe, it is effective. We need to increase the vaccination rate in our kids to protect those who cannot be vaccinated. Thank you very much. I'll take questions.
Questions? Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Knirk, for taking my question. I appreciate what you talked about with VAERS and the numbers not really meaning anything. Could we apply the same logic to the COVID number, the COVID deaths before the vaccine, where people were dying of cancer and old age, but if they had COVID, they were considered COVID-related deaths?
Okay, that's something that is often spouted about in terms of the adults saying that only 6 people really died of COVID because they had no comorbidities. I have some comorbidities. I have hypertension. And if I happen to have a heart attack, I died of my heart attack. I didn't die of the hypertension, but it was contributing, probably. The point of the matter is, if somebody happens to have obesity and diabetes, and they're walking around perfectly fine, I would dare say a number of people in this room have diabetes. They're not going to die tonight. But if they get COVID, and then they develop pneumonia, and they're on a ventilator, and they died because of COVID. They didn't die because they had diabetes. That is an underlying predisposing condition, but it is not the cause of death. I've filled out death certificates, and you have to put down all the various factors, but the cause of death is what killed you. So when we say that, oh, they had these other diseases, it doesn't matter, it does matter. Oh, by the way, I didn't say that VAERS doesn't count. It counts a lot. That's how you do get it. But you can't say it's causal. You have to look at it, then investigate it. You don't take the raw data. Yeah, thank you.
Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Knirk, for taking my question. You gave testimony that the vaccine slows the spread in the population, even if it doesn't have any effect on transmission between individuals. I just want to understand how that applies, or how that cashes out when you consider that Israel, the country of Israel, had some of the highest vaccination rates in the entire world, and they not only had higher infection rates among the vaccinated, but also higher hospitalization and death rates among the vaccinated.
I presume, just for clarification, you mean as opposed to the unvaccinated? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. First, you have to look at the population. So, for example, we know that COVID is a disease that affects a lot of people, and it actually has been overall shown in the country to primarily affect, it has a disproportionate impact on people of color. But wouldn't you be amazed to know that the majority of people who have died of COVID in New Hampshire are white? That's because the majority of people in this state are white. So your vaccination rate, the higher it goes, it means the higher the number of people in your hospital at any given time. Let's actually take it easy. Let's say 50% and 50%. You got 50% vaccinated, 50% unvaccinated. But if you have, in this state, about 2/3 of people vaccinated, the pool you're taking from the vaccinated are a heck of a lot higher. So that really means that the odds of getting infected are still lower for the vaccinated. And the higher the rate of the higher the rate of vaccination, the greater you will see that the population by raw number in your hospital will be the vaccinated even though they are less likely than the unvaccinated to become infected. I know that's kind of complicated, but it's a matter of the pool it's taken from. Let's say if you have 100% of the people in your state are vaccinated, 100% of the people admitted will be vaccinated.
Representative Cushman on the follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Knurk. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear in my original question, but the rate of infection, the rate of hospitalization, and the rate of death is higher among vaccinated in Israel than among unvaccinated. Would you believe that?
I think my concern is knowing, do you mean the percent of people, for example, that it's maybe there's 80% of the people in their hospital are vaccinated versus 20? Is that what you mean by rate? I need to know what rate means.
No, the instance of infection, hospitalization, and death, the percentage that happens is higher among the vaccinated in Israel
Right,
than
but that's
among the unvaccinated per 100,000.
Okay, well, I'm not quite familiar with that data, so it's hard for me to comment. I have looked at the data in this state when, for example, the comment was made at one point in time that 86% of people in the hospital at a certain point back in the fall were vaccinated, so therefore it wasn't working. But the point is that 380 were unvaccinated, and if you looked at it, again, you were drawing from a pool of unvaccinated that was far smaller than the pool of vaccinated in this state, so it still demonstrated a 9-to-1 ratio of the chance of being hospitalized by virtue of being unvaccinated. So again, I have not seen those numbers. I'd love to look at them if you'd forward that to me. This is what I've been doing for years.
Additional questions for Representative Knurk. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Knurk, for taking the question. Would it be possible for me to ask two, one and then a follow-up? The first question, I've been trying to get the information to know how many of the hospitalizations have COVID as an incidental finding because of the testing in order to make sure the right precautions are done. So I'm not sure if you're aware in New Hampshire what percentage of those hospitalized with COVID are hospitalized for COVID versus with COVID.
I will have a hard time answering that with precision because we also know there's that underreporting because if you're still hospitalized, you're recovering from COVID, that's also still not reported and captured. Our Hospital Association told us one of the cleaner, easier things is to think about is to look when we see the rate who are intubated in the ICU and die, and they're not dying because they came in with, for total hip replacement and incidentally were found to have COVID, they were dying of COVID, so, yeah.
Follow-up question.
Thank you. And my follow-up question is, I really appreciate that you're looking to that initial seminal study on this that evaluated in such a large population. I wanted to know if you were aware that those in the placebo arm were offered to cross over immediately so that all the people who had volunteered for the study wanted early access to the vaccine. So the crossover rate was very large, which seriously confounds our long-term assessment of risks.
I agree 100%, but the data that I was quoting was the data from the paper, which was prior to them crossing over, because you're absolutely right. When you cross over, the data is no longer good. So they're not good for the long-term information. But this was the data that was published as the results capturing it. I mean, it was because of the positive study that then they were allowed to cross over. That's kind of routine in an awful lot of things. When doing a study, you have to have what's called equipoise. That means the two different arms have sort of equal probability they might work. Otherwise, it's unethical to do the study. Sometimes you see that a study is terminated early because it's such a huge difference that it's unethical to consider it. Back to ethics again. And the issue, or to continue it, I should say. But otherwise, you carry it out to completion, and after that's done, then, of course, a person may choose to move off into the other treatment group, and that is always a potential confounder. But they were not moving over prior to that final analysis. That's the final analysis prior to moving over.
One more.
Sorry, the last clarifying follow-up. Does that means that we're not going to be looking at that original trial for any sort of long-term safety or efficacy because the crossover rate was high enough that even if you go intent to treat or actual treatment, the data is no longer valid and perhaps VAERS might give us a better signal of long-term risk?
Absolutely. That's exactly, you're right. That's why we do it. We do all these studies to identify is something effective and is it safe? Then it might get, in this case, emergency approval for that one, or later on, final approval. Then there may be other studies done. The second study I discussed was a study done in January, well, actually completed in January. It was done very quickly because of the Omicron. Actually, it was due to the pediatric surge, so it was Delta and Omicron both. But the point is that then, yes, then you have the long-term surveillance. Post-marketing surveillance is routine in drugs, but it is very aggressive in terms of COVID-19 with the VAERS reporting and the mandatory reporting. Mandatory for deaths and other severe adverse effects.
Any additional questions for Representative Knirk? Representative Soloway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. Representative, would you believe that in Israel there have been 3,218,391 cases of COVID and only 9,180 deaths, one of the lowest death rates reported?
Yes, I would actually. Indeed, the United States has lagged behind a number of other countries in terms of its death rate. As you all know, we have one of the higher death rates amongst the developed countries, and part of that is because of our low vaccination rate. That is something, because we do have a significantly lower rate than a number of other countries. Our healthcare system has other problems as well, but that's a major issue.
Thank you, Representative Knirk, as our expert witness in support of the bill. Now the chair calls an expert witness to testify in opposition to the bill, Dr. Angelina Farella from Webster, Texas.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Just for the record, my name is Dr. Angelina Farella. I'm a pediatrician in Webster, Texas. I have no financial claims or conflicts of interest. I was invited here by one of your representatives, and I really want you to understand that I've been very outspoken about mandating children for the COVID vaccine, and I hope that my talk will bring up some very salient points. I want to first explain to you, I've been in practice for 25 years as a pediatrician, and prior to 2019, my office was pretty much 100% vaccinated, and in the state of Texas, we follow ACIP guidelines, which in New Hampshire, you do about half of what we do. So, for those of you that think that I might be coming from a side that opposes vaccine, you're very mistaken. So first, I want to define what vaccine used to mean, and what the definition was, that it stimulated your immune system to produce immunity and protect you from a specific disease process. And in that process, it would prevent the transmission of the disease. Why did the definition then change in September 2nd of 2021 to a preparation used to stimulate the body's immune response? As you notice, they stopped talking about producing immunity. The history of vaccine development usually takes 5 to 10 years, especially in children. The development starts with animal studies, and then extensive safety phase trials go into phase 2 and phase 3 before any kind of approval can happen. The COVID-19 vaccine skipped animal trials. It combined phase 2 and 3 and unblinded their study prematurely, so now the control group is moved over into a treatment arm. The demographics were skewed to younger and healthier populations and excluded, please pay attention, pregnant and breastfeeding moms, those with autoimmune disease, those that were previously infected with COVID, those with bleeding disorders. It lacked good standards for testing subjects for suspected disease. The outcomes in the first 2 months of this trial were ignored. There were actually 20 deaths in the inoculated group and 14 in the placebo group. Of those 20 deaths, 14 were cardiovascular events. The adverse events that were also reported in these first 2 months were, they broke them down into related, severe, and serious. The related adverse events numbered 5,241 in the inoculated group. In the placebo group, it was 1,311, which showed a 300% increase in serious related adverse events in the inoculated group, 300%. Severe, 362 adverse events in the inoculated group, 150 in the placebo group, which is an increase of over 75%. Serious adverse events, which include hospitalizations and ER visits, were 127 in the inoculated group and 116 in the placebo group, which was up an additional 10%. But the outcome was not for death or hospitalization with the Pfizer trial. It was for cases. So if you look at the case rate, it was 8 per 18,198 subjects in the inoculated group for a percentage of 0.04%. Versus in the placebo group, there was 162 cases over 18,325, which gives you a 0.88% case outcome. Still less than 1%. Still less than 1%. Post-marketing pharmacovigilance report, which reported 2.5 months after the emergency use authorization. This was done in November 17th of 2021. There was in excess already of 1,200 deaths. More than 25,000 nervous system adverse events. And there were concerns for anaphylaxis and vaccine-associated enhanced disease. This is not just a red flag, people. This is a signal, what we call in medicine a signal. July 27th of 21, the CDC actually admitted that COVID-19 vaccines do not provide immunity or prevent people from catching the disease. That's out of their own mouths. In children, this is all risk and no benefit. The age group between 12 to 15, that study was underpowered. There was only 1,000 kids in the inoculation group versus 978 in the placebo group. Statistically, children are not at any risk for death for COVID-19, but they're at high risk for adverse events. In the age group of 5 to 11, the CDC acknowledged that, Pfizer acknowledged that myocarditis might happen in healthy subjects. Myocarditis is an inflammation of the heart, where the muscle is so inflamed that blood may not be adequately delivered to the rest of your body, and this can lead to stroke or heart attack. The mortality rate is up to 20% at 6.5 years post-event. We have to prove these things safe first before we give them to kids. Kids are not little adults. Lots of stats that were thrown out here are on adults. Dr. Eric Rubin, who's the New England Journal of Medicine editor-in-chief, who published the Pfizer study, stated in the trials that it's okay to start giving it to find out the adverse events, just like rotavirus. Let me explain to you in rotavirus. Rotavirus is another viral disease that causes high risk of hospitalization and death in small children. The RotaShield was pulled off the market after 59 cases of intussusception, which is a telescoping of the gut. I was a pediatrician at that time. I worked in the hospital, and it was my job to walk around to all those refrigerators and pull the RotaShield out of the refrigerators. 59 cases of a non-deadly process. It took them 5 years to get another rotavirus vaccine back on the market. 5 years. And this was a fully approved FDA vaccine. The swine flu back in 1976. This was when President Gerald Ford thought that it would be a good idea to hurry up and get a swine flu vaccine out there. It was pulled after 25 deaths. Pulled off the market, 25 deaths. They also noted there was 500 cases of Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is a paralytic disease associated with vaccination. Kids have a 99.997% survivability. Okay? All cases in all years of myocarditis, I'm just going to run these through real fast so that you know, with the COVID-19 vaccine, age 5, 1, age 6, 2, age 7, 1, age 8, 4, age 9, 9, age 10, 6, age 11, 6, age 12, 129, age 13, 157, age 14, 224, age 15, 286, age 16, 275, age 17, 317, age 18, 357, for a grand total of 1,774. 1,774 kids that received the COVID vaccine now have myocarditis. That is a lifelong condition, will shorten their lives, and now they have to see a cardiologist every year or more frequently for follow-up. At the same time, we had 3 precious 5 to 11-year-olds that died of heart attacks. 399 kids ages 12 and young adults through 29, they skewed the results, 399 heart attacks dead. This is not normal. Children do not die of heart attacks. In New Hampshire, since we're in New Hampshire, I want to tell you about your vaccine-reported adverse events. In age groups 5 to 11, you have 33 reports. In age groups 12 to 18, you have 2 deaths reported secondary to the COVID vaccine administration out of 167 reports. You have 7 cases of myocarditis, 13 hospitalizations, and 1 permanently disabled child. For kids, this is all risk and no benefit. Even the AAP says that 0.1 to 1.5% of COVID hospitalization is in children. And of this, 0.0 to 0.002% is a death from COVID. 4 states in our nation have reported no deaths. And as of January of 2022, New Hampshire was one of those. So in New Hampshire, you have lost 2,223 citizens. And this is a tragedy. In the 0 to 17 age group, again, this is from the beginning of February, there were none from COVID. You had 183 deaths of children from 0 to 17 for all causes. In the United States, by contrast, 0 to 17, we had 770 children die from COVID or with COVID out of 69,463 kids that died of all other causes. COVID association is 1.1% of all possible pediatric deaths, 1%. The first tenet of medicine is do no harm. First tenet. The COVID vaccine is for the alpha variant, and now we're down the frat row of variants, and it does not stop the spread of COVID-19. Natural immunity is strong and durable, as the Johns Hopkins study just showed. 21 months just came out. We know that from the SARS-CoV-1, there's 18 years of natural immunity proof. Early outpatient treatment is still available, and it works. There's a tenet of causality as well for epidemiology, and all of the tenets are satisfied to unequivocally show that these vaccines are causing larger numbers of deaths than would be expected. We have sadly lost 23,141 citizens in the United States in association to this COVID-19 vaccine. Thank you.
Representative, audience will refrain from outbursts or the room will be cleared. Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are you familiar with the issues with VAERS as far as how often adverse reactions are actually reported? We know that it's required by the law. I've been a nurse for 7 years, and I've encountered patients with vaccine injury, and I've personally filled out VAERS reports, but I can tell you every nurse I've ever asked if they've ever done it didn't even know that the system existed. And are you familiar with the Harvard study? It was Harvard Pilgrim in 2010, where they found, it was conducted in conjunction with the Health Resources Services Administration, found that it was estimated that only 1% of all injuries are actually ever reported to VAERS.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, that was a Hopkins study that showed that the reporting system is very arduous. Although 70% of what is reported on VAERS is from either a medical professional or from the actual company itself, over 70%. So you have to understand that although it's not perfect, It's not even close to being perfect because we're missing 99% of adverse events. As a pediatrician, I'm well aware of what VAERS is. I could say prior to 2019, I've never had to make any reports to VAERS. And I'm very happy to say that, considering I have nearly 100% vaccination rate of a vaccination schedule that's double yours. And it's because I ask the pertinent, proper questions, and I have informed consent to my patient population, which is not happening with the COVID-19 vaccine either. So 1% is being reported, and yes, it's a poor system, but it's the best we have right now. And I can tell you it takes over 20 minutes to try to report one adverse event. And just in my personal private practice, which is very small, I'm a solo practitioner. I don't come from a big university. I'm independent, and I have 7 teenagers right now that I am trying to treat for post-vaccination problems that never had any problems prior. These were my patients since the time they were babies. They went out on their own thinking they were doing something for the greater good, got themselves a shot, and now are suffering. And no one can help them. And the sad thing is that's what I'm trying to do. Even though we have no precedence. We're flying by the seat of our pants here in medicine. And unfortunately, we've monetized medicine, and that's a bigger problem.
Doctor, do I hear you when you say they went out on their own? Are these teenagers who on their own chose to get vaccinated without their parents' knowledge or permission?
So 3 of the 7 were under 18, and their parents were with them.
Okay.
So their parents were with them when they got it. 4 of which, I also treat kids up to 26 in my practice. So 4 of the other ones were over 18.
Okay.
So they were 18, 19 young adults.
Okay.
And they went on their own to do it. One was actually an emancipated minor. She's married.
Okay. Question from Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Doctor, for taking my question. I'm sure there's a joke in here about an engineer trying to be a doctor, but I'm not going to go there. At any rate, Dr. Kinnerk referred to a young man who died swimming, and he had a thicker ventricle. And then, as you explained, myocarditis. Can the 2 of those be linked somehow?
Yes. So it's an inflammation of the heart. Whether it's a part of the heart or the whole heart, it's still an inflammation part of the heart. And since we don't know what his pre-status was, it's very possible that he had an enlarged heart. Although in teenagers, especially those that have hit puberty, children are very different. So pre-pubertal, those kids will stop when they're tired. Once they hit puberty, athletes will push themselves to an extent that is just beyond ridiculousness. And if anyone that has a teenager understands what I'm saying. So these kids will maximize their heart to such an extent that, if it was an adult, we'd keel right over. These children are in excellent health. I mean, you think about it. They don't have diabetes yet. They don't have hypertension yet. There's absolutely no reason why a kid should drop dead from a heart attack, especially in the age group of 5 to 11.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Doctor. As a father of a 10-year-old daughter, I am filled with vaccine hesitancy due to the problem of getting real data. A lot of my sources have been censored and deplatformed, and I'm very much worried about how this vaccine will affect fertility for the future. Do you have any information that you could give us on that?
Yes, sir, actually, I do. In the Japanese study, before allowing Pfizer to come into their country, which is why they're only 18% vaccinated, they wanted studies from the company to show distribution. And the distribution, oddly enough, is highest in women's ovaries and in men's testes. We do not know what that means for the future, except that it's the distribution of the spike protein, which we know is the problem with COVID. It's the spike protein. Why would the spike protein need to deposit in an ovary? That just doesn't make any sense. You know, a vaccine's supposed to stay in the spot that you inject it, just so that people know in case you don't understand. And your body is supposed to develop stuff where you inject it. So if that's in your leg or in your arm, wherever that might be. And what they noticed what the Japanese had said to Pfizer is, we need to see your distribution studies. Oddly enough, they did not show the distribution to the brain. And we know for a fact, because it's causing neurologic problems, that it must pass the blood-brain barrier. It must pass it. What we're seeing in the neurologic realm is absolutely terrifying in pediatrics. And this is more anecdotal. I mean, we know that in their study, they have 25,000. But I've personally seen one patient, 15 years old, 5 hours after getting that vaccine, contort in ways I've never seen anyone do before in my life. And we also know that one of their Pfizer study patients now is permanently disabled with irretractable seizures, has to be fed with an NG tube. This was a perfectly fine 12-year-old whose mom sat down through the informed consent and thought, this is a great idea. Let's, my child's going to be a subject. And now Pfizer won't answer her calls. There's absolutely no repercussion. No one is helping this poor woman with her 12-year-old daughter who is permanently disabled. This is seen with Senator Johnson's Senate trials. One of the things that you have to understand as well, because you're talking to a censored physician right here, is you're right. There's a lack of professional banter, intellectual banter. You know, we never called the CDC or NIH and asked them how to treat our patient, ever. I did a rabbit hole study in February of 2020 because I wanted to make sure that if one of my patients walked in the door with this disease, that I knew how to treat them. And I thought, oh, respiratory, check, got that one. I know how to use a nebulizer, albuterol and budesonide, and give oral steroids and maybe some azithromycin if necessary. How about an antiviral? We have Tamiflu, amantadine. We have Ofluza. We have a ton of stuff to use. And now we can't use it? They say there's no treatment? That's a censorship issue, for sure.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Representative Leon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and taking these questions. I know we heard before about the sudden cardiac death in young men and boys. That's a real issue, and that's one we've changed how we do things because we have these physicals to prevent it. I'm curious if these heart attacks were similar to that, if it might be exacerbating an underlying condition, or if this is an entirely different mechanism of heart attack, because I know there's lots of different kinds of ways to die because of your heart.
Right, so if you actually look at the pre-COVID-19 vaccine numbers and the post, look in the professional sports. Overall, they lost maybe 4 people per year on the soccer fields or professional sports, okay? 4 in the whole world. We're up to over 24 now. That's a real short time. And we know that most professional sports teams are requiring the COVID vaccine. They're requiring it. I mean, we see this on TV all the time, the few outliers that are like, I'm not doing it. So there's a real concern, especially when Pfizer did not ever check these young men. I mean, they could have done things like D-dimers pre and post. They didn't do it. They chose not to do it. Even though they admitted that there was a possibility of myocarditis when they were going to do the study on smaller children. Like, why would you subject a child to heart disease for a disease process that naturally they have a runny nose for 12 hours? That's what they proved. That's what they proved. Adverse events were high. They may have lowered the case rate, but the adverse events were so high that it does not justify the benefit. The risk-benefit ratio of this particular vaccine is so out of whack that anyone should be able to see this. You don't need to be a physician to see this.
Okay, I'm going to allow 2 more questions from this witness. Representative Gay has one of them.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking taking my question. I used to take my mother to Webster for her doctoral appointments. I'll just ask them together and you answer what you want. How does teen myocarditis present? How many of your patients opted out since you have never, ever had to report to VAERS on your patients so far, up until COVID? Is anyone answering your calls on treatment?
So as far as the opt-out for my patient population, there are people that opt out, and if we have a reasonable conversation, we wait. We change the schedule a little bit. That's totally fine with me, especially post-COVID. This has been extremely eye-opening for a pediatrician who, honestly, I like vaccine. I mean, I haven't had to stick a needle in a kid's back for meningitis for 15 years. I haven't seen a whole bunch of bleeding and purulent ears gushing, and I haven't sent kids to the hospital for pneumonia. Frankly, that's all because of Prevnar. I like that particular vaccine. It's pretty dang good. But when we're talking about the COVID vaccine, there's no animal studies. These vaccines take 10 years. It's not even been a year yet, and we have 1,774 kids with heart disease. It hasn't even been out a year. Wake up. This is dangerous. Our signal is less than 25 deaths. And we had in the post-EUA over 1,200 deaths. 1,200 deaths. And to date, I know I have the date, I know I have the number here from the vaccine. I mean, it's like 23,149 deaths from this vaccine. When's it going to stop?
Thank you, Doctor. We're going to be moving it along more quickly now. Anyone who has not asked a question of the doctor, here's your Representative Soloway.
Sir, thank you.
Mike?
Location, ethnicity, age distribution approximately, just so I can get a sense of what kind of population you're dealing with.
Sure. So my practice is in Webster, Texas. It's a suburb of Houston. So Houston has a catchment area of over 7 million people. I don't catch all 7 million, thank you. I see babies from 1 day old all the way up. I keep some of my high-risk population kiddos, that have cerebral palsy, attention deficit disorder, Down syndrome, things like that really adult docs have a hard time with. I keep those kids. I've been in practice over 25 years. My demographics are generally either self-employed or insured patient population. I have in excess of, I've over the years, I've given tens of thousands of vaccines, so that tells you how many patients I have. A lot. As it's a mix, because I am in Texas, so we have Hispanic, we have white, we have black, we have many international, because we're right next to NASA, so we have a lot of international families there. So we have a really nice mix of every ethnicity, predominantly white, just because we're in Texas, I guess, but a lot of the Hispanics consider themselves white too, if you ask them. So we have a very nice mix of everything.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming before us. As promised, 2 more, and I have done the 2 more. So now the chair calls Paula McKinnon from the New Hampshire School Nurses. She says she wants to speak for 3 minutes, and you are in support of the bill.
Thank you for taking my testimony today. The New Hampshire School Nurses Association supports this bill. Just 3 weeks ago, Dr. Chan and his team reported 117 active clusters of COVID-19 in K through 12 schools. Each one of those clusters had 12.8 cases per cluster. All policy considerations for schools start with a goal of keeping students safe and physically present in schools. Vaccines are one of the best preventative measures to create a safe environment for learning. Vaccination will decrease the disruption of education by significantly reducing outbreaks in schools and keeping kids in school where they belong. The first step, of course, is the full FDA approval of the COVID-19 vaccine, not simply a temporary authorization. And at this time, 50 states have requirements for other vaccines in place for students. We cannot predict that there won't be another variant like the Omicron. Let's get prepared to fight the fight. It's time to get COVID behind us, just like all other vaccine-preventable diseases. And I didn't use my 3 minutes.
But would you take a question or
I
two?
would be happy to take a question or two.
Questions for Ms. McKinnon from the school nurses. Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for taking my question. Is the school nurses a membership organization, or is it just virtue of status? And if so, what are your membership numbers?
I should have introduced myself in that regard. I'm the current president of the New Hampshire School Nurses Association. We have 440 current members. It is a membership association. And we represent the school nurses of New Hampshire.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You say fight the fight. There are other methods of fighting the fight other than the vaccine, but a lot of people discredit them. Things such as vitamin D and E and zinc and building up your immune system through healthy diet, sleeping, and maybe even chiropractic. There's even been mention of ivermectin, and yet we discount those. How do you feel about alternative ways of fighting the fight?
I certainly don't discount many of the things that you mention. The more preventative measures that you have in place, the better. Vaccines are one of them. Vitamin D certainly is another one. Proper sleep, taking care of yourself is certainly all of those things. When it comes to schools, this isn't this particular bill, but when it comes to school, you should be using all of the mitigation strategies that are available to you, and most of them are. Most of them are masking. Most of them are taking precautions for social distancing. And vaccination is the next step to get us where we need to be so that we can have our kids in school full time.
One more question of the nurse. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Where should I give the copies of my testimony? Here.
Thank you for bringing written testimony. The chair recognizes Kathleen Lutter. She's wanted to speak for 10 minutes. You're not going to get 10 minutes. You are going to speak with incredible articulation for about 2 minutes, and I will now hand around the handouts that you provided.
Okay. Yeah, 2 minutes is going to be hard to do, but I was very, very thankful to the doctor from Texas because she said it all. And because that's where I started from in my head, was risk reward. And the papers that you're getting show the actual most current COVID cases in New Hampshire and the death rate. And 0 to 9, 1 death. This is for the whole period of COVID. That's 0%. Ages 10 to 19, 0 deaths. That's also 0. So for the ages of 0 to 19, there was 1 death, and which is 0. It's like 0 rate. Okay, so that being said, that's the risk to these children by the New Hampshire statistics here. The risk of the vaccine as a doctor from Texas, I'm sorry I didn't remember your name, is much, much, much higher. And the thing that is not ever being mentioned, it drives me crazy. Do you know, does everybody here understand that the pharmaceutical companies have no liability? None. None. And that's huge. I mean, Big Pharma is having a field day. They're walking around with billions of dollars. They're censoring discussions around this, will not be allowed. And the whole VAERS report, the current VAERS report is like, right now, it's like 23,000 deaths, 124,000 hospitalizations, urgent care, doctor's visits, anaphylaxis, Bell's palsy, permanent disabilities, miscarriages, heart attacks, shingles, it goes on and on. And what's interesting is the Lazarus study, which was the 1% that's actually being reported to VAERS. That comes from a study that was done they call it the Lazarus study, and you can look it up. But this is interesting. The CDC, oh, is it my done?
Well, almost. It means you get two very well put together paragraphs to conclude.
The CDC actually asked for this study. This is how, when they didn't like hearing that it was only 1% effective, this is what the study concludes. Unfortunately, there was never an opportunity to perform system performance assessments because the CDC contacts were no longer available, and the CDC consultants responsible for receiving data were no longer responsive to our multiple requests to proceed with testing and evaluation of the system.
I think we could stop with that and leave us with that.
What?
I think we could ask you now, thank you so much for your testimony.
Yeah.
And your final statement was quite telling. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you
You
so
know how
much.
I feel then. Thank you.
Now the chair will recognize Tricia Tilley and Anne Marie Mercuri from the Department of Health and Human Services. And we'll bring the department up, or at least some of them.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Tilley. I'm the Director of the Division of Public Health Services at the Department of Health and Human Services. And with me, I have Anne-Marie McCurry. She is the Chief of our Immunization Section.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearson and members of the committee. I am Anne-Marie McCurry, the Immunization Section Chief for the Department of Health and Human Services. The department is here to provide information on HB 1633 relative to requiring COVID vaccination for school attendance. And I'm just going to check you can all hear me. Thank you. The Pfizer-BioNTech COVID vaccine is currently authorized for use by the FDA for ages 16 and older. For children 5 to 15, the vaccine is currently under emergency use authorization, and review is currently underway that may soon allow COVID-19 vaccine to be available for children 5 and under. Under these criteria, the legislation would require anyone age 16 and over, including those in college, to be vaccinated for COVID-19 for school entry. The department has no intention of adding immunization requirements for COVID-19 at this time. As relates to COVID-19, there have been over 38,000 doses given to adolescents in New Hampshire. Despite their lower risk of severe COVID-19 disease, children and adolescents have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19 control measures. The most important indirect effects are related to school closures, which have disrupted the provision of educational services and increased emotional distress and mental health problems. Vaccination of student offers an additional layer of protection against COVID-19 and can be an important tool to return to normal. Higher levels of vaccine coverage can lead to less community transmission, which can protect against the development and circulation of emerging variants. The department seeks to appropriately balance individual and parental choice and the goal of keeping children enrolled in school while protecting the health of all children. In the event that a consensus to recommend COVID-19 vaccination requirements for school and child care is reached in the future, the department would then examine the key criteria, including but not limited to vaccine efficacy, vaccine safety, severity of disease, likelihood of infection, and method of transmission prior to making such recommendation. Any administrative rule processes to adopt a new school immunization requirement would involve feedback from public pursuant to RSA 541A11. The department supports the proposed expanded definition of school in HB 1633 to include post-secondary institution as proposed by HB 1633. However, given the novel nature of COVID-19, a consensus to recommend COVID-19 vaccination for school requirements has not been yet achieved by the department. We continue to urge parents to educate themselves on the benefits of COVID-19 vaccine for eligible children and to reach out to a child's health care provider with any questions they may have related to the disease. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. McCurry, if there is no consensus now, it would seem to me that if this bill were to pass, you would have a mandate placed on you.
That is correct.
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Any other questions? Representative DeLamus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Aren't the variants responses different to the vaccines, the different vaccines? And isn't the vaccine that's used for COVID-19 specifically targeted at like Delta and the previous variant? And hasn't it been discovered that the vaccine is a lot less effective on the latest variant, and we don't know what it's going to do with the other variants? And after hearing the anecdotal and statistical evidence from the previous speaker, don't you think we might want to pump the brakes on giving these vaccines without having proper trials?
Thank you very much for your question. The research is evolving about this. There's a lot to know, and what we don't know about COVID vaccine and about the disease. The pandemic is evolving in its nature. As such, I think that it is important that we continue to consider what the research is prior to making all these recommendations. So we are really wanting individual families to be able to have those discussions with the providers so that they understand what is in the best interest of their own child.
Any other questions for the department? Seeing none, thank you so much. And now looking at the stack of pink cards I have, if you were just turned loose, we would be locked in for the night. Since I don't see any sleeping bags or teddy bears, I'm going to ask that truly you speak to 2 minutes. So those of you, while you're waiting to be called upon, if you could write it out, boil it down, we would much appreciate that. Chair calls Christine Vigneault. Vigneault, N-A-U-L-T, yes. En français?
Exactement, oui.
All right.
Merci beaucoup. And this is my
And who's
son,
that with
William.
you?
So again, for the record, my name is Christine Vigneault. We live here in Concord. I have another son, and I am here in opposition of this bill. I will chop down my testimony as much as I can. The doctor from Texas did a wonderful job at addressing a lot that I wanted to say, so here I go. Ready? Okay. What we're seeing right now, in no uncertain terms, are crimes against humanity in real time. It's hard to process what's blatantly obvious sometimes, but that's exactly what this is. Mandating this shot flies in the face of medical ethics and bioethic core principles developed since the Nuremberg Code. It's bad enough that agency directors and politicians have gotten away with mandating the shot for adults as a condition of employment, but to try to impose it on children as a condition for education is a new low. And knowing what we know today, it's immoral. There are a multitude of reasons why this concept and this bill are ridiculous and why mandates are completely irrelevant. But let's start with the obvious, transmission. It does nothing to stop viral spread and in fact may actually be increasing it. We're seeing something called negative vaccine efficacy, which means exactly how it sounds, that not only are the vaccines not controlling infection and transmission, but they are actually accelerating infection and transmission. Maybe we should spend some time looking into that before we create a bunch of school-age super spreaders, which is ironically what the media has been trying to scare us with all along. Next, we have the long-term safety profile or complete lack thereof. No one on this planet can tell you what the effects of the shot will be in 5 years or 10 years' time, yet the sponsors of this bill would like to inject our children, your grandchildren, with a product surrounded by unknowns. Why on earth would we be so reckless with a novel product on such a massive scale?
15 seconds.
Oh, boy. Okay. Okay, let's get right to it then. Nelson Mandela said, "There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." It's fair to say that our collective soul as a nation is in turmoil. It is fighting an internal battle of good versus evil, right versus wrong. Mandates of this product for any person in any circumstance is baseless, reckless, and utterly asinine. Why are we pretending these shots contribute anything to public health? If anything, they're stripping it away. Nothing has been as crystal clear over the last 2 years as this. It's a charade. And the majority is finally waking up to it, and we're watching. We're taking note of lawmakers' judgment, of actions, and of integrity. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for pronouncing charade correctly.
Thank you. Question. Merci beaucoup.
Charade, yeah, merci beaucoup. The chair calls Tara Hafey. Did I get it right? And Catherine Smith's on the on-deck circle. Get ready.
Hi, my name is Tara Hafey. I live in Brentwood, New Hampshire, with my husband and 2 daughters, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this bill. I never expected to be here, but I want to share what happened to my daughter because of a vaccine mandate at her college and how it has changed our life and our family for the past 6 months and is continuing. My 18-year-old daughter was subjected to a COVID-19 vaccine mandate in order to attend the college of her choice. After 18 months of lockdown, losing the end of her junior year, most of her senior year, she was excited to go to college, and we were really excited for her. We didn't want her to get the COVID-19 vaccine because of some underlying health things that she had. Had nothing to do with her heart, had nothing to do with her respiratory system. It was how she reacted to medication and other issues. No one would give her a medical exemption. We put it off as long as we could. We waited until the last possible day. On August 4th last year, we gave in, and she got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. A few hours later, she was admitted to the emergency room, and that night, ICU. Her resting heart, her EKG was abnormal. Her resting heart rate was 174. To put that in perspective, for those of you who don't know what a typical healthy competitive athlete's resting heart rate might be, it was typically in the low 60s. Sorry, I'm After she was admitted to the ER, she said to me, "Mommy, my heart hurts." My heart was breaking. She said, "Mommy, I wish I didn't get the shot. I will never forgive myself for giving in to the college's mandate and letting her get that vaccine." Now understand, we tried, we talked with physicians, we talked with people. No one felt she should get a medical exemption. Okay? Nobody.
We're going to ask you to finish up now, if you would, please.
So 1 week before the vaccine, my daughter was a normal. She went to a college incoming camp, late nights, lots of laughs, long days. She had a lot of fun. Now, 6 months after her vaccine, she's still on a medication to control her heart rate. She takes a nap every day because she is exhausted. She's taken this semester off to focus on healing. To be very clear with all of you, my daughter didn't have heart issues before she got the vaccine. 3 minutes or 2 minutes isn't enough to let you guys know how our lives have been changed due to this vaccine mandate. And I beg each and every one of you to please vote in opposition so that no one else ever has to go through what our family has done. The choice should be ours. It should not be mandated by anybody to have this unknown, unproven vaccine. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. The chair recognizes Catherine Smith, and Linda McGrath is in the on-deck circle.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Catherine Smith, and I'm an inhabitant of Chichester, and I'm also a registered nurse, and I have a bachelor's in science in nursing. And I speak in regards to House Bill 1633, and by my statement, it is known that I oppose the vaccine mandate for school attendance. My objection is based on the knowledge that Pfizer is on record for fighting the release of the vaccination data and research. Additionally, the Food and Drug Administration has asked the courts to further delay the release of the vaccination data. This is what I was going to say, but in conversation with someone, this information that I wrote this morning based on a recent article is already obsolete. And one of the things I'd like to express to you as a nurse who just got her nursing degree about 2 years ago, I spent a lot of time doing research, and up-to-date data was really important. And this vaccine and all the information about the COVID is shifting sand. And I think that if people are quoting data and they're using current information, they're going to very quickly find that that information is obsolete based on the nature of what we're dealing with, population changes, so many variables. And I just don't think that it's fair for us to ask our children to do something that's going to permanently affect their lives when the information we have is so there's nothing solid to stand on. I have tried to formulate an argument for and against because of the nature of my work as well as my social group. I'm in the middle. I can't substantiate either way. There's too much conflicting information. And I'd like to say I think it's really important that if a person presents a bill, then they should be sitting here listening to people. And I'd also like for is it Mr. Morse? He should be in this room and he should be hearing it. It's shameful that he's not.
If you could please keep to the topic of the bill and not the people and personalities,
Yep,
we'd greatly
I will.
appreciate it.
I will. I think that it's in good conscience for us to ask ourselves how we can look our children in the eye and say, we made a decision that could permanently alter their lives without good, solid information. We owe it to them to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have sorry, I was shuffling the cards. We have Linda McGrath, and Laura Condon is up on deck.
Hi, I'm Linda McGrath. I have been a pharmacist for over 40 years. And this young man here is why I no longer have a job. Thank you for bringing him. Last year, when I was mandated in my job to inject the COVID shot into children, I did a lot of research, and I could not do it in good conscience. What everybody said here, that we just don't know, nobody here can know for sure. And the risk benefit is what we have to look at. So the three things that I asked myself is, number one, do they need it? The first year of COVID, before the vaccines in Sweden, no vaccines, no lockdowns, no social distancing, no children's deaths. They don't need it. The second was, does it work? It certainly doesn't work the way they said it was supposed to work. And there's information on both sides. I don't know what to believe, and nobody here can know. Is it safe? I think is the most important question that we're all asking ourselves here today. And there's already been a lot of information on that, so I can skip down to the part where I say I admit I don't know what to believe. However, the basic tenet of medicine, which was stated here many times, is first do no harm. I find myself not trusting the science that is purported by the government. And I started to question this when, for the first time in my 40 years, I was unable to dispense a prescription written by a doctor for an approved medication for an off-label use. It didn't make any sense.
If you can just wrap it up, thank you.
I will. I will wrap it up with number one, who profits? Big Pharma is the clear winner. Do you trust them? I don't. And lastly, I will say that I couldn't live with myself. Luckily, I'm able to support myself without a job. My kids are grown. I don't have any bills. I'm blessed to be able to forfeit my job so that I could sleep at night. I made that decision for myself, and I ask all of you to think about that. Because if this turns out badly,
Thank you very much for your testimony. We have Laura Condon up now, and Gary York is on deck. Dr. Gary York is on deck.
Good afternoon. Hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Condon. I'm from Bedford. I'm the New Hampshire Director of Advocacy with the National Vaccine Information Center. It's a volunteer position. I oppose this bill that would mandate COVID vaccines for children. There are a few technical problems with the bill. You'll note that it does call for this RSA to apply to all children who are residing in the state. That is existing law. And then if you go look at the definition of a child means any person between birth and age 18 years of age. Redefining school and statute to include colleges doesn't redefine child. So the cutoff still is the vaccine requirements in the state. The cutoff is still at age 18. So that's a technical glitch with this bill. And unless somebody wants to redefine child to include those people over the age of 18. And I don't know what the limit they would put on it at that point. This bill seeks to repeal state law protecting natural, essential, and inherent rights. That's quite honestly offensive. We know that these COVID shots do not prevent infection, do not prevent illness, do not prevent spread, and do not prevent death. And this is per the manufacturers. Any representation these shots would prevent any of these things is misinformation. The COVID shots are causing harm and death. In fact, deaths do occur. Here in New Hampshire, there have been this many deaths from COVID. That's 0. Here in New Hampshire, there have been reported to VAERS this many deaths, child deaths, due to the COVID vaccine. That's 2. One of those individuals is a 15-year-old girl. The other one is a 15-year-old boy from Bedford. We know him as Charlie. I ask that that you find this bill without any significant basis to mandate these vaccines, and you find this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Gary York, and on deck is Representative Blazak.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Representative. My name is Gary York. I'm from Hopkinton, New Hampshire, and I would like to present some reasons why this is ITL, thumbs down for this bill. It's actually good news, at least I see that it is. I've come across some data from the CDC that did a study on the seroprevalence of antibodies against COVID for the age group 5 to 11 years old. In November, December 2020, that seroprevalence was 18% for the 5 to 11-year-old group. 6 months later, they report a prevalence of 42%, reflective of exposure to the virus and forming antibodies and not necessarily being sick from the virus, possibly asymptomatic. But these are unhealthy children, and this data is from laboratories from across the country. So given that that was a large rise in seroprevalence for the antibody, I would expect, and I think it's reasonable to expect that 8 months later, that fully more than half of kids 5 to 11 have natural antibodies through exposure at school, parents, whatever. And that's a pretty high percentage. And now historically, if we look at flu vaccines, and if we consider the Omicron variant, which is a very mild flu-like illness, historically, manufacturers of vaccines try to anticipate what the flu vaccine will be for the upcoming years. And typically it's less than 50% efficacious. So I think what we're dealing here is, the good news is that children already inherently have antibody resistance to this, and I think they should be exposed to a mild disease. We should all be exposed to a mild disease. Give us all a chance to form natural antibodies to this mild variant of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I call Representative Melissa Blazak, and Julie Smith is on deck.
Okay, I'm short. I know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I am Melissa Blazak, and I represent Hillsborough 21.
That seat is not done to intimidate. I sat there earlier this morning, and I realized how people could think that. It's not our intent.
Okay, I'll keep this brief. I just want to quickly point out, if I'm reading the bill correctly, that not only does this bill mandate the COVID vaccine for K through 12, but post-secondary schools as well, and it seems to also mandate the entire K through 12 vaccine schedule for post-secondary schools. That means that all public and private colleges and universities will have a full schedule of mandated vaccines. This is incredibly unusual. I could not find evidence of a single state that mandates all of their K through 12 vaccines for post-secondary schools. To be clear, no state has mandated the COVID-19 vaccine for post-secondary education, none. And to clarify the question that was asked of Representative Marsh before, yes, this does apply to private schools as well as public schools. I think the reason why this bill has received so much attention is because people are shocked by the audacity to suggest to mandate this vaccine, which is still emergency use authorized for children. It seems incredibly premature. A healthy child is not at a statistical risk from COVID. A child is at more statistical risk from influenza or drowning. Lastly, I would like to point out that a basic tenet of our society is that we do not place burdens upon children to protect adults. Over the last 2 years, we have severely lost sight of this philosophy, and as a result, we have damaged a generation physically, emotionally, and academically. As a society, we need to reverse course and protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Julie Smith, and on deck is Leanne Romano.
I think they're pretty much the same.
We have problem solvers.
Thank you so much for doing that.
Good afternoon, committee members. Julie Smith from Nashua in opposition. First, let me say kudos to all the parents who made sacrifices to be here today to make their objections known, using their vacation time, gallons of expensive gas, finding a sitter, and/or spending hours at the wheel with rambunctious kids did not go unnoticed. I am here today for them and for those absent who wanted to be here. I am here as a taxpayer to object to the government trampling on their parental rights. This blatant overreach is denying them access to the schools that I am forced to pay for. As someone without kids, I don't get to opt out of paying. I expect the enemy talking points to include suggested use of the newly minted education freedom accounts. To them, I ask, how many of you also are actively trying to undo them? Talk about hypocrisy. And let's look at the front man of all the sponsors, an eye doctor who sits on the Huggins Hospital Board of Trustees.
We're getting into personalities. You will confine your remarks to the issues only.
Okay, I'd like to reclaim my time, please. As
Well,
Frank,
we will decide that. Now, you read this and be finished, please.
As Frank, our devoted commissioner, said, parents are the bottom line people responsible for supervising their education of their kids. If they choose to utilize the school in their zip codes, involuntarily funded by their fellow taxpayers, such as myself, they are still free market consumers. And as my senator presented his bill on January 13th, the correct bill to support, SB 288, parents have the right to decide if their kids are vaccinated or not. And I'd like to finish by saying that the testimony of the woman in the cobalt blue blazer actually broke my heart. Shame on the sponsor and every doctor in our legislature. Please kill this bill now.
Well, I'll call Leanne Romano up to speak, and on deck is Ed Groves. And remember, no personal attacks, please. This is about the issues and not about the people behind it. I think she left. We have Ed Groves, and Al Brandano is on deck.
Thank you. Nice to see you guys again. So yes, my name is Ed Groves. I've been to a number of these hearings over the past few weeks. I like to call them freedom fighter hearings, getting rid of mandates, getting rid of masks. But there's been a common theme on both sides, and I've heard it here today from the professional testimony on both sides. We have actually been using our children as guinea pigs, lab rats, whatever you want to call it, for the last 2+ years, and this just has to stop. The damage we've already seen about the suicide rates, I was in a hearing yesterday and there was a doctor in there. There's already stats. What do you think these stats are going to be in 5 years if we continue to do this to our kids? We had 3-year-olds that are now 5. We got 8-year-olds that are now 10. The woman in the cobalt dress, I feel for her. My daughter's an 18-year-old at Keene State College. She has been pressured to get the jab. She had a quote, school advocate, she was a senior, pushing her, literally telling her, hey, Courtney, you might as well get vaccinated now. You're going to need it for graduation. That's just wrong. That was what the whole hearing was about yesterday. Our kids are scared. She sat for 1.5 years on her bed graduating from Manchester Central High School. Yay. No extracurricular activities, no prom, no. Think about that. Senior year in high school is one of my greatest years of my life, and I'm 58 years old, and I remember my whole. The point is we've done enough damage to our children. We've got to let them be free. We got to get rid of the masks. We got to get rid of the mandates. We got to get rid of this experimental drug. And there's one way to do it. And you guys have the power to do it. House Bill 1022, ivermectin. I took it. It works. There's so many studies. I know we're not here to talk about that. But please, please do your research on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call Al Brandano up, and on deck is Amanda Mastroianni.
Thank you very much, and thank you, everybody. I'm going to go in a little different direction. Human beings realize truth as empirical or scientific. For instance, fear always drives the one they choose first. Science as defined begins as an educated guess. Throughout history, science initial's premise has proven wrong more than right. From the world is flat to now COVID mandate hearing. Science driven by fear leads to mistrust. And this is the most dangerous miscalculation of all. Why? Because trust is like a soap bubble. And once it's gone, it never really returns. We are all well beyond the tipping point, regardless of blame. It's too late. So I share with you a line from the Bible that makes my point. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and give to God what is God's. In today's words, give unto the politicians what is the politicians', and give unto the parents their children back. When a politician or a doctor takes what is God's, then it is called totalitarianism. I ask you to be bold, do what is inherently human and right. You know this. Please, don't be the person or the party to break this bubble. This trust is it's everything about us. Don't break this trust. Please do not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call Amanda Mastroianni to speak, and on deck is Melissa Ikumakis.
Thank you. The woman who gave her testimony about her child's vaccine injury.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That was the quickest 2 minutes you've ever
She's a great example of how moms know best. Of course, that's not true with every mom, but it is true with many moms. That mom knew better than those doctors who wouldn't give her a medical exemption. I'd also like to say thank you to Dr. Farella. I echo much of what she said in her testimony. I'd like to share what's known as the Physician's Declaration from the Global COVID Summit. As of January 18th, over 17,000 doctors and scientists have signed this declaration. We, the physicians of the world, united and loyal to the Hippocratic Oath, recognizing the imminent threat to humanity brought forth by current COVID-19 policies, are compelled to declare the following. Whereas after 20 months of research, millions of patients treated, hundreds of clinical trials performed, and scientific data shared, we have demonstrated and documented our success and understanding in combating COVID-19, whereas in consideration of the risks versus benefits of major policy decisions, thousands of physicians and medical scientists worldwide have reached consensus on 3 foundational principles. I'm only going to mention the principles. I'm not going to get into each one because I probably won't have time. The first principle is that healthy children shall not be subject to forced vaccination. Principle number 2, that natural immunity, people with natural immunity recovered from SARS-CoV-2 shall not be subject to any restrictions or vaccine mandates. 3, that all healthy agencies and institutions shall cease interfering with physicians treating individual patients. This was signed by over 17,000 doctors worldwide. Thank you. Oh, and I've sent all the substantiating evidence to this entire committee via email.
When was the email sent?
Last night, I believe, around 10 p.m.
Well, I'm a few days behind, but thank you.
That's okay.
Thank you. I'll call Melissa Ikomakis, and on deck is Kelly Potenza.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. My name is Melissa Ikomakis. I'm from Newton, New Hampshire, and I'm here to oppose this bill. I don't have any kids in the school system right now. I did before, but I don't anymore. But I'm here in support of all the parents that don't want to have their kids vaccinated. I personally have a friend, her sister got vaccinated, and she is deaf in one ear. She shakes a lot, probably a neurological disorder. She's no longer able to drive. And I also have a friend who's 25. I know he's not a child, but still, he got vaccinated, and he now has Hodgkin's lymphoma, stage 4. Just all of a sudden, I think that I can't prove that it was from the vaccines. Of course, I can't prove that, but Tom Renz, the lawyer, said that there's been a significant higher percentage of people who are getting cancer from this vaccine. And there's just the risks completely outweigh the benefits. And I just urge you to look into your heart and ask yourself, do you want your kids to be harmed by a vaccine? Your grandkids. Just please consider the kids. This is really, really important. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call Kelly Potenza up to speak, and on deck is Ruth Marvin.
So my testimony is changed now because of a wonderful doctor that spoke into so many of the points that we wanted to give. My heart goes out to the woman and her daughter. That injury broke our heart. So I'm actually the person that wrote the article about Charlie Zink. I want you all to say his name and know his name. That's the 15-year-old boy from Bedford that died. He's now known as 1764974 in the VAERS, which is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. This is how I started the story. When I heard of this extremely heartbreaking story of a 15-year-old male teen drowning in Bedford, New Hampshire on June 20th, 2021, I was surprised and saddened. The obituary clearly articulated the short but amazing life Charlie had. After reading almost every news story published to understand what happened to this bright, vibrant, healthy, athletic, and handsome young man, I, along with several other Granite Staters, some who know this grieving family personally, realized something didn't add up. There were many logical questions surrounding his death. Why would a healthy teenager, who was a good swimmer, who used this rope swing on dozens of occasions at the same pond, suddenly forget how to swim and die from drowning? Did he hit his head? Did he accidentally knock himself out? What really happened that day? Many Granite Staters are very confused and very concerned. Thank God the family had an autopsy. There is no doubt that Charlie Zink was VAERS ID 1764974. There is little question from the autopsy results that Charlie suffered from an acute heart injury at the time of his death. It is well known by medical experts that one relatively common sign of cardiac injury displays as unilateral shoulder pain. When Charlie surfaced after he hit the water, he said, "Wow, that hurt." He always went underwater to swim to the door. One can conclude that he could have been referring to the cardiac injury, myocarditis, myocardial infarction, etc., while hitting the water or sometime around that event. I know I only have 2 minutes. I do want to say a couple things. The vaccines are the...
To one conclusion,
okay, yep.
We'd appreciate that.
The vaccines, and that's the only time I'm going to say this here, because it is not a vaccine. It is an experimental
gene therapy injection. Those are the variants. That is why the children in the school, from the Nurses Association, those 440, the reason why these kids are sick right now and are testing positive is because you just injected them all. Let's be clear on that. And I know we're not supposed to say any names, but Rep. Woods, Rep. Kirk, and Rep. Shapiro,
Please,
you better pull
no.
this bill. And I want this
Please,
exec today.
please.
All right,
stop.
you
I
are
want this exec
finished.
today.
You will leave now. If you're not supposed to, don't do it. Not whatever.
Next, we call Ruth Marvin, and on deck is Dr. Christine Asnow. I hope I said that correctly.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a 61-year-old wife for 39 years, 3 beautiful children, and 5 grandchildren. And I'm here to speak for the children. All the children in this class got COVID. Sick for a day, a fever, a cough, a cold. All of his schoolmates got COVID. They're not even sick, and we're keeping these kids away from each other. I just can't believe that this bill would even be available. Me, I raised all my kids, and I made all the decisions about their health care with my doctor. My grandson now, who's 11 years old, has panic attacks. He was a healthy boy until all these stupid restrictions that they're not even getting sick. My daughter took him to the doctors, did all he can't breathe, his heart, everything. And they said, no, he has panic attacks now. And the doctor said he's not alone. I'm seeing lots of kids come in with panic attacks. I'm seeing lots of kids. She said the suicide rate of the children has gone skyrocket, depression. What we're doing to our children, I just cannot believe that people want to inject them with this vaccine. And I have a grandson, my oldest one, he's 14. He got damaged from a vaccine to where he had bleeding of the brain. So it shouldn't be up to any one of you people in here to make decisions for parents, what's good for their children. And you leave it up to the family, their doctor, and then you make a decision. But little Charlie, he had a whole life ahead of him. And little Maddie, she's in a wheelchair with an NG tube the rest of her life. She was in the clinical trial. And the mother can't get help. She's millions of dollars in debt. Insurance isn't going to help her because it was experimental drug. And, you know, I could see if the kids were getting sick, but they're not. They're not getting sick. And I just ask everyone to oppose this bill. Please do not have blood on your hands of children, because if we start enforcing this, we could have a lot of blood on our hands.
Thank you very much. I'm call Dr. Christine Asnow, and on deck is Dr. Jennifer Jones.
Dr. Arsenault, I had submitted the cards for Dr. Arsenault, Dr. Jones, Dr. Scott, Dr. O'Grady, and Dr. Palmer. They're actually for the next bill. So sorry about that.
Oh, I apologize. If I could have those ones back, those are for the next one. Okay. Then we have one last card for this bill. I will call up Thomas McLeod, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Thomas McLeod. I live in Mount Vernon. Representing today Health Freedom New Hampshire, a nonprofit citizens advocacy organization with about 1,500 constituents throughout New Hampshire. Health Freedom New Hampshire opposes HB 1633. We continue to believe that fewer mandates with robust exemptions in place are the best way to prevent vaccine adverse events, including death. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll close the hearing for House Bill 1633. Oh, did you have a pink card that was submitted? There was, oh. Oh, sorry. What's your name? Yes, yes. If you could please come up, I will reopen that so that I can do this correctly. I apologize.
I'll try.
Yes, I will reopen the hearing for 1633.
Leanne Romano, Litchfield. We've been doing this for months now. I had a really good speech, and I had to whittle it down to 3 minutes, but all I can say at this point is I was in tears when that woman described her college student, because that's my biggest fear. It's my biggest fear that my little 13-year-old rock star of a catcher does not even think she can go to college on a scholarship because she can't go to a New Hampshire college. I said, hey, we're going to go to Florida, Mama. We'll figure it out. She doesn't even have a desire to even progress forward. She just wants to play. Her whole softball team is vaccinated. She is not. And she's kind of, she's really bubbly and she's awesome. And this isn't just about my kid. It's about many kids. She has a ton of friends that are not vaccinated, and we all feel the same way. We're shunned in school. Everyone's like, do you have your vaccine? I'm like, you really talking about this? We do not need mandates in schools. We've got enough vaccines. We are not in jeopardy of all dying because of the children. I don't think there's been any deaths in Litchfield at this age group. And I don't want to see this going into colleges. I want to be able to think about the future with my little ones. And I have one in high school, and I have one in middle school moving up to the high school. You do not have the right to tell us, we, the parents, we birthed these children. At least I did, okay? You didn't. We can make solid choices. I'm an intelligent woman. My husband is an intelligent man. We have a business. We've been making decisions for, in my case, almost 30 years, because I have a 29-year-old. They're alive, and they're kicking, and they're actually doing very well. And I don't think that you need to tell me what I need to do with my children. So please, I oppose this bill. You should too. As everyone has said, there's going to be blood on your hands. Do you want that? Imagine if someone told you or your children what to do with your grandchildren or your children. I have nothing else to say. Please oppose this. Please. You don't have that right to tell us what to do.
Thank you very much. Remember, we stay quiet in the hearing so we can make sure everybody's here. But thank you very much, everybody, for your testimony. I will close the hearing on House Bill 1633 for real this time. I closed it. She had had a pink card in, but she had been gone for that one.
Got it. All here? Good.
know about vaccines, COVID vaccine in general, before I listen to about efficacy and its side effects and so forth. There are definitely important issues with it, so.
She would.
I agree. You should listen to that for 2 hours and then decide based on that.
There's a physician who's she has some compelling arguments, I'm not saying it.
Okay, we have incoming testimony here, Madam Clerk.
I have to admit, I'm on the scientific and I'm not really that interested in field research and this stuff. So to a large extent, like most people, I choose who to trust. So she's articulate. So is the guy who talks about articulate. They're articulate, they're good speakers.
She did.
But I don't necessarily know the sector. I mean, that guy who told me that I didn't.
Exactly, that's the art of diplomacy.
He kept throwing in all these things about all these people who died of vaccines, which I clearly don't believe. So, well, one thing I would have to admit is this vaccine.
It was correction, but respect.
There's no doubt about that. No reason to argue that they're a perfect solution. We'd be out of it.
Kind of when I think about the ivermectin bill, we have a.
Dennis, could you walk us through sending her testimony by email to all the members?
Not whatever does, but definitely not
Same thing as me. Okay.
You know, I'm a sponsor. But you know what? I decided I'm pretty sure and it's not because I believe everything that we said or swayed by this. It's what I said this morning. I just think that consensus has to drive laws rather than laws driving consensus. And I think we clearly don't have a consensus that has
Yeah, it's great to see you. Yeah. Thank you.
So I think we're starting a civil war by passing laws like that. I just don't see any sense in it.
Brain is where
The one just now. You know, when
But you know, everyone, this is probably true, people on both sides just look for things to confirm their point of view. I mean, I'm sure for the
Thank you, Tara, for comment.
because I got injured.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not sure, but the timing was such that I got a shoulder problem, and I still have it here. But the timing was such that it was right after I got my second shot. Now, nobody asked me if I wanted to make a. I went to physical therapist. I went to an orthopedist. Nobody said anything about reporting it, so I thought I should report it. So I just reported it. It took me 2 minutes to do it. It would just take me a little longer. It took me 2 minutes. And you know, clearly, I mean, I don't know who reports and who doesn't, but clearly you can report. I don't know that was my although it's probably.
but that's where you start using the stats. Right. Trying to call out.
So it's very disturbing. People say, 23,000 people have died.
That's probably true. They get the reasons.
Okay, I didn't have copies.
No, I think those are the top. I was going to do that. Huh? he was gonna shepherd this bill through, because it's the sister, the twin sister of his bill. That, so it's, I just wanted to give it to you.
Well, this is an option specifically for the
No, I want to hear you, but I can't hear you with them.
Well, what happened was they parents didn't realize that you don't have to vote on the amendment before you vote on the bill. Got it. So,
I'm surprised that they're not going to push it.
well, it's not ready for
Yeah, I didn't know if I was supposed to walk up here.
they were no longer her choice. Although the 26 anyway, but it's just part of this guy. They just
So I guess they don't have the vote.
So my wife said, "Hi, if you're gonna collect stats, I want to know how many people that pregnant of a out of that second one. We just be selecting the data that way.
And I want to register for, guys who can give the right to it. And give the demographics and this is a real problem.
That's
She said you better.
we better, I told this bill, Marcia, because we were all responsible. My wife and I were talking about this. I was up for a run in the fall along the lake. A friend of mine who manages the property, there were like 50 geese there, and he comes, in case he comes, shoots a blank nest to get the geese to leave. And he saw me running, so Jerry, I'm going to get ready to shoot a blank on him. So I said, "Blank, you told me this is half an hour to flag him, assuming that one of my right enemies was trying to shoot me."
So, overall, these hearings have not been as prolific as I hoped they would. I thought they would. This is the first time a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark. He got angry, and I said, "No,
I'm glad you do good.
Anyway, so just on that Megan thing, I just want to make sure I carried out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's right.
Open the hearing on House Bill. Oh, we're getting a pile. 1035, relative to exemptions from school vaccine mandates. And the chair recognizes Representative Tim Lang from Belknap 4. That's north of my district, isn't it?
Everything's north of your district, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Representative Tim Lang. I represent Belknap 4. Coming around is, actually, I'll tell you how nice of a guy I am, is written testimony in opposition to my bill that someone asked me to distribute, which is there. Pericles from
you bear the
Legislative...
maturity of a committee chairman, sir. Thank you.
So again, I'm Tim Lang. I'm the third-term representative. I'm currently the chairman of the House Fish and Game Committee, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 1035, which is relative to the exemptions of school vaccine mandates. This bill on its face is a fairly straightforward bill. You can tell it's only one paragraph. It didn't go into multiple pages. And one of the things you have to, so we establish a common understanding is that a lot of this is already allowed by law. We already have an exemption statute in our immunization or our communicable diseases statute under 141C that allow children to be able to get exemptions currently just under two categories, medical and religious. This bill adds a third category called conscientious objector, conscientious objections. So how I got there, so I'm going to quickly read a little section from our state constitution. So under our state constitution, Article 3, it talks about society, its organization and purposes, and it says when a man enters into a state of society, they surrender up some of their natural rights to that society in order to ensure the protection of others, and without such equivalent, the surrender is void. So had our founders stopped right there, I would say that maybe this is one of these rights that we give up. However, that's not, they continued on with Article number 4, right after Article number 3, the right of conscience unalienable. I had to look up the word unalienable. It means that which is cannot be given or taken away. So again, they titled it specifically, rights of conscience unalienable, that cannot be given or taken away. Among the natural rights, some are in their very nature unalienable, because no equivalent can be given, received for them. Of this kind is the right of conscience. Again, so I'd go further on, you look in the Constitution, I go, well, Tim, you know, so it doesn't say anything about religion, so maybe religion we should get rid of, that exemption. Except that we go on to Article 5, and again, it specifically calls out religion and says religious freedom is recognized. Every individual has a natural and unalienable right to worship God according to their dictates of their own conscience and reason, and no subject shall be hurt, molested, or restrained in this person's liberty or estate for worshiping God in a manner and season most agreeable to their dictates of their own conscience, or in his religious profession, sentiments, persuasion, provided he does not disturb the public peace or disturb others in their religious worship. So again, it's pretty clear in our Constitution, we call out two specific rights, that being the right of conscience and the right of religion. So it makes sense that those things are in there. I find it kind of, when the right of conscience or conscientious objector is one of the discussion points that I've had most with why we're adding this. And I find it, and usually I get it from doctors, like, well, that doesn't mean anybody, Tim, can do it. I find it kind of hypocritical is a word I'm going to use. Because under hhs.gov, right from the federal website, conscientious protections for healthcare providers. And right within the HHS website, it says your conscience rights. Conscientious protections apply to all healthcare providers who refuse to perform, accommodate, or assist with certain healthcare services on religious or moral grounds.
Where is this again, please, sir?
That's from the federal hhs.gov website. It's hhs.gov/conscience/conscience-protections.html. So when it goes on to say, you may file a complaint under the federal healthcare provider conscience protection statutes if you believe you have experienced discrimination because you, and one of the items is, were coerced into performing procedures that are against your religious or moral beliefs. So here are the same doctors saying, no, we have to give vaccines. And at the same point, they have protections like, if I don't believe it, I don't have to do it. So it is a little hypocritical to me that we have this conscientious objector component that they're protected from, and yet they don't want to give that same protection to our citizens. So the second thing this bill does, after adding the conscientious objector, is I do away with the data point. So if you look at the bill says, actually defines the form that a parent would use to have their children exempt from the law. And the reason that form is there is because you're not declaring which of the three exemptions you are, just merely that you fall within one of the three. Why? Because we just passed Article 2B that says the government doesn't need to collect your private information. So why should I have to release to my doctor for my child that he has myocarditis or has a potential myocarditis and therefore he doesn't have to get the vaccine? Why does the government need to have that data? I should be able to just assert the privilege, and that's all that's needed. Same with a religious provision. Why do I have to prove that my child is religious enough to be entitled to a religious exemption? Again, these are data points that the government are going to collect from us and for our children that I think is inappropriate, especially in light of Article 2B, which says that the government shall not collect our private and personal data. The last thing I do in this bill is I take away the notary requirement. Again, this is an onerous provision that you can go and register your child, spend $20,000 of tax money to have your child educated in the public school system. You never have to have anything notarized unless you want an exemption. Then you got to go find a notary and deal with all that hassle to get a notary, which just seems like an onerous provision on our citizens when I can spend 20 grand of state money, but I can't have my kid not vaccinated without getting some notary to sign a piece of paper. So the last point I'm going to bring up, 2 points, one more. One of the reasons for taking away that data point was I was really concerned when I heard on September 12th of this last year, the U.S. Surgeon General Murthy, Dr. Murthy, says that he's going to start monitoring religious exemptions to see if they're abused. That was a statement made by our U.S. Surgeon General. So what that means is government's going to start measuring whether you're spiritual enough to be entitled to a religious exemption. That should be chilling to everybody in this room. The idea that government's going to start mandating and worrying about and finding out if you're really religious enough to get that exemption or not. So the last point I make is more of just another data point. And I'd ask, does anybody have any idea what percentage of our children are unvaccinated in our state that ask for medical or religious? 2.6%. Over 90% of our citizens, our children, are vaccinated. And that's due to voluntary vaccination requests, even with the exemptions we have. So when we think about herd immunity, and that's the other one, Tim, if you put this bill in, we're going to lose herd immunity in our schools. We won't be able to do it. Herd immunity threshold is 70%. So 70% is the threshold, the beginning part of where herd immunity goes. They say anywhere from 70 to 90%, but the threshold is 70% for herd immunity. We're well beyond that. Our children are not out doing this. I would also postulate that anybody who has conscientious objector exemptions are already probably using the medical exemption anyway, the medical or the religious exemption anyway in filing. This bill will not drastically change the number of people filing for religious or medical or conscientious objector exemptions. I doubt it'll go much beyond 3%, and it just allows our citizens to be honest. Instead of having a conscientious objector, I'll give you the example, I call it the organic lifestyle. There are people that choose to grow their own chickens and get their own eggs and grow their own crops and step away from modern life, if you will, industrialized food and those kind of things. Those people choose to live an organic life. My ex-wife is one of those. And I eat some really weird stuff. But given that, one of the things that we do is we look for healthy alternatives before medical alternatives. So in my case, my family has a history of heart disease. So when I went to saw my cardiologist when I turned 50 years old, they wanted to put me on a statin drugs. My mom and dad both died of heart disease. And I have 2 brothers that died of heart disease. I didn't have any indication of heart disease, but they wanted to give me a preventative medicine because that was the history I had in my family. And I was like, is there anything we can do before you put me on a drug I got to take for the rest of my life? And the answer was, yeah, diet and exercise. I'm like, great. So I went on a diet and exercise. And as you can tell, I'm not in bad shape. I wouldn't say I'm in great shape, but I'm not in bad shape. And when they put me on my treadmill for my test, I ran 21 minutes on the treadmill, no sign of coronary disease. They said, thank you, Mr. Lang, have a nice day, keep up what you're doing. But otherwise, I would have done modern medicine. I would have took a pill every day. And we shouldn't make our people do that. There should be alternatives. We should allow people to live the lifestyle that they want to live, that protects them, that's morally right for them. And therefore, that's why you have this bill in front of you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Of the representative. Representative Nutter Upham.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for taking my question, Representative. I just wanted to clarify that you said 90% of the children in New Hampshire are vaccinated, and that's the measles, mumps, rubella, those
Based on last year's census numbers from DOE, which I
Yes.
pulled right off their website, it was only 2.6 were unvaccinated, but then they have what they call preliminary, which are kids that have not turned in the paperwork yet. So
Right.
I said 90 would be nice. I think the number's higher, but I said 90 to play it down as short as possible. I think the number's probably closer to 94 to 95%.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me clarify, I may have missed something, but you said vaccinated. Does that mean vaccinated against the traditional things like polio and so on, but not COVID? This is not a COVID number.
That's correct. No, my bill is not COVID specific, and this is relative to the standard under 141C20, is that it, 20? It has the vaccines that are required to attend school, and it's the kids that meet that requirement under the current law.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative DeLamus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I wanted to just direct it to you. Did we receive written testimony from Representative Lang?
Did not, but I can submit it if you'd like.
We like. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Lang, for taking the question. When I look at this, it seems that right now we do just have to have the notarized form for religious exemptions. Do you think that this further would protect against any overreach like we're seeing from the Surgeon General and some of these companies that are compiling people's religious beliefs? And do you think that broad line's even more important when you have students who have a permanent record who's assembled with all of these records?
Yes, I do. Again, I think that anytime government's starting to collect personal data, especially about what my religious beliefs are, that's something that should cause everybody to go, wait a second. You know, government doesn't have that need or that requirement, nor should they do it.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think I'm following along with you, except I'm not sure whether a parent has the wherewithal or the knowledge to declare something being medical. I think I can understand the religious, conscientious part of it, but the medical part I think should still reside with medical people. So if you go back and look at the statute, and the first part it says if you want a medical one, you have to go to a physician or somebody who has the medical knowledge and training to give that exemption. However, if you want a religious one, a conscientious one, you could actually do that yourself.
So that, well, right now under current law, you only do medical and religious. Medical requires a doctor's note. Religious requires a notary. Adding conscientious objector, you're right. Again, one of the reasoning for doing that is taking away a data point. If a parent isn't asking for any other accommodation other than the fact that my child's not going to be exempted, then why do I need to give medical data to the school? Well, again, myocarditis has nothing to do with the kid in school. He's not asking for any other extra accommodations other than an exemption from the vaccine.
Representative, you wanted to follow up? Yeah, sure, sorry.
I think I'm tracking with you. So basically, if we go back into the statute as written now, and at that point in time, strike the notarized form, and then add conscientious to religious, would that satisfy what we're trying to get to? Because that still allows for the medical to be done by the medical people.
If you're telling me that's the only way the bill will be passed, yes, I'll accept that.
Thank you.
Representative Folsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Did you know that there are 25 federal agencies that are collecting this religious information or for the religious exemption, and they are collecting date of birth, the name, contact information, religious affiliation, and the reason for seeking the exemption. And one that I cannot figure out why they need this is the transportation secretary.
Well, again, you know, one of the main points of this bill isn't just to add the conscientious objector, it's to take away the data point that the government can collect. Because again, under our Constitution, Article 2B, which was just passed in 2018, I think it was, when my first term in the legislature, and it passed with an 85% vote. Our citizens don't want government collecting our data. So this bill goes along the lines of that and allows you to ask for an exemption without having to disclose personal data to the government.
Representative Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking this question. I would say you made some very compelling arguments based on rights of conscience and also on the fact that the number of unvaccinated people, the percentage of unvaccinated children is very small, and that you have reason to believe that that would not change very much. And I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily. But you also started off your comments talking about the Constitution and the kind of balance between the common good and personal freedom. So I'm wondering that if this bill was to pass, or if when you contemplate this bill passing, and you are wrong, and the number of unvaccinated children increased dramatically, at what point would you feel like that was a problem? Or would you not feel like that was a problem? Because there have been outbreaks of some of these illnesses in areas where people have not been vaccinated their children. So my question basically is, at what point could you conceive of this becoming a problem if the number of unvaccinated increased?
So looking at this bill, I talk about looking through a straw sometimes. So if you just look at this bill and you look through a straw, you see just that one thing, but you forget there are a whole bunch of other infectious disease statutes, including statutes that give the Commissioner of Health and Human Services emergency oversight privileges. So if there was an outbreak, the Commissioner has authority to act differently and change rules, right? So we're talking about in the regular course of life, right? And so the Commissioner, which I think you heard an oversight bill today. So again, the Commissioner has, during outbreaks, different authority to do different things. And so again, I'd urge you not to look at this through a straw, but to look at it as a big painted picture, right? This is just one piece of that picture. And that is that under normal circumstances, our parents have the right to choose to be exempt from vaccines or have their children exempt. In the case of an outbreak, there are a whole new set of rules, and that's outlined in the communicable disease statutes.
Thank you.
Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you concerned if we struck that option to be a objector for medical reasons, parental, I don't know how to say this, but right now it's medical, religious, or conscientious. If we struck the medical, wouldn't that make us risk what happened to the lady who testified in blue, that they couldn't find any doctor who was willing to write a medical exemption?
Well, so the good thing under my bill is that you're not declaring anything, so you don't need a doctor's note if you pass my bill as it's written. If you go to the suggestion of leaving Chapter 1 in, which deals with medical, and just adjusting Chapter 2 and adding the conscientious objector in there and taking away the notary requirement, you would still have the medical. You can't strike medical because we also have the whole, again, you can't look through a straw. We have the whole federal ADA, American Disabilities Act, which also oversights the reason for medical exemptions is because you have certain medical conditions that require unique action by an employer, in this case by a school district. So again, you can't look through a straw. That if you struck medical, we'd still be subject to ADA and the American Disabilities Act for a parent who chose to disclose a medical condition and request an accommodation.
Representative Soloway.
Mr. Chairman, this is a point of personal preference. I just wanted to inform you and the committee that the snow has begun to fall east of here and is scheduled to begin here momentarily.
Thank you, sir. I'm playing it by ear, and thank you for reminding me. Okay, anybody else? Thank you, You got it in under the wire. Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I momentarily forgot my question. Let me try to bring it
Take
back.
care.
We'll come back to you.
I try to
Anyone
entertain you,
else?
but I can't sing for snot, so.
Would you agree or disagree with what she was thinking?
If it's Leah, I would happily, Representative Cushman, I would probably agree.
I think the correct answer is yes, I would. Anyone else? And I'm buying a little bit of time, and I hope she's using it to. No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be in the room if you have someone remembers something.
Appreciate
Leah.
that. Representative Jerry Knirk has 25 copies. And this is on, it will say on the top, it's on House Bill 5301.
Oh, no, dyslexia was only once. And by the way, Leah, forgetting stuff gets worse as you get older, so get ready. Yes, I did distribute testimony regarding this just a little while ago. So I really thank Representative Lang for not bringing a bill about COVID vaccines. It is important to realize that it is about a number of other well-established, long-standing accepted vaccines. It expands the available exemptions for required immunizations for admission to a school or child care agency, public and private. That is in the statute already. The reason that these immunizations are required to attend schools and child care is that schools and child care are incredibly effective settings for the transmission of communicable diseases, especially respiratory diseases. And any parent in this room can certainly vouch for that. Now, because HB 1035 automatically grants an exemption just with a request, including for conscientious rejection, which is also not actually defined, it essentially removes any requirement for immunization. And I should also comment, when Vivek Murthy made that comment about abuse of religious exemptions, I think he was speaking explicitly about COVID, and it had to do with the fact that people would request a religious exemption for one vaccine but not for others, which would indicate an inconsistency. With regard to conscientious objection, I applied as a CO in the draft back during the Vietnam War, and I had to I still have my 6-page essay that I had to write justifying why I felt that I was a conscientious objector. There's nothing here other than just saying I object. So that kind of takes it away. Also, I want to comment just quickly about that comment about a vaccine that was stated earlier, that these things aren't really vaccines. You got to understand that the definition about a vaccine, that it produces protection from an infectious disease, the current one, has to do with the fact that vaccines have evolved. Let's think of the 1950s. If we defined what a telephone is, it's a thing that sits on your desk with a wire going to a handset with a speaker and a microphone, and then it has a wire that goes to the wall. Any of our grandkids would only see that in a museum. So we do have to update definitions. It's important to realize that, for example, not all vaccines are giving you a pathogen. The tetanus vaccine is not at all against the Clostridia tetani. It's against the toxin that is elaborated by Clostridia tetani to protect you from disease. So we are talking about broadly diseases, or what's in the chapter, immunizations. And the required immunizations on 141C20A are diphtheria, mumps, pertussis, polio, rubella, rubeola, and tetanus. Vaccination has been one of the most effective public health measures in the history of mankind. If you've ever gone out and explored some of our old cemeteries, and we have a lot of them, it's really interesting to notice in the 18th and 19th century how many children died young. Often you notice that in one little family plot there's going to be 2 or 3 kids that all died the same month. Why is that? Well, it's frequently from infectious disease. And diseases we now control either with vaccination or bacterial diseases we control with antibiotics. I've cared for patients who contracted polio before the vaccine was developed. My most memorable being a patient who was my age, who contracted polio just before the vaccine was available, leaving him with severe paralytic scoliosis. And when I met him, he had about 7 failed surgeries on his spine, leaving him bent forward to the side and in constant pain. And I completely took apart his spine and refused him with rods and screws, which were not available when he had all of his previous operations, in a 22-hour-long operation. And I often thought about the fact that that could have been me. That could have been my problem, except for the luck that I had dodged the bullet before the vaccine was available. We've seen scattered outbreaks of polio, secondary to lack of vaccination in the occasional communities. And we've also seen, as you all know and as alluded to earlier, scattered outbreaks of measles because of inadequate vaccination rates. And they don't have to get below 70% because measles is highly contagious, and if you just have a relatively low vaccination rate, you can have an outbreak. So yes, one could argue that a parent should be able to make this decision for their own child. But the difficulty is that their decisions, that decision does not just affect their child. It affects other children. They need to accept the responsibility that their unvaccinated child may infect another vulnerable child in the school. Because a high level of vaccination is very important to protect those vulnerable individuals who are medically unable to be vaccinated and those who are immunosuppressed and may not be able to mount a good response either to a vaccine or ultimately to an infection. So the exempted child will place others at risk. Now, if there's an occasional rare exemption because of religion or because of medical, that's not a problem. But if we open up the door and allow lots of exemptions, it could be a problem. And that's what I'm concerned about. I should mention that Dr. Lynn Paintner, a retired physician in Concord, wanted to be here to testify and gave me permission to tell this story. He noted, and I did provide this to you on the testimony, quote, "During my training, I spent time in Bangladesh where basic immunizations available to every American were unavailable. I observed children literally dying of preventable infectious diseases such as tetanus. It was a gruesome and unforgettable experience. This bill opens the door for a return to earlier times in the U.S. when infectious diseases such as diphtheria, whooping cough, scarlet fever, and polio were dreaded scourges. Mandatory school vaccinations have served us so well that these diseases are now uncommon, and many of us have forgotten that childhood deaths were commonplace in the era before vaccines were widespread. And if you do want to remember it, go for a walk in an old cemetery." So I am concerned that the reason for our good rate is our current law, and that weakening this with making exemptions just basically filling out a form and not having to have any evaluation medically or any attestation as to why you conscientiously object will potentially drop our vaccination rate quite a bit, and that will take us potentially back to the 18th century and move us to a third world status of disease and suffering. So I do not really favor this bill. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the representative? Thank you so much. Representative Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. To take a vaccine, I think requires education and informed consent. It seems as though we've moved away from convincing people to compelling people. How do we get back to convincing, educating, and making informed decisions rather than just pure force, which isn't working out too well?
Well, actually, I come back to precisely what Representative Lang pointed out in Part 1, Article 3 of the Constitution, that when men enter into a state of society, they surrender up some of their natural rights to that society in order to guarantee to ensure the protection of others. And that's the whole point. It is really to help protect others as well, and that's the only reason. That's why we don't mandate vaccinations, for example, for non-communicable diseases, and that is in statute, that we do not mandate vaccination for non-communicable diseases. That makes good sense. But if you have a communicable disease that you can therefore transmit to another person, your decision not to affects others. And if we're going to enter in society, we may have to give up some of those rights. But I agree with you about informed consent. That is a very important part, and it is actually, I mean, when I got the COVID vaccine, I certainly had to go through a informed consent. Now, most of the time, people don't spend much time on it, I agree.
Thank you.
Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Knark. My question is, you mentioned how, you keep saying how, if we don't require vaccines, we're putting we're putting children of families who do choose to vaccinate, or maybe they can't vaccinate because of a medical reason, at risk. But you could say the inverse of that, where mandating that kids get these vaccines is still putting people's children at risk. So wouldn't you think that the best possible solution to that, because there's risks on both sides, is to allow the parents to choose?
Actually, your point is exactly well taken. That is that you are, by mandating, placing some other children at risk, but you have to look at then the overall risk-benefit analysis. And those do still end up being in favor of vaccination rather than in favor of not vaccination for these kind of well-established. And again, that's why I'm glad COVID's not in here, because I'm not so sure that it does meet that criteria for that necessarily.
Follow-up.
Thank you. I understand you're alluding to an aggregate greater benefit to vaccination, but when we're talking about individuals, if a person's child ends up vaccine injured, you know, that's a severe impact to their family. You know, that's could potentially alter the course of the rest of their lives. So it seems like it wouldn't be justified to coerce or force or, you know, make it difficult for someone to make that decision for their family. Do you follow?
Yes, I mean, I agree that it shouldn't be overly difficult. I think what we currently have is perfectly satisfactory because it has a bar, but the bar but there are exemptions that you have things you have to do, but it's not that high a bar. I mean, I think I could agree with perhaps getting rid of the notary. That would not be such a crazy idea. That would be pretty clean. But I think that if you're going to claim a medical, it should have some kind of documentation. And if you're going to claim religious, it should be a consistent belief and not something that's capricious. And again, conscientious objection just means I don't want it. So I think that's a little bit different. But the other thing I do also come back to what I said in the bill, testimony in the previous bill. It is critical that we do understand and remember that the risks of vaccines are often wildly inflated by spouting various numbers that are just simply reports. They are not necessarily causal, and that's why any report needs to be looked into carefully. So we do have to balance that, and that's really why we're here, to make that decision about what is the best thing, because I can only kind of address my worries about the science. What we do as a group is why we work as a committee and as a legislature, because one person shouldn't make that decision.
Thank you, Representative. We've heard from the
Thank you.
bill's proponent and a learned expert for the other side. And now we have two things in play, a mitt full of pink cards and snow coming down. So we're going to go to our 2-minute rule, and you can do it. People caught on very well in the last hearing. And the chair recognizes Dr. William Palma from the American College of Physicians. Dr. Palma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bill Palmer. I'm a practicing hospitalist and internist from Cornish, and I'm also the governor of the New Hampshire chapter of the American College of Physicians, which is a group of internists. There are 611 of us in New Hampshire and 160,000 or more nationwide. We're a group of internists, which is adult medicine, and one of the main tenets of our organization is using the best evidence possible to determine our health care. We support immunization of all children and adults according to the recommendations and standards of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, the National Vaccine Advisory Committee, and the CDC. Our chapter, as well as the national organization, is opposed to HB 1035 as it's counter to our goal of eliminating non-medical exemptions for vaccines, which I know is maybe a little controversial, but we certainly don't want to see it expanded for the reasons that Dr. Knirk has already alluded to, which is that vaccines have saved millions of lives, and we have seen in areas where there are lower vaccine rates or where groups of people have opted not to vaccine, we've seen outbreaks of measles, and we really just don't want to see it go back that way. While right now the level of exemptions is very low, with the current anti-vaccination what's the word I want? Movement that's going on, we would expect to see an increasing number of unvaccinated people. The number has quadrupled since about 2000, and if it keeps going at that rate, in not that long a time, we might see a very high rate of unvaccinated people and increases in diseases.
You've got 15 seconds to conclude. Sir.
And so I will just conclude by saying, so we are opposed to this bill.
Thank you very much. We welcome back Tricia Tilley and Anne-Marie Mercuri from the department. The relative height of the chair has nothing to do with anything.
Thank you again. My name is Patricia Tilley. I'm the Director of the Division of Public Health Services at the Department of Health and Human Services. I am aware of this very small chair. And with me, I have Anne-Marie McCurry, who is the Chief of Immunization.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearson and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Anne-Marie McCurry. I'm the Immunization Section Chief at the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services Public Health. I'm trying to talk fast to get my 2 minutes in. So thank you very much. We have submitted this testimony. We are in opposition of HB 1035 as this bill proposes to loosen the New Hampshire school and child care immunization requirements, which in turn will decrease the vaccination rates among children and put children unnecessarily at risk of the vaccine-preventable diseases that cause illness, disability, and death. As we mentioned earlier today, New Hampshire has significantly fewer vaccines which are required compared to other states. There are 16 diseases that are recommended by the ACIP, which is the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, and New Hampshire has immunization requirements for 10 of those diseases. We do allow for the medical and religious exemptions for these school and child care immunization requirements. But we do feel as though we're in line with many of the leading medical organizations, such as the American Academy of Pediatrics, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and the American Medical Association, in opposition to loosening the school requirements. We are also feeling as though the department has a goal of having that balance of individual choice and public health protection. We feel as though allowing the medical exemption, allowing the religious exemption allows for that. Historically, New Hampshire, we have experienced a less than 5% exemption rate. We are concerned about the potential of the expansion of the non-medical exemptions as indicated by other states. Idaho, for instance, some counties have had a 27% height of exemption rates, so that would be very concerning for New Hampshire. We feel as though 1035 would undermine the protection from vaccine-preventable diseases that New Hampshire currently experiences. And if I could just clarify one point that was made earlier today, the state does not receive any personal information about individuals who submit religious or medical exemptions. Schools do report aggregate numbers to the department. Hence, the privacy issues that were discussed earlier today are not considered to be an issue of concern because we have no data point on this. Thank you.
Well done. Any questions,
Speeding it up.
Representative Shapiro?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering about when you cited statistics in Idaho, which was a significantly larger number of unvaccinated children. Did that relate at all to an expansion of exemptions?
Idaho is one of those states where they do allow the conscientious objection. Overall, their state is a little bit over 7%. However, their county-specific data do have pockets where 27% are considered to be having exemptions, and that would be highly concerning for New Hampshire.
And again, this data was seen when they went to the expansion to a conscientious objection, and where they really saw that increase was incoming kindergartners. So that is something that we're very concerned about.
Thank you
very much. It would
very
seem to be that would be COVID-driven, I should assume.
This happened before COVID.
Then I assume wrong. Thank you. Did you want to follow up, sir? Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This increase in the exemptions, what was the resulting increase, or was there an increase in the actual illness count?
We do have studies that talk about recent outbreaks of measles, pertussis, and varicella. For example, in 2019, a total of 1,249 measles cases and 22 measles outbreaks were reported in the United States. This represent the most U.S. cases in a single year and the second highest number reported outbreaks annually since measles were declared elimination in U.S. in 2000.
Follow up.
How did that how do you, what was the exact result from the places that increased the exemptions? That's not national data. That has to be specific to where the exemptions increased.
That is correct. And those studies talk more about the vaccination status and the numbers of children that are vaccinated. It doesn't necessarily dictate exemption or non-exemption for the states, but where we see the pockets of outbreaks occurring are the pockets where the exemptions are likely to occur because of the relationship of decreased vaccination rates.
Representative Folsom.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to give you a scenario. I love to give scenarios. Everyone in here knows this, so it's my thing. A family, atheist, no religious feelings whatsoever about anything. They hear that there is something in the vaccine, in the makeup of it, that's associated with aborted fetal cells. And they don't believe in abortion. They have a moral feeling, but not based on any kind of religion. Where do they fit? It's not a religious exemption. It's not a medical exemption. And I think that's where the sponsor of the bill is trying to allow those people to fit in.
Thank you very much for that question. So you're correct. We currently have a religious exemption and we currently have a medical exemption. And under that religious exemption, there's very little information that's provided. It's the child's name, the parent's name, date of birth, and a notary signature. And that's what's provided. We understand that there are folks who take issue with the fact that it is called a religious exemption for the very reasons that you've described. I think what we are concerned about is the overall opening and widening of the door for conscientious objections or otherwise reducing any sort of requirements within our schools so that we can better protect. Our concern is that we want to better protect the health of all the children in the schools. I think Representative Knurk did a great job of describing this very fine balance we all enter into, especially when we're in a place like a school, of protecting our own individual rights and the rights of others in the school as well.
Representative DeLamus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So, just so you know, I'm going to give a definition, then I'm going to ask a question. An unalienable right is that which cannot be given away or taken away, governmentally at least. And it's not given by government, so government can't take it away. And then, yes, we have a balance. We give up some of our rights. However, Article 4, which is constitutional, and that's our New Hampshire state constitution, but I know it also exists in the federal constitution. Among the natural rights, some are, in their very nature, unalienable or inalienable, because no equivalent can be given or received for them of this kind are the rights of conscience. And now, wouldn't you agree that if someone has a conscientious objection, that they have the constitutional right to exercise that?
Thank you for that question. I think, again, that is a decision for all of you in this committee and our legislature to make. The concern that we have within the Department of Health and Human Services is protecting the public's health, and we do that under the guidance of our state legislature and the policies that we're given.
Thank you very much.
Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the questions. I appreciate that the Department of Health and Human Services only gets the aggregated data, but when you're speaking to that, you can't speak to what's collected in the schools or in the Department of Education, correct?
That is correct.
Any other questions for the department? Thank you so much for coming, for staying. Now
We will also hand out a map that we have of all the states that have different exemptions.
I love maps.
They're almost as good as scenarios.
Mr. Chairman,
Different, but as good as.
Mr. Chairman,
I hear my, yes, Monsieur Guillaume.
oui, j'ai une question pour vous, monsieur.
Yeah?
Uh,
Oui, oui.
From the looks of the empty chairs, I don't think there'll be any execting of.
There will not be any execs, so the seat fillers are dismissed.
May I be excused?
Absolument, monsieur.
Vous êtes gentil. Merci.
For those of you in the gallery, the chair kept calling people with very clearly Franco-American or Franco names, and they insisted on giving American renditions. And that's certainly their right, but that's what this little runner is. We finally brought in someone who is Monsieur Gagné. The chair calls Melissa Economakis from Newton.
Hi, it's me again.
From Newton, way down south with me.
I just wanted to share a personal experience. My daughter, she's not a child anymore, she's 27, but she works at Starbucks. And they were mandating vaccines at a time. And she has a history of seizure disorder. She had grand mal seizures growing up. She would have to take like 10 pills a day. It was awful, and she remembers it. She, thankfully, she outgrew them, so she's no longer has any grand mal seizures. However, she was petrified to take this vaccine because there's been many neurological disorders that have become affiliated from the adverse effects from the vaccine. So she was petrified. She was crying. She was really, really upset. I said, well, get a medical exemption. I mean, you have a history of seizures. So she reached out to her doctor. Her doctor said, oh, I can't give you one. And then she reached out to, and she's like, oh, well, call this person. So my daughter called that person. Oh, I don't know why she told me to call me. I can't give you one. So she reached out to her neurologist that she used to have a while back. No answer. So this is the thing. And then there's this other woman. I don't know this woman personally. Thank God the Starbucks said no more vaccine mandates. They don't require it anymore. So she was so happy. She didn't have to lose her job because she's going to college as well through them. Anyway, so there's another woman, just real quick, there was another woman, her husband had got myocarditis from the first shot, and he went to his doctor and asked for a medical exemption, and his doctor would not give him one. So well, actually, it was denied that it was from even the vaccine. Just real quick, it was denied from the vaccine. So he ended up finally finding a doctor that would, that agreed that it was from the vaccine that causes myocarditis. However, the doctor said, my hands are tied, I will be investigated. These doctors are going to be investigated if they give any medical exemption. And this is really, really sad. And that's exactly what's happening right now. If you vote on this, that you can't get a medical exemption, we have no backbone. So I just implore you to please support this bill.
Thank you so much. Dr. Deborah Scott, if you would come forward and please tell us, it doesn't give any other information, where you're from, what group are you part of?
Yeah, this is this is my first time coming before
That's
this
okay.
august body, and yeah, I'm from Plainfield, New Hampshire.
Plainfield, New Hampshire.
And I work as a hospitalist per diem at, so if they need me, I'm at Huggins in Wolfboro as a hospitalist. And if they, the rest of the time I'm at Alice Peck Day, working in the outpatient clinic and also respiratory, where I get to see a lot of COVID positive people that are not sick enough to go to the ER.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
Yes, okay, so that's who I am. And although I'm an internist, so I mostly see people older than 18, I'm also a parent, so I've had the whole school vaccination, concern myself. And people are in our country wonderfully lucky that we actually have vaccinations. And I just wanted to say, my gosh, in the states where they've had pockets, like there's a particular religious group that is very much against vaccines in New York, and that unfortunately that group also got quite a lot of measles, and so New York, as well as 5 other states, actually removed the religious exemption. It's just that it's such a wonderfully infectious disease and with terrible outcomes. So I would really hope that everybody would vote against this for the vaccines that we've been doing right along. We've just been so lucky to not have the polio, not have the measles, not have, what we would otherwise if a number of people start dropping off the list of those vaccinated. So that's it. Maybe I finished early.
Much. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for listening. I don't know if there's any questions, but anyway.
Chair recognizes Kate Fry, 100 North Main Street, Concord, which is where New Futures is located.
Thank you. Thank you for providing that information.
You filled it out perfectly.
Good afternoon.
You've been here once or twice before.
Once or twice, yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I do have written testimony that I will leave with you. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. I'll do my best not to repeat what was said, but also hit the highlights, and I will probably speak really fast too. So New Futures support public health policy measures that decrease illness, including immunizations and programs that ensure equitable and broad distribution of vaccines, especially to kids. This program, New Hampshire's Children's Immunization Program, does just that. In New Hampshire, all children through the age of 18 can receive vaccines at no cost through an innovative program that combines general funds, state funds, and contributions from insurance companies. This model allows every child to receive a vaccine free of charge in the child immunization schedule that has been approved at the national level through the ACIP and the American Academy of Pediatrics. I say this because it's, again, an innovative program that many states have replicated, and it's a cost-saving measure as well, too. As you know, this is not about COVID. This is really about our childhood vaccination program and weakening that program by adding a philosophical vaccination. Not only would there be there's a huge cost savings when we talk about vaccinations, and I have some information in my testimony about how much money you save with every round of childhood vaccines. Again, we have very high rates of vaccination rates in the state, a very low exemption rate at this point, but the fear is once you add an easy opt-out that we've talked about, it will impact the greater number of folks who send their kids to school unvaccinated. Public health achievements such as vaccines are often a victim of their own success because vaccines, many of us have never seen polio, tetanus, all the diseases you've heard. And it also protects a broader population because they build a protective firewall around us by increasing immunity and protecting those who can't get vaccinated, including infants and children and adults with weakened immune system. So I think I sped through it, but I am leaving you with my testimony information about some outbreaks that happened after a result of a widening of the exemptions. And since you like maps, I'm bringing you the same map probably that Tricia Tilly brought you as
boy.
well too.
Thank you so much. You're always welcome here. While these are going around, the chair calls Dr. Claire O'Grady from Barnstead, New Hampshire, and let us know, what kind of a doctor are you? I asked my wife that, and she says, I'm a good one, thank you.
I am a good one, but I'm a family medicine physician.
So is my wife.
Excellent. And Master of Public Health, and I am from Barnstead, New Hampshire. And I'm testifying in opposition of House Bill 1035. As many people have already pointed out, since the mid-1800s, the U.S. school system has done quite a bit to improve American children's health, including introducing physical education classes, reviewing fire safety, but also being a place where vaccination mandates occurred, first with our neighbor in the South, Massachusetts. We've learned a lot from these school vaccination mandates and the subsequent Supreme Court cases revolving around them, including Jacobson versus Massachusetts and Zucht versus King. In both of these cases, where individuals challenged the vaccination mandates due to perceived oppression against their personal liberties, it was deemed that, quote, every well-ordered society charged with the duty of conserving the safety of its members must understand that an individual's liberty does not outweigh the protection of public health and safety in the face of great danger, such as a pandemic or a deadly illness. Ultimately, in both cases, the court held that mandatory vaccinations are neither arbitrary nor oppressive so long as they meet several conditions. There are 3 of them. 1, that there's a grave threat to the public without vaccination. 2, that vaccines mandated are safe and effective. And 3, that mandatory vaccination has superior cost-benefit profile. In the written testimony that I'll give to you guys, I'll outline on how our current vaccines meet all 3 criteria. Our school vaccine mandates do meet these 3 conditions. Our current school vaccinations are not oppressive, nor are they unconstitutional. What would be oppressive and unconstitutional is allowing conscientious objection exemptions or personal opinions to trump the safety of our children. School vaccination mandates are largely associated with increased vaccine coverage. By introducing this alternative exemption, New Hampshire is permitting a decrease in the rate of vaccine coverage, a fracture in our herd community, and an increased risk for infections and death. I ask that you guys oppose House Bill 1035, at least for now. We are in the middle of a pandemic. Healthcare workers, including myself, are extremely exhausted, and subjecting us to the horrors of influx of children sick with vaccine-preventable illnesses is more than any of us can take right now.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate your coming. Chair recognizes Dr. Christine Asna from the New Hampshire American Academy of Pediatrics. Where do you live? I mean, not your street.
I live in New London.
New London.
Yes, I work in Concord, though. Good afternoon.
And where did you say you worked?
Concord.
Concord. What kind of a doctor are you?
I'm a pediatrician.
Peds.
Yep.
Okay, of course. Yeah, that's why you're part of the American Academy of Pediatrics.
They don't let just anyone in.
Thank you very much. Go on.
Hi. My name is Dr. Christine R. Snow. I am the Vice President of the New Hampshire chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm speaking today on behalf of that society as well as the New Hampshire Medical Society, which represents physicians from across all disciplines. I am also, and perhaps most importantly, a mother. From all of these perspectives, I strongly encourage you to vote no on House Bill 1035. This bill, passing this bill would be reckless and really shows disregard for history and science, as many of the previous speakers have mentioned. This bill would bring our public schools back to the state of decades, even centuries ago, when these vaccine-preventable illnesses ran rampant. I will try to speed through, and I'm echoing some of the points that others have had, but part of the problem here is that these vaccines are so effective that many of us have never seen these diseases. You know, I think polio is such a good example. I can't imagine being a parent in the 1940s and worrying about my child waking up paralyzed. And so when the polio vaccine was introduced in the 1950s, that was very well accepted and adopted. Parents were so grateful because they saw that threat every day. We don't, you know, I've never seen a child with measles, and I'm a pediatrician. But I think, it's important to believe the scientific and historical accounts of these diseases, just as I have never been to Mount Everest and believe scientific accounts of the climate there. Some of the symptoms of these illnesses I'll gloss over because I think they have been, it's been hammered home that these illnesses are deadly and that the risks of these illnesses are much greater than the risks of the vaccines against them. So I will just end by saying parents have the right to choose not to vaccinate their children. That is their right. If they choose to take those risks, absolutely, they are welcome to do that. I will recommend that they vaccinate their children, but they have that right. They do not have the right to then send their children to school with other children who may have leukemia and be unable to be vaccinated. Putting all those children and teachers at risk is, in my opinion, more of a rights violation. I strongly urge you to oppose House Bill 1035. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. The chair calls Gary York from Hopkinton, New Hampshire. Is that Dr. Gary York?
Thank you, yes.
I thought so.
Yes.
You left it off.
I'm not a pediatrician.
Well, neither am I, but I
Okay.
have a doctorate as well. So, okay.
I must admit, I'm not a little confused with all the legislation that's going around. I looked at this bill, and it fell on the heels of the bill that we heard presented recently, and it left me at sea, to be honest, because the previous bill was put forth to require a COVID-19 vaccine in the school system. So in the main, I don't have any issues with the currently required vaccines for attendance. I have deep concerns about the schedule of those vaccines, but nonetheless, I looked at this bill and I'm thinking if the previous bill is passed that we heard about COVID-19, and I think you all know the passion I have about testifying for the mandates and vaccines, how would that even come into play here? It would seem that then, suppose that the 19 vaccine is rushed through like so much of the COVID-19 stuff, and it became available, FDA approved. I don't feel there's been a lot of safety data on that vaccine. So I guess, as I say, I'm not against the historic required vaccines, but I'm just trying to cover the bases because as a citizen, I'm confused by all the overlap of some of these bills, and I like the part that says, let's just say that a vaccine for COVID is required, say within 6 months. I don't think any of my children, if they were of school age, would have the religious exemption or the medical exemption. But having a conscientious objection allows for someone to declare a long-held personal belief that is sincere, and I think you have to honor that. So I'm up here kind of befuddled, and I'm just showing you my crazy mind spinning around. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. The only difference is we have the same, but we hide it. Chair recognizes Paula McKinnon, comes back to us, New Hampshire School Nurse Association from the great town of Salem.
Thank you, Chairman. I am Paula McKinnon. I have been a school nurse for 27 years and a nurse for 30 years. And school nurses are the entity that actually implements the law when it comes to vaccine mandates. The legislature has already said that the schools have the power to exclude children from school if they don't have the required vaccines. And that is the way, if you choose to use the word coerce, that is the way we get people to comply with the law. Now, I do have written testimony. I'm going to skip over most of it and get to some points that I'd like to make. There has been testimony or comments made that the information that's given to the school as to your reason for a medical exemption then gets passed on to government agencies. And I can say with 100% certainty that that is not the case. The school law FERPA, which is the release of information from schools, would strictly prohibit that. And while the school nurse has knowledge of these people and their medical exemptions, it stops there. It's not reported to teachers, it's not reported to the state. It is recorded nowhere except in the child's own health record, as I'm sure it also is at the doctor's office. If I could speak for a moment about...
You've got about half a minute to go.
Oh, great, okay. I'm going to give you in my testimony, there are 10 different medical organizations that in 2019 did studies on the elimination of non-medical exemptions. I'll give you that for your reading pleasure later on today. I would also like to state that sometimes there's unintended consequences from laws that are passed. And if we want our children to be back full-time and in person, for all of the vaccine-mandated diseases, if they currently are not vaccinated, and let's just throw it out there, what if measles came into New Hampshire? And in my school, I've got 10 children that are not vaccinated against measles.
Wrap it up, 15 seconds.
One of them brought measles into the school community. Unintended consequences of those 10 that are unvaccinated are required by law to stay home so that we can not proliferate the disease being spread further.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. We wish we had a lot longer, but we don't. The chair next recognizes Dr. Jennifer Jones, who's going to tell us where she's from, what her specialty is in medicine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dr. Jennifer Jones. I'm a pediatrician. I work for Core Pediatric and Adolescent Medicine, where I serve as the medical director. It's the large pediatric group that is associated with Exeter Hospital.
Okay,
I had some prepared testimony, but given that there's 2 minutes and we've had a lot of good testimony already, I think instead what I'd like to do is respond to some concepts that have been brought forward. Specifically, I'd like to talk about a medical exemption. I grant medical exemptions for vaccines. Not only do I grant them, I suggest them, because medically it is the right thing to do. Some children meet medical criteria that they should not be vaccinated for certain vaccines. And it is not controversial. It is not based on my personal feelings. It's based on scientific guidelines for which types of children should avoid vaccination. I don't worry about being investigated or getting in trouble for giving vaccine mandates because medically I'm providing appropriate evidence-based care. The time I might be worried about being investigated is if I provided a false medical exemption, which I would not do. I also would like to comment on the idea of people who choose alternative healthy lifestyles. I think that's wonderful and certainly promotes general health. Does not, however, provide antibodies in your body against infectious diseases. There really are no alternatives to vaccinations to protect you against particular diseases. In terms of the idea of inalienable rights, I've been thinking about that while sitting in this room, and it's very clear that all parents have the right, as Dr. Arsenault mentioned, to decline vaccines. Parents decline vaccines in my office all the time, and we talk about it. We talk about the risks and benefits. We talk about their concerns, their fears, their worries, and of course they have that inalienable right. I cannot hold their child down and give them a vaccine against their consent. I think that is separate from the idea of whether they can participate in school as part of society. And so those are just some of my thoughts on the idea of inalienable rights. In terms of the COVID vaccine, that's not what this bill is about. This bill has nothing to do with the COVID vaccine. This bill is about established science on vaccines that have been part of routine pediatric care for decades. And I think some of the discussion about COVID is a distraction from this bill. I urge this committee to vote against this bill. Thank you.
I want to question if, I'll try to word it more graciously. I think I have a different understanding of the bill than it's not about COVID. If it is about vaccinations, doesn't it include COVID with the others? It's not solely about COVID, but it includes it, does it not?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that it pertains to COVID, as COVID vaccine is not currently mandated in the state of New Hampshire. And this bill, my understanding is, refers to the current law and the 9 vaccinations that are required for children, plus 1 additional for preschool children. COVID is not included on that list.
I thank you for your clarification. I think you're correct. Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Laura Condon from Bedford.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Condon. I'm from Bedford. I'm the New Hampshire Director of Advocacy with the National Vaccine Information Center. Would you believe that, that I served for 5 years as public member on the New Hampshire Vaccine Association board? So I know it pretty well. Would you believe that the department spends about $30 million every year on child vaccines? Would you believe that 74% of those $30 million vaccine purchases are received by parents on a voluntary basis? 74% of vaccines in New Hampshire are received on a voluntary basis. No mandates, no exemptions required. Parents are willingly getting 47% of the vaccines that the state purchases. And although the state did report that during the pandemic, vaccine use is down about 60% based on vaccine ordering, and we've seen absolutely 0 outbreaks of any childhood diseases. Parents know their children's best. They love their children more than anyone else. It really should be a parent's right to decide. There's been talk here about 9 or 10 vaccines for children. Let's be clear, there are 35 doses of vaccines required for children in daycare and schools in New Hampshire. Many of these vaccines for illnesses that are non-communicable in a classroom setting, such as hepatitis B. Many of these vaccines do not prevent illness or spread. Pertussis vaccine is one example, only reducing symptoms to that of a cold, resulting in greater spread. Other vaccines fail to provide immunity. Mumps, for example, as thousands of cases of mump occur every year in fully vaccinated college students. Children do not have a vaccine deficiency that needs to be addressed. They have immune systems that work just fine. And in our advanced living conditions, including indoor plumbing, child labor laws have been instituted. We don't spray DDT, the paralyzing agent, on children anymore. Good thing. There's been much that have been changed. When you look at the history there's a lot that have been changed. Parents are increasingly bullied at doctor's office to submit to vaccination. Those parents come to me.
15 seconds.
I had one such parent that we actually had to file a police report. She was so bullied by her national pediatrician. I urge you to, no joke, I urge you that here we are in a free state, in a free nation. We respect the rights and responsibility of parents to make medical decisions in the best interest of their own children.
Thank
I
you
urge
very
you to
much.
vote this bill as ought to pass. Thank you.
And the chair now calls on Rusin Chester. Almost had the town wrong.
Last name kind of messes everyone up. Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. I'm going to be brief. Yay! The bottom line is that I listened to a lot of folks today, and they talked about the importance of school systems done a lot of good first with Neighbor in the South Massachusetts. What makes it good is if a vaccine can help prevent great threat, if it's safe and effective, and its cost-benefit profile. So when a parent's child is damaged from a vaccine injury, can we use that? Is that okay? Is it okay to say, yes, but cost benefit says it was worth it to have your child hurt? That's not okay. One child. We see it on our highways. One death is too many. Why isn't one vaccine injury too many? Our children have been dying for years from vaccine injuries or have been deliberately injured. Well, not deliberately, less necessarily, but I was talking to Laura Condon, and she shocked me with some of the statistics that's been going on with our children. The only reason why it's a big deal now, which I'm ashamed of, is because it's affected the adults. And that's terrible. The other reason why it's become common knowledge is because this whole COVID-19 pandemic has opened a lot of eyes. It's opened a lot of eyes and a lot of hearts, and I thank the Lord for that. But at the same time, we're responsible. Bottom line is, we are responsible for the health and well-being of our children. Did you know that the Amish population has the lowest COVID-19, any kind of COVID? They must all be, well, they're not vaccinated, so they must all be non-whatever. With regards to
15 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
With regards to polio, would you believe that I was approached by a representative in this room that says,
Careful.
I have polio.
Careful.
No. That I was inflicted with polio. However, I truly believe that the problem is that we used to go through the mosquito smoke, and I'm convinced that my polio was caused because I already had natural immunity.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Just one final thing. The prime sponsor has indicated he's willing to be flexible. Some of that could go back to when he had to exercise. But he is flexible on the bill, and you know we like to get as many bills as we can onto consent out of this committee. It's not always possible to square the circle, but we like to try. And I am wondering, we don't have to do it, but I'd like to give the opportunity, as I always do, that if there's one or two people who would like to work with the representative, the prime sponsor, on maybe making the bill acceptable to them without it becoming unacceptable to you, the chair would be very happy to do that. So, do we have a few people on this side of the playground? Okay. Representative Nutter Upham, and I think I saw Representative Cushman. One or two more from Doctor's Row, okay, and Representative Knurk. And if the three of you would work with the honorable gentleman from Fish and Game, this is not an early bill, but it has to be out the door the middle of March. So if you would do that, it sounds good to me. What's that? You would like to be on that too. Okay, fine, thank you. So with that, this closes the hearing on House Bill 1035. A couple of business items. I am learning not to say housekeeping matters. A couple of business items here for the committee. We will exec tomorrow all the bills that are in the calendar because they have to be. And if you have an amendment that's coming in tomorrow, it has to be coming in tomorrow. If they're bogged down downstairs, we can push the bill to the early afternoon, but we got to get it done tomorrow. I've asked for your attention, please. Also, just for the Republicans in the room, we have a caucus at 8:45 tomorrow. We're going to be looking over the bills for tomorrow that we hadn't already. With that, drive safely, stay well, don't let the bed bugs bite. We're done.
I agree.
Let me speak to the representative briefly.
Well, like I said, I now stay with a friend when I'm overnighting for these.
No, we're
I-
executing.